We're having a wonderful day. Today is August 1st, 2024, the beginning of a new month. It is 6 in the morning Pacific time, and we are about to start the market. So if you are unaware, you are about to watch 7 hours of the stock market. We're going to go through. We have the live news wire. We're going to have everything as it comes out. You actually have gone through most of the data today. Tomorrow morning, we are going to be getting more data, but if you are new, you will not be able to chat for 24 hours. Why I'm telling you that is because it's an investment into the chat. You're going to have to listen for a whole day, and then you'll be able to ask all the questions. But why that's important, because beyond the news, beyond the daily stuff, and everything else we do, it is all about a long-term investment, and we have started these long-term investment accounts from day one here, and we have done all of these live. So I want to encourage you, get a long-term investing account. I hope you have a great time here today. It's about to be wild because we are coming off of Jerome Powell. You're coming off data. Even had a Bank of England rate cut today. Rate cut. And then you had Bank of Japan and everything yesterday, and now we have Apple and Amazon earnings after the bell, and a lot more in store. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it, baby. Good morning. Oh, happy Friday, Junior. What's going on, baby? I hope you're living good. What up, Beans? What up, Candy? Mark, Mayhem, Big Dizzer, baby, Jost Chase, Hazel, Red Berry, baby, Malcolm King, Casey Rice, Hugo, El Chapato, Gary, Roman, he's Tim Whitman in the house, baby. Good morning. What up, Jost Chase? What up, Harmony? What up, Boney, baby? Oh, Dave, Sons of Averaging, Dakota, El Chapato, Joseph, Ian, Dakota, Adolfo, Luis, baby. What's going on? Happy Friday, Junior. How you living, Big Carly? Nope. Alex, Da, baby. Jay Mandalia. Mark J, baby. Good morning. What up, Mr. Karan? Tiggity, Mark J, Kurt McGirt, Winning Loser, Snail, Ansel, Trapper Wolf, Rob, KS, Carlos, Nate, Kofi, Kurt McGirt, baby. Good morning. What up, Andrea? How you living, me not sure? What up, Lila? What up, Needin? What up, Mr. Kicks? Oh, Roy Flynn, baby. What's going on? What about the Twitch? Pinelander, Nikki on Smash, Mother Liquor, Blowing Doll, Citrix, Sim Race Review, El Coyote, The Mercader, QA, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh my gosh, it's Friday, Junior, baby. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's already Friday tomorrow, and then we're going to get the data, and then you already had again, jobless claims today. There was somewhat of an effect there. Bonds are already up, so let's see, man, and welcome to August. Can you guys believe it? I feel like it was just yesterday we were counting how many weeks started off this year. Yeah, I know. It's already August. 8 months in, bro. 8 months in. So good morning, Chatadonia. Good morning. Here is your news. U.S. stock futures advance as NVIDIA adds to gains. U.S. stocks were set to extend gains on Thursday after a dovish Federal Reserve and Meta Platforms Inc.'s sales beat added fuel to a rebound for technology companies. The Bank of England cut rates from a 16-year high. Gauges for NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 futures contracts rose 0.6% and 0.5%, respectively, after the main indexes registered their biggest gains since February in the previous session. NVIDIA Corp rose 3% in pre-market trading after adding a record £329 billion in value on Wednesday. The beat from Meta also contributed to the buoyant mood, offering evidence that spending on artificial intelligence can translate into better returns for investors. Jobless claims data came in stronger than expected, continuing claims at the highest point since November 2021. The Fed signaled on Wednesday that officials are on course to ease monetary policy next month unless inflation progress stalls. We'll see tomorrow with payrolls if the Fed is right, but if it is, then the upward trend on equity markets is likely to continue, said Amélie de Rambure, a multi-asset portfolio manager at Amundi in Paris. The Bank of England Switzerland lowered rates by 25 basis points in a narrow vote, as expected, while signaling further cautious reductions ahead. The pound fell 0.5%, while yields on 10-year gilts weakened 3 basis points. Traders added to wagers on further reductions this year, pricing around 35 basis points of easing by December. For equities, the bullish mood in the U.S. didn't extend to Europe, where the regional benchmark dropped on a series of disappointing results from automakers and Societe Generale SA. The Stock 600 index weakened 0.3% after BMW AG's earnings slowed and German rival Volkswagen AG's margins declined, with both automakers suffering from weak demand in China. A poor performance in Societe Generale SA's retail unit sent the stock plummeting 7.9%, dragging down European peers such as HSBC Holdings plc and UniCredit SPA. The disappointing results serve as further evidence of building pressure for European companies on the back of softer demand and a macro backdrop that remains beset by challenges. The European benchmark has been trading sideways for the past 2 months after rallying in the year through May. People are a bit more concerned that we will see a sharper slowdown than what's currently priced in, said Richard Flax, Chief Investment Officer at digital wealth manager Money Farm. We've seen downgrades to next quarter's earnings. There's also been some notable commentary from macro bellwethers about consumer spending, and that does give you pause. For technology stocks, investors will be watching earnings from Amazon.com Inc. after the close for further clues about returns from investments in AI. A report from Apple Inc. will probably give indicators of how the iPhone 16 is expected to perform in September. The dollar rose 0.2% against a basket of currencies after recording its worst day since May on Wednesday. The yen erased earlier gains to trade little changed. Treasuries yields advanced 2 basis points to 4.05%. Corporate highlights: Ferrari NV raised its full-year outlook as customization and higher shipments of limited edition cars boosted profit in the second quarter. ARM Holdings shares fell as much as 13% in pre-market trading on Thursday after the chip designer stuck to its annual forecast despite topping earnings estimates in the fiscal first quarter. Societe Generale SA posted surging trading revenue even as its domestic retail unit continues to disappoint. Shell plc reported second quarter earnings that beat estimates and confirmed another $3.5 billion of share buybacks. Rolls-Royce Holdings plc raised its profit guidance for the year and said it will reinstate dividend payments. Its shares rose as much as 11%. Barclays plc said it will repurchase as much as 750 million pounds of shares as Chief Executive Officer C.S. Venkatakrishnan makes good on his promise to improve the bank's payouts to investors. Biogen Inc. raised its profit outlook after cost cuts and faster sales of new drugs boosted second quarter earnings. AP Moller Maersk AS boosted its underlying EBITDA guidance for the full year. Fed signals the Federal Reserve kept interest rates on hold as expected, but signaled cuts are getting closer unless progress stalls on getting inflation back to target. Chair Jerome Powell said policymakers will keep watching the data closely, but that if everything keeps moving in the direction it is now, then a reduction in our policy rate could be on the table as soon as the next meeting in September. Futures higher, U.S. stock futures are edging higher, treasuries are lower, and the dollar is up as the Fed decision reverberates, complemented by earnings from the tech sector. The yen is flat, but a furious run for the Japanese currency after its central bank hiked interest rates has set up a new target for traders. The Bank of England is due to make its rate decision later, with wagers tilted toward a cut. AI payoff. Facebook and Instagram parent Meta Platforms is rising in pre-market trading after its results indicated that AI investments are paying off by driving sales of more targeted advertising. That comes after a disappointment from Microsoft, but also follows a surge for U.S. tech stocks on Wednesday, led by NVIDIA adding $329 billion in market value. Fellow trillion-dollar club members Apple and Amazon will report after the close. Chip challenges Beyond NVIDIA, the picture in the chip sector is less rosy. Qualcomm initially rallied after its results, but that fizzled amid worries of a slow recovery in the smartphone sector. Chip designer ARM Holdings slid after it stuck to a tepid forecast with no sign it will replicate the AI-related boom seen at NVIDIA or Broadcom. For the broader market, the U.S. is considering unilateral restrictions on China's access to AI memory chips and equipment as soon as next month. Oil price rise. Oil prices have extended their gain following a jump on Wednesday amid ongoing concerns about escalating tensions in the Middle East. The extra bounce, which has seen Brent settle above $80 a barrel, came following a report that Iran had ordered a retaliatory strike on Israel for the killing of a Hamas leader on its soil. Oil traders are loading up on call options following this week's price spike on the possibility the rise will continue. And top overnight news: WestJ's Timmy Rouse wrote the Fed cleared the path for a September rate cut and noted officials held rates steady, but made an important pivot of highlighting a more balanced focus on employment and inflation goals. The U.S. could impose restrictions on China's ability to access high bandwidth memory chips and the equipment needed to make those chips, potentially limiting Beijing's ability to build AI infrastructure, BBG. The U.S. said Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro lost the presidential election, while he doubled down and said opposition leaders Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez should be jailed for at least 30 years. BBG. BMW shares slump in European trading after the company reported a shortfall on auto margins due to weakness in China. Volkswagen shares also sliding lower after the company's margins were hurt by restructuring charges, while China deliveries witnessed softness. MGMT said its cost-cutting initiatives aren't over and would persist beyond H2. Boyji, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has issued an order for Iran to strike Israel directly in retaliation for the killing in Tehran of Hamas's leader Ismail Haniyeh, according to 3 Iranian officials briefed on the order. NYT expectations tilted toward the first BOE cut since the start of the pandemic, a 25 BP reduction to 5%, but economists said it's a close call after months of silence from Governor Andrew Bailey due to the UK election campaign. Officials will also release growth and inflation forecast today. BBG, Bill Ackman pressed pause on the initial public offering of a new fund aimed at everyday investors after a lack of investor demand forced him to dramatically shrink his fundraising target. WSJ, Donald Trump now trails Kamala Harris in the presidential race. Predicted showed his odds briefly dropped to just under 50%. They reached 70% at one stage. BBG, McDonald's $5 meal deal drove a notable bump in diner traffic and is helping to capture customers from rivals, according to a company memo to franchisees. BBG to Meta plus 7% pre-MKT reported EPS upside at 5.16 plus 73% and above the street's 4.72 forecast, were the beat driven by higher sales plus 22% to $39.07 billion versus the street $38.33 billion. Cost controls, expenses rose only 7%, while OP margins spiked 900 BP to 38%, and a low tax rate 11% versus the street's tilde 15% forecast. CapEx ran below the street at only $8.1 billion. This is more than $1 billion below the consensus forecast of $9.4 billion. But despite this, they take up the full year CapEx guide slightly, now $37.40B versus the prior $35.40B, and talk about significant CapEx growth in 25. RTRS. Don't worry, there is more. S&P futures are up by 0.5 Thursday morning trading following a Wednesday that saw a rally on the S&P, NASDAQ, and Mag 7, giving their best performance since February on the back of a tech bounce driven by earnings and AI enthusiasm and oversold conditions. Treasuries firmer across the curve. Dollar is up by 0.2 with the euro and sterling soft. Gold is up by 0.6, Bitcoin down by 0.7, and WTI is up by 0.4. A few dynamics in focus this morning, including some spillover of the positive sentiment from Wednesday's tech bounce and dovish-leaning Fed takeaways elsewhere. Meta results, guidance, AI commentary, a bright spot for big tech ahead of results from Apple and Amazon after the close. Latest softening labor market data and falling labor costs are also adding support to the Fed rate cut path, though also adding to the growth concerns. Some of the other notable reporters in tech like Qualcomm and ARM have underwhelmed, while weaker auto results, one of the biggest stories overseas. European autos weakest since November. Another round of disappointing China macro data, post Bank of Japan yen's Nikkei sell-off, and elevated Middle East tensions also overhangs. Initial claims came in above expectations, highest since last August. Continuing claims higher than expected and highest since November 21. Q2 productivity higher than expected. Unit labor costs came in under consensus. ISM manufacturing and construction spending on U.S. economic calendar later this morning. Market more interested in July employment report tomorrow, particularly in the wake of Powell's comments. Street is looking for 175,000 jobs tomorrow, while unemployment rate is expected to hold at 4.1 and average hourly earnings seen to go up by 0.3. Overseas, Bank of England cut first time since 2020. As expected, Chinese Caixin manufacturing unexpectedly joined the official manufacturing PMI in contraction for July. Israel confirmed Hamas second in command was killed with airstrike. Last month, still very busy on earnings front. Nearly 65% of the S&P is now reported. Blended earnings growth rate for quarter two running at 10.7% gain, up from 8.9 at the end of the quarter. In addition, 78% of reporters have beat on consensus EPS expectations in line with the one-year average. In aggregate, earnings are surprising to the upside by 4.3%, below the 6.5 one-year average positive surprise rate. Revenue beat rates are running at just below or just about below 60% and below the 63% one-year average, while revenue beating by 1.1% in line with the one-year average. Wow. There is more. Fed leaves central rates unchanged, though with some dovish tweaks to policy. Rate futures pricing in 95% chance of September cut at latest FOMC, up from 89% before the release. Bank of England tilted towards first rate cut since pandemic, close to cutting rates from 16-year high. Bank of Japan Chief Ueda hawkish streak signals more rate hikes to come, even against a backdrop of a weaker economy. Meta guides Q3 revenue above expectations, optimistic on prospects for AI adoption. Qualcomm beats and cautious on outlook for phone shipments. Apple Q2 due today likely to show higher revenue as discounts seen boosting iPhone demand in China. Applied Materials told U.S. officials that it won't receive CHIPS Act grant for $4 billion facility in Silicon Valley. European auto updates disappoint. Toyota shares hit following earnings. ARM holding off on boosting its annual forecast, raising concerns about growth prospects. U.S. air carriers seek to seize on rush from booming high-end travel demand. Chip-making stocks becoming increasingly sensitive to plans of a handful of big tech groups. Yen spike causes reassessment of carry trade. Some strategists see yen reaching 140 per dollar. China bond yields plumb new low, fueling debate about whether PBOC will intervene. U.S. mulling restrictions on China access to AI memory chips. Iran leader orders attack directly against Israel, raises fear of a wider Mideast war. Israel confirms it killed Hamas military commander Dief, and U.S. seeks to push Gaza for ceasefire. U.S. and EU diplomats holding urgent discussion in bid to avoid wider Middle Eastern conflict. Ukraine passes law allowing suspension of foreign debt payments. China manufacturing PMI unexpectedly contracts, contrasting with growth in Asia. Eurozone final manufacturing PMI deep in contractory territory, with output declining at the fastest pace in a year. UK manufacturing PMI highest since February 22, with stronger output, hiring, and optimism around the new government. South Korean export growth hits 6-month high amid 50% surge in chip shipments, and factory growth slows. China new home sales decline at quicker pace. China bond yields hit new low. Trump promises to eliminate taxes on Social Security payments for seniors. Harris team meets Shapiro in VP search while labor groups oppose Kelly. And that's it. Oh, that's all your headlines. I thought there was going to be more. Oh, man, good time. We still got a little bit more Chattadonia. So good morning. Yes, there's a lot of the, honestly, it's actually crazy. It's like 4 pages of names. It's kind of nuts. I'm going to go through here. We'll skip a couple of them, but a lot of them are earnings. Again, 60% of the SPY has already reported. Carvana is up 10.5 off earnings. CHRW up 10 off earnings. APTV 9.7 earnings. Meta 8.4 earnings. NBIX 7.4 off earnings. ALNY 5% off earnings. Eli Lilly is up 3.6. Top line results from Summit 3 clinical trial evaluating tirzepatide. I don't know what that is. Kellanova up 3.9 off earnings. Nvidia's up. ANET's up post earnings. GEV up 1.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Bud up 1.4 off earnings. CTSH up 0.6 off earnings. RSI up 19 off earnings. Shack up 15 off earnings. XAS up 13.1 off earnings. RCM up 9.1. Tower Brook to acquire for $8.9 billion in cash. Reddit is up by 4.5, blocking search engines from accessing site posts and comments unless they sign commercial agreements. That's pretty big. BTU is up 6.0 off earnings. Zeta up 8 off earnings. BHC up 5 off earnings. IMRX up 31. FDA fast track for IMM 1104. CLO up 20 off earnings. Nova 18 off earnings. Weave up 9 off earnings. RGNX up 5.8. New interim data for Affinity Duchenne trial. FBLG up 5 off nothing. PDSP up 4. FDA approval of phase 3. Myrna down 13 off earnings. ARM down 9 off earnings. Mobileye down 8 off earnings. APO down 4 off earnings. HES down 3.7. Update on Exxon arbitration. Mitsubishi down 2.5 off earnings. UMC down 1.6. AMC Sympathy. AMAT down 1.5 off LRCX Sympathy. Tiva down 1.3. Confirms receipt of investigative demand from FTC. 3M down 1. Appoints Anurag Mashawari as new CFO, down 1.1. Qualcomm down 0.9 off earnings. Teladoc down 19 off earnings. ATEC down 18 off earnings. 10MB down 14 off earnings. AUR down 9. 350 million common stock offering. Crocs down 5 off earnings. Wayfair down 5 off earnings. PAX down 2.5 off earnings. And Gel down 2.0 off earnings. They're all down off of earnings. Ta-da! That's a lot of names. That's a lot of names there. And then again, Meta and Roblo. So there's just a lot. Remember, 60% has already reported. I have a couple of names. I'm going to be looking at Meta and Snap. Again, Meta was very good. Let's see if there's any post-earnings plays. Otherwise, Snapchat ahead of time will be good. I think ARM was absolutely awful. I don't know if our play will hit, but those downside plays are going to be good. Or ARM might be able to bounce back up to 140. Then keep an eye on the bond plays. We're still in those from yesterday. Those are doing good. And then going to be watching the yen. Any yen plays are back in play. And then Eli Lilly, they had that approval there. And then Mobileye, they did bad. It's just a bigger mover there. I think a lot of hype. Let's see how it trades. But Chatadonia. That's what I have. You're here right now. I think we have a couple of minutes. Oh, wait. I think I have a lot of time, actually. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's 23. Oh, yeah. So let's see. I don't know. Do you have any plays? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I think we might have to go to the place. Yeah, baby. What do you got? What do you have for me, Chatadonia? What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What are you doing here for earnings? Brah. Tesla puts, SPY puts, Humana call, IWM 240 call November, Roblo, Uncle, oil calls, Nvidia SPY calls, SMH puts, Apple call, KGC calls, Amazon Clover, Serve, Holden MO calls, good morning from Japan, good night, QQQ, TEF shares, Microsoft calls, Roblo call, TQQ 70 call, SPY put, Nvidia call, GLD call, Apple 212, Tesla puts, SoFi calls, Apple 240, Arm Strangle, Apple calls, long term and buy the dips, MO dividend, Enphase calls, TLT, Tesla flushing pre-market, Recover calls, AMD shares, holding TLT, like the video, MO dividends, Jesus calls, selling TLT, Apple calls, MU, SoFi, SPY puts, August 6th, buying Carvana, adding to the long term, TMF calls, Humanisite, Teladoc calls, TLT, Enphase, morning, and the final plays. Brrrah. UWMC call, SPY put, TLT November 110, PayPal calls, and Upstart calls. Wow. My goodness. A lot of calls. No, you tell me. A lot of calls. I didn't know. Yesterday was one of the biggest days, apparently, since February. So, I don't know. A lot of calls out there, Chatadonia. The big data is tomorrow, so you already kind of got a little bit of that. I gave you my plays. We have like 30 seconds. I don't know. Can we push it? I think we'll just do it later. I think we could get it in later. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, oh, yes, it's time. And here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service and dedication. Thank you for fighting for the freedoms that we all enjoy. Whether we show the love or not, man, we are all benefiting off of it. So I hope all of you, man, the least you could do is show this love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless every single one of you and your families. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you, my friend. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Chattadonia. Wow, I hope you're feeling good, baby. It's Friday, Junior. It's Friday, Junior. Again, the earnings so far, I don't even think anything crazy in the morning. It was all last night. People feeling good. You got Bank of England rate cut. You got the Powell yesterday. I don't know, man. People feeling a certain way. So, Chattadonia, we got a little bit. We have 2 minutes. I need to go potty, though. I don't think I'm going to have my potty break. All right, we might be able to hold it in. Yeah, man. Everybody's on a quick break. Maybe I'll just play it. I'll play a commercial in the background, and then I'll go. But like the video if you like. It's been on holiday again. That's it. So remember why. Do you guys know why you don't have to like the video? If you didn't remember, I might have to charge y'all again. Okay? But I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. See you in a little bit, baby.
How do you really assess the risk of climate change? Because how can you possibly know whether there's going to be a hurricane or a flood? It's just based on the past or the projection of the future? Or how do you do that?
Since the dynamic has changed, we need to also look forward. And what we do a lot, we work a lot with scientists who understand what the warming of the Earth and climate change will mean for the question of taking risk. And secondly, we take much less risk than we used to take because we have to be careful.
So let's suppose there are a lot of hurricanes. Is that good for property and casualty insurers or not? Good because people say, well, there's going to be more hurricanes, I should buy more insurance, or not good because you got to pay a lot of claims?
It depends. I would say it's good because it creates the awareness to do more prevention. What we see today is that, as I said earlier, there is more events. It becomes more and more difficult to insure, and therefore we work a lot with our customers around prevention.
Perfect. What happened to my platform?
DOJ or other authorities.
Okay.
Face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a
All right, man. We got 30 seconds. All right, my bad. Got that out the way. So yeah, did you guys remember why you don't have to like the video? Because I've been hooking y'all up, and y'all have been very poor on there. But you know why, right? Because again, what good does the likes matter if they clap you anyways? For telling people, oh my goodness. So Chattadonia, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Let's see what we have. Again, ARM. I really like that one to the downside, but I don't know if those contracts are going to go up. The MO plays are moving. Let's see how long those hold. Remember, we got to make those free. ARM is actually up. So you got 60% on the ARMs. They're widening the spreads on those. I'm very surprised. And the ARM contracts have already opened up. So all good news. And remember, a put has limited downside. That's the only problem. Albemarle up. Pfizer jump. Damn, ARM's already at 130. So literally, ARM just popped up like $4 or $5 there off of the opening. Very expensive, baby. AMD, I forgot. AMD was good. Watch out for Meta, too. Again, Meta is literally right at the cusp of what it was pricing in. So, again, Meta was pricing in like, what, 8 or 9, and it's there. Yeah, the MO plays are up over 200. So, yeah, those are 3 cents to 11 cents right there. So, MO is doing actually very good. And then Meta. That's crazy. So, you have Meta out of the monies that are actually in the red. Believe it or not. Jeez. All right, I grabbed a Meta. But you guys got to tell me why you like the video though, or why you don't have to. I need something out of y'all. But yeah, I grabbed a Meta. Oh, is that a weekly? Fuck. Oh, silly me. Damn it, I thought that was the next week. That's my mistake. Well. Oh, the long-term deposit did hit. I forgot about that. So we do have our long-term deposit. And then ARM is coming up. All right, well, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did a 565 call on Meta for a weekly for 20 cents. I thought it was a next week. So that's what it was. My PHILO, no, it has nothing to do with the PHILO. It was part of it, but I just said, again, ever since they gave me a channel strike after the whole voting thing, I stopped asking for likes. I think it highlights the point. It doesn't really matter who likes the video or not if we are getting clapped by something bigger. So, yeah, good morning. Good morning, baby. Tesla's even go. I see a lot of green for some reason, and we're still in the bond play too. So again, bond play is actually ripping. ARM did bad, and then they did not guide up. They actually refused to guide up. And then there's MES again. That little, even the small Russell play, that thing is actually up. Why does green surprise you? Because I see a lot of green, but the names still show red. And then we're up by 0.5 right now. Myrna, again, they had earnings. I'm looking at bonds. This is a new high. So you're even higher than yesterday. Still in between here. We are above the 1.7. So again, that 1.7 that we had priced in, we are trading well above that right now. Roblo had earnings. Lumen was running the other day. All right, I sold my bond play from yesterday after Powell, 1,400. Nice. But I'm out of the ZB. I still have the ZQ. I'm down a double dip on that, but for now, we are out. Apple's on the low. Aye. Again, MO plays are up 300% now. So again, your MO is ripping. Mm. About Mara, I don't. It'll probably move a lot, but I don't really know how I feel about it. I think all crypto will be interesting, but I don't really like playing those. I think Apple and Apple, Intel, Amazon, those will probably be your biggest ones today. Again, Intel earnings today. That's also going to be pretty big. I thought Roblo beat. Oh damn, Roblo's trading down there because they were up. I think they were up like 7% in the morning. Bro, those MO contracts killed it, 400%. So that was a great one from yesterday. Yeah, that BNB. It's been like that in that range. So they're going to have to come through. And Marriott did bad yesterday. So like I was saying, I don't really know what's going to happen with travel trends, but Marriott was not a good look. IRM's at 108. That's disgusting. And then again, we just sold out of the bond play there. XLV popping. Remember, Humana was down yesterday. They're about to go green. NASDAQ up by a quarter. Everything's up a quarter. Dow and SPY are the ones doing the best. The CEO of Roblox, David Baszucki, has stepped down and will focus on his personal life. Is that what they said? Let's see, Roblo. Oh, I forget. I have an M2K. I'm still in that one. I'm still in the Airbnb play, yeah. Again, they don't report till next week. Hezbollah leader says countries ask groups to not respond to Israeli strike on Beirut suburb. Snap. Is it after hours? I thought Snap was next week. No. Snap is today. Oh, yeah, data, PMIs, and ISM. It's only been 8 minutes. That's crazy. We just started. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, gold is nuts. Gold and silver. So again, you have Bank of England rate cut, and you have the drama overseas, all of the war stuff. So yeah, you'll get the S&P PMI here in like 7 minutes, but then the ISM one at 10. That's going to be the most important one. Palantir. Yeah, Palantir's going crazy, up 1.4. And then there's Google. GLD barely in the green, but still looks good. Again, the yen, don't forget about that. Yen gave up a lot, though, from last night. Yeah, the yen's literally negative. Hezbollah leader says group would have admitted if they made a mistake that led to killings in Israel-occupied Golan. Oh, no, you're getting some war headlines or Middle East headlines. I haven't seen oil today. I think it's up. Yeah, oil's up another 0.5%, and that's after going 5% yesterday. And then Mobilize down 25. Whew. Damn. So again, Mobileye had earnings, but they're getting clobbered. Yeah, Starbucks fell 2.4. They kind of chilled. Again, IRM is at 109. This thing's kind of going crazy. I went for this week on Meta, but I meant to go next week, but it was too late. I mean, that play's kind of holding up too. But yeah, I like Meta, but I would prefer more time. Again, I think their earnings was good. No, Myrna and Mobileye. So Mobileye's down 24 off earnings. Myrna's down 20-something. I think there's one more. And then even Roblo is down pretty bad. And then SPY here near the high. APH. Apple, they're near the low, but they're still in the green. Very interesting. And then Reddit, again, I don't know if you guys heard that news. Reddit wants to deal with all the search engines. Meta or Reddit wants a deal where you can't show Reddit content unless you have a deal. It's kind of wild. And then MO contracts are still going up. Yeah, Carvana was weirdly good again. But they're up 8. SPY's starting to break out a little bit. The Russell play is kind of lagging. So today, SPY is doing better than the Russell and even the NASDAQ. But actually, now the NASDAQ's coming back up. I don't know. I kind of like the Reddit play, but that thing won't get above 70. And then SPY still working its way up. Young Meta. Why the Swiss franc has appreciated against the dollar despite having them cut rates. I think every other currency and then even the weakening of the yen. But remember, lately it's really been about the dollar. So if anything, I think that's the weirder part of it strengthening against the dollar. But in general, you could just view everything as either the dollar, the euro, or the yen. And those things, whether or not they've been stronger or weaker, that's what's been pushing values. That's why it's kind of been weird with even like Japan, where it's like we're even looking to see what the dollar does, because if Powell wants to do something, it can negate anything they do. I don't know about Reddit for the long term. I like the company. I like Reddit itself, but I don't know about the valuation. I mean, it is expensive, but then again, it probably will be here in 10 years. But I think you could get a better one. I forgot about Microsoft again. There's MO. That one is looking good. Let's see. Microsoft is breaking out. All right, SPY new high. I'm seeing I feel like this MO moves reminds. I think these are exactly how it played out last time for earnings. I think last time we hit it on MO when we got to 39, it was because of earnings, and then it sold off. Microsoft is really running right now. I think it's really doing great. Yeah, and the MOs are fire. So again, you have like 200 to 400% depending. I mean, the spread is wide. We just bought them for so cheap. But do as you please with those. They're already free. But now you could do whatever you'd like. You can have whatever you like. And then there's NVIDIA. You guys know NVIDIA was one of the biggest days in history yesterday, adding 350 billion or whatever in market cap. When did we call out MO? Yesterday, I think during the call. So that was a post-earnings play. Meta is climbing up here, and the SPY 10B. Remember Tenib? I think they were getting a buyout offer earlier. They're down 12, tenable. My goodness. And then Microsoft. Well, the dollar's supposed to weaken. So I don't know why the dollar's up, but then again, the yen came down. But with everything going on, you would think the dollar would be weakening. If we're talking Powell rate cuts, Bank of Japan rate hike, and all of this other stuff, you would think that's the case. You did just get PMI data, but this isn't the big one. But manufacturing PMI, 49.6, estimate was 49.6. So we're going to get the big data here in about 15 minutes. Thanks, man. God bless you, baby. Good morning. The Russell's doing good, but not as hot as the other days. Remember, we got that small Russell end of the day yesterday. That thing's only up like $20. Why the dollar would weaken? Well, what part are you not understanding? And then MO just flipped right when you guys said you're all selling out. What the hell, Chad? Come on. Pfizer's dumping. Where banks at? Shaq, that was a good earnings. They're up 18. Bonds going higher. So bonds are breaking out now off of the data. And then again, in the next 12 minutes, 13 minutes, we are going to be getting more data here. Carvana, 52-week high. The PMI data, I mean, it'll just give you basic info on inflation and like production. It's one of the softer sets of data that you could say leads into the harder sets, but for the most part, just look for inflation signs, strong or weaker. It does have the ability to move bonds, but at this point, I think it could give us some reaction, but you do have jobs report tomorrow, which will be the set-all, be-all. IV for tomorrow. SPY puts his high. Yeah, the non-farms, it's big. Like I was saying, I said it all week. It's going to be the most important event. So even though Powell was yesterday, and you would think, and it was a big move yesterday, but you would think Powell would be the most important. He's not. Just that jobs report, that could confirm or deny a lot. Wayfair is literally going straight up. I think this was a bad earnings. Yo, check Wayfair. How did I feel yesterday in the video? Does that worry you? No. It just everything kind of just reminded me of the environment that we're in. But it's not anything too worrying. But like that was the whole thing we were talking about, just with the curve inverting and uninverting. And I was just saying, like, it's either about to be a fat volatility downside or we're about to see a violent rip. So I think the video doing that kind of shows that example where like we the last couple of weeks we entered some weird volatility. The curve started to uninvert. People were getting worried about a lot of things, and it was either the earnings come in bad and the data comes in bad and then we dump another 10, or you were about to eat it all back up and then the curve steepens again and then we rip, and then that was your big dip buy up until the end of summer or a little bit afterwards. So it didn't really add anything new. Man, Wayfair is about to go green. They have some crazy options. I kind of like Wayfair, to be honest with you. I don't know why AMD is that bad. And then Square did have a pop. AMD should be up a little bit more. Again, you got Intel today. 5K in the long term, 400 in the options. Can't wait to school to finish it, to start putting a bit of money in the long term. I like the balance, though. I like that you have way more in the long term. I like how you're starting with the options, too. So that's very good, man. You know, I've seen some people be like, I got 5,000 in the option and $4 in the long term. I'm going to get dividend stocks with the $4, Josh. And then I'm going to do dailies on the options. And then I'm going to do the wheel strategy with the daily option wheel with the wheel option and pad. And then the Fibonacci prop fund because the technical. And I'm going to do the 5,000, 4,000 until I get there. And then I'll start the long term after I make $20 million. And then I'll do the long term, Joshua. And then that'll be a good time because right now the market is really high. So in the meantime, let me just gamble all my money on the short term because everything's so expensive. So I should just gamble it all away right now. What? That's okay, I guess. You're a hater, Josh. Screw you, Josh. It all work. You're a hater. I'm okay, man. I guess I don't. Whatever, man. No, man. I'm proud of you though. You have no idea. That joke is so funny because it's real, man. So for you starting like that, I'm very proud.
Shares are rising on a surprise.
Keep it up.
A large profit and a terrific guide. Carvana founder and CEO Ernie Garcia, usually on Mad Money many times, joins us first on CNBC Now. And I know that I have to join Adam Jonas in almost saying congratulations, Ernie. He had to hold back because it was such a great quarter. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
It's Carvana,
All right, so
homie.
let's go to this line.
Oh, this thing's killing
it's
it.
so antithetical to the industry that you're in, that it almost makes you feel like you're not in the same industry. It is very rare to be both the fastest growing and most profitable company in a category. Then I think people should understand that there's only been one way to make money in this business, where you sell so many cars and you try to do it with ribbon gross margins. You're not doing that at all, are you?
And then VIX is climbing.
Yeah, so
VIX
Jim,
is still in the red.
We started this company 11 years ago, and we decided to build something that was totally different. And that meant a completely different supply chain. It meant a ton of investment. Over the last 11 years, we've invested about $10 billion in trying to build a completely different supply chain. And all that fixed cost investment is now coming back and paying off, and it's showing up in much lower variable costs. And so it means that we can give customers a great experience. We can grow really quickly and efficiently. And then we can also hit these really exciting milestones, like having the best or the most profitable quarter of any automotive retailer ever. So we're extremely
gold
excited
hit a
about
new
all
high
that.
today.
Sold over 100,000 cars in Q2. That makes you right there almost at the top, doesn't it?
We're number 2 right now, but our sights are set much, much higher. So we'll keep going.
Okay, so you have an offering that's being done, and it wasn't really clear to me. I know it's some of your stock, but I thought that was most interesting. Maybe you can give us the number. Is that you list as one of the risk factors short sellers making up stuff about you? Is that still a problem?
You've been through our risk factors in more detail than I have. It sounds like. So I think there are.
I don't even know what the fuck is in our filing.
We don't focus too much on
to
that.
be honest with you, Jim.
Try to keep our heads
no
down.
idea what the hell we wrote there.
There's that old famous
So I'm
saying,
glad that you read
in the
it.
short run, the stock market is a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. So we're working on building mass, and we'll keep
Homie
doing
had
that.
no idea what was in his
Hertz
filing.
has an interesting story today. They're accelerating them selling of all.
Why,
the
he looked like
inventory
he
which
spray
are-
tan.
Yes, Teslas in large part.
I'm
Are you
jealous
a
'cause I'm
buyer
still
of
pale.
used Teslas, and
But
are
like
they
he got a
selling
weird,
well?
like I see his hairline
Sure.
tan.
So, let me answer that question a little more broadly. I think
You don't even read
we
his
sell
filing.
kind of the cars that Americans love. We look at what customers are buying. We buy those from customers and at auction, and then we recondition them. We get them ready for sale. We sell them to our customers. So that means, we're selling Equinoxes. We're selling Jeep Grand Cherokees. We're selling all the cars you need to
Meta and
expect
AMD.
Escapes. But it
Oh,
also means,
hey,
we
Bradley
attract
Frizzle.
customers that's a little bit younger, a little more affluent. So we do disproportionately sell EVs. We have a higher
Patient,
market
screw
share in EVs than
Carvana.
we do
We got the
in
peach
ICE.
horn. He sells a lot of Tesla Model 3. What about the Tesla Model Peach? Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle on a Friday Junior Chattadonia. Man, you even got Meta breaking out. You got the Peach breaking out. Oh, my goodness. Peach it up, baby. I don't know. Boeing? I don't know. Maybe could again. Netflix has been going up. Boeing sold off. So remember, they had earnings. I think maybe they got some of the war headline stuff and then faded. And then gold is coming back up. You guys, I don't want to admit it, but I'm scared. But just long story short, I want to short gold again at 2,500, but I'm scared Because, again, last I said I wasn't going to short it again. That's the only thing I said I wouldn't do. But it looks very tempting. And then I'm going to double dip on bonds if we could get a pullback. Again, Meta, again, Israeli Netanyahu says Israel in high readiness for any scenario. It's going up more. It's already went up a lot. So, again, when that last gold play I was in, I had to close it because of the rollover. But that was 24.08. So, gold is up almost $100 from our last gold entry. MES, big pop. I got out of the MES, too. War would affect TLT, yeah. I think part of TLT is because of that. So, TLT got a bid off of Powell, but I think some of that war headlines from yesterday, it gave you a fear bid on a lot of different assets. Buy some more M2K. I actually went negative. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till it like really goes red. Like deep red. Because then we could just... The small ones are tiny. So you could really work your way in and out of that. So yeah, let's get like low 2200s. And then we'll add another one. They're small, though. I forgot about that. What do you think about the MO Weekly 51s? I think they're good. I think those are the ones I bought yesterday, right? So they're like ultra free right now. You can do whatever you want. It just depends on your risk tolerance. You know, you already have a free play. You could drive it home. You could take another 200%. You could push it, sell it. It's a whole new world. IWM, it's good. I think today's chilling. I have a small Russell play, but it's the same thoughts as earlier. All of the plays are back in play. So after yesterday, Powell, the Bank of Japan, all of this whole like rotation idea, all of those are in full-fledged force right now. Gold, bonds, Russell, rotation, all of that. Yeah, ZB killed it. I closed out. We made 1,400 on the ZB. I'm down to get another one. I want to, but I'm going to wait till it gets a pullback because we have data in 3 minutes. So get ready here. The data in the next couple of minutes, that's going to change all the bond plays, everything. So ISM, PMIs come out 2 minutes. We're expecting 48.2, employment 49.3, and then prices 52. If you're going to get construction spending too. So get ready. Bonds, stocks, but mainly bonds and dollars should be moving. Roblo went green. Bro, Roblo is just down 8%. Netanyahu to talk to Biden about escalation in the region. I don't know the top 7. I have to see the breakdown. Give it a couple more minutes. Again, 1 more minute here till the data. So get ready. Lumen, I know some of you guys wanted that. Low ticker is very active. Again, a couple names like Roblo went green to red or red to green. The banks are dying. Remember, they have been leading, though. 1 minute. I want GLD puts, but it's bad. It could be really bad if you're wrong. I'm speaking from experience. So if you have a put, you can limit your downside, but I want to short the actual damn asset. And then again, I'd wait till 40 seconds. If you're going to touch gold or bonds, you might as well just wait for the data now because it's about to move big in the next 30 seconds. Yeah, what's up? Good morning. 20 seconds to the data. Yeah. Good more happy morning, Hanukkah. What? 10 seconds. Bonds is /ZB or TLT or even IEF. I'm using the futures. And there it is. Boop. Oh, wow. Damn, ISM new orders 47 versus 49. Prices went up. And then manufacturing PMIs dropped. And then unemployment cratered. So very weird there. Because employment dropped big, but then the prices went up. And then construction spending fell too. So I don't know. I think bonds had a knee-jerk reaction, but that's the lowest ISM employment in a year. So I think the employment is very good that it came down, but then everything else wasn't that solid. So again, the PMIs were lower, but then prices went up a little bit. I think it's good though, low key. I don't know if the bonds will come down off of it. Because again, prices are elevated, employment down, and then overall index is going down too. Damn, gold popped off of that. So gold is going off of that. Isn't that bad? I mean, the prices are bad, but the employment coming down is good. But then again, depends on how much it comes down. But ideally, we want to see data that, again, solidifies a rate cut in September. That's your real question. So where is the Zaza off of that? The Zaza didn't even move. And then Russell's still down. Equal weight is down in the last 20 minutes. Yeah, IWM is down a decent amount. I'm down $90 on a small one, but that's like 20 points. And then Tesla trying to go up. Yeah, Russell's down 0.5%. Very weird. Russell's about to be at the low of the week. Following all of that. And then again, bonds are going up. Gold had a little run too. Excuse me. Oh no, it's already moving. Give it a sec. If Russell takes another dip, I'm down for another. Yeah, bonds are doing great off of it. So again, bonds, I don't think I already sold out. Unless you want to double dip now, I don't think you're going to be able to get back into it. So again, if bonds take off from here, that's it, home run. I already took mine, but it's still running up another, 0.3, 0.4. So it looks like the market's liking the data, i.e., I think the weaker employment. I think that's feeding into that. But SPY's still dancing around. Same with the Russell. Microsoft on the high. Where's the dollar? Dollar's still coming down. So that's what we were suspecting from the beginning. Pfizer back to 30. AMD on the low. Intel chilling. MO still holding again those contracts. Those are looking good too. Is that resistance? Yeah, I think the high 90. This is like a breakout point. It's like high 95s though. That's been a multi-month resistance, but if bonds break out from there, it could be very good. Pinduoduo, big pop. I guess not too big, but it's starting to run. Volume and new high of the day on Pinduoduo. I'll check news on that. I don't think there is anything. Yeah, Tesla was popping. That's another candle on Pinduoduo. Facing supplier backlash. That's old. Is this actual rate cut bullish or bearish? Well, we don't have anything yet, but I think it'll be bearish. Whenever they do cut rates, I think we have a problem. So, obviously, I think the yield curve will be something, but that was the whole talk yesterday. You got to realize Powell was talking about wanting to cut rates, but he sees the economy shifting. Whether he thinks it's good or bad, I mean, it implies a lot. Yeah, bro, bonds are damn ripping right now. And there's this SPY. SPY starting to come down. So literally bonds up, equities down. I'm waiting here. And then gold hit 25.06. That's insane. I'm seeing what time is it? 7:05. It's only been 35 minutes. And the SPY coming down a little bit. All right, we have 48 names green on the NASDAQ, 53 in the red. Dow Jones, 11 in the green, 19 in the red. And then SPY, 224 in the green, 279 in the red. So more names are down than not. Everything is kind of clobbered here today. And then there's SPY going towards again, bad data here. Slightly bad data has killed equities, gave the bonds a big rally. ARM CEO live on CNBC. ARM?
Thank you, Jim.
This is him?
Here. Thanks again for having me. You stated it very well. ARM is the most ubiquitous microprocessor compute platform in history. We are in every digital device you can get your hands on. Again, we estimate 70% of the world's population touches ARM in some way. That's in the data center, that's in the cars, that's in PCs, that's in mobile phones. Literally every digital device runs on ARM in some way. And the reason that's so important in terms of thinking about our company going forward is that the platform, in terms of going forward relative to growth, et cetera, you can't build a digital device without ARM.
GG on the high. Low ticker picking up, though.
In the data center,
you're going
AI,
lower.
Or even security cameras, it's going to run on ARM. So we're very, very bullish about our long-term prospects.
Now, I think people should understand that one of the reasons why that is the case, a lot of people don't understand what makes a winner here. So many people write software for you, and that's what makes you dominant, correct?
It is the software. Thank you for the great setup. There's been a lot of compute platforms and microprocessors over the decades. But what really makes a compute platform sticky is the software. And what does that mean exactly? Well, the operating system and all the applications that run need to run on a microprocessor. So when you think about your iPhone, your Android phone, iOS, Android, when you think about your PC, Mac OS, Windows, when you think about your automobile that runs software,
Fed swaps
all of
price
that
in
runs
3
on
cuts
ARM,
by
but most
year-end.
importantly, you have decades that have been spent not only writing that software, optimizing it, tweaking it for performance, and as a result, to switch that out is just a gigantic piece of work that, frankly, people don't have the time to invest in because people are investing in adding more and more new capabilities to these machines, such as AI. So yes, it's really all about the software, and it's the software that really, really makes us so sticky.
Excellent. So, Renee, before I get to the negative stuff, I want people to understand you got a double in this thing already. It went up a lot, but you did say this.
I went in on a bigger
Jason
Russell
Child,
to
your
flip.
excellent CFO, points out that
I'm
there's
still in my
continued
small
weakness
Russell.
in Internet of Things and networking equipment. Now, that strikes me as someone who's trying to figure out what the economy's doing as maybe some sort of economic weakness, because these are, in general, cyclical businesses, and it looks like they're not troughing yet.
Yeah, I think the important thing when you look at ARM, Jim, is you have to understand our business and how you break it
oh,
down.
wow,
We have two
gold.
components to our business. We have a
Shit.
licensing business, which is really about R&D.
Gold
and that
just
is
went
investment in new
25.06
technology, new products.
to 24.93.
Our licensing was up 72%
Yikes.
year on year. And we're seeing huge growth in demand because, candidly, to design these advanced products, people need more and more
Why is
compute
he on a
capabilities.
train?
You know, for example,
You hear that?
the chips today that are running some of these AI workloads like Llama, when those chips were designed, Llama was not even invented. So what we're seeing is people needing to invest more and more in new chips.
I guess
So
you
that
fill the
drives
gap, too,
licensing,
in
which
like
is
17 points.
about 40% of our revenue. We saw great growth. The other component is royalties, and it's well documented that some markets are slowing, have not completely recovered, but we're seeing great growth in some other markets. Our cloud business was up 75%, double digits up in automotive. And one of the areas we're most proud about is our smartphone growth, where units have been relatively flattish, but we were up 50% year on year on royalties in smartphones, and that's because our new version 9
Yeah, bro,
commands greater
IRM is
royalties.
wicked.
So
109.
for us, you really need to look in the long game in terms of the mix, but licensing is really the canary in the coal mine, if you will, about investment in new R&D. If that's going up, that's great for ARM. And royalties, because we're everywhere, not every market is up and to the right. So yes, true, there are a few markets that have not completely recovered.
And can you give us some more color on your licensing pipeline, especially as you say you're bullish about the long-term prospects? How long does that take to really filter into royalties?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for asking that. It generally takes about a couple years from the time we license technology to the time it shows up in royalties. And that's really a function of the time the IP is licensed by the customer,
ARM
they put it in the
CEO,
chip,
wasn't
that
it?
chip goes to an end product,
Wasn't it
let's say
like
a
some Asian
smartphone,
dude?
and then goes into production. It's about 2
I don't
years
even know who this
for
guy is.
smartphones, probably the same for PCs, a bit longer for data center and automotive. But it's a great
Well,
leading
gold is
indicator
just
of
big
where our
flip
business
on
is
that.
going. So if you see
It's still
licensing
very much
consistently
elevated,
up,
but
and
wild move.
licensing has been, frankly, fantastic for the 4 quarters since we've been public. That's a great leading indicator of more ARM in the future.
And then oil's negative.
You know, Renee, we talked about earlier the previous hour that the worst performing stock in the Dow is Intel. Now, I would have expected that Intel would have gotten a lot of the CPU business in the data center.
129. You
But
made
it seems
200
like that this
120
may
on those?
be a
Let's go,
almost a
baby.
game set match, zero sum.
morning,
where
go.
you took it all.
Well, the data center market, Jim, is a really interesting
Netflix,
market because
Squid
you
Game
have the traditional
Season
data
2.
center market, general purpose compute, if you will. And ARM had a lot of momentum in that market in the last couple of years. We picked up Amazon, we picked up Microsoft,
Roblo's
Google
going
announced the
too.
chip. So we've seen great growth in general purpose compute. And that's really because of the power efficiency of ARM versus x86 and other architectures. But I think the real growth driver for us is also going to be in these AI data centers. And these AI data centers, as you well know, are very, very complex.
Toyota had
They're
bad
extremely
delivery numbers
power
today.
hungry, much more so
And
than
people
a
got
traditional
pretty
data
worried on
center.
it.
They also greatly benefit from customization. That is, building a custom system, a custom blade, a custom rack, a custom chip, really gives strong benefit in terms of price and performance. That's why you see something like Grace Hopper and Grace Blackwell.
Again, Netflix
that
going up
type
even
of
more.
Solution could not be built
They
any
just
other
announced,
way
again,
other
season
than with
2.
ARM. And I think that is going to be a tailwind for us in terms of AI
Season
data
2 of
center
Squid
growth
Games.
because the customization
Bonds are
and
still
power
going.
efficiency lends itself very well
Defense
to AI
names
data
aren't
centers.
quite moving.
Hey, Renee, on that subject,
And again,
there are a number
GLD
of
flip,
investors at
eBay
least
on the
who start
high,
to question
and PayPal SPY near the low
how
of the
long the
day.
growth can continue in terms of the enormous spend that we sit here talking about, numbers we've never seen the likes of. I know you've had a long career. You've never seen anything like it. Is there a point at which you think it starts to hit the wall? I don't know if it's 2026 or when it may be. Or does this spend just continue unabated for a long period of time?
Yeah, I don't like to admit how long I've been at this, David, but you're right. I have seen a lot of these different trends over time. I think one of the things you have to look at with AI is what is driving the spend and why would it continue? One of the things that we have found with these large language models, generative AI, is they require a tremendous amount of compute to get smarter. And the smarter they get, the more you need to tune the models, the more compute you need to make it smarter and smarter. And I would argue that in terms of the capability of AI, whether it's AGI or ASI, whatever acronym you want to use, we're not there yet. We're actually not quite close to it. So I do think there will be more and more investment, and I think you saw it in some of the companies that have announced they're putting more and more CapEx into this. I think the thing that gets disaggregated a little bit is the business models that support all that CapEx. And honestly, I think that's not the right way to look about it because, it's like maybe going back to the internet of 2001 and looking at the business models back in that time and saying, well, gosh, you can't make money with web vans, so there isn't really going to be an internet going forward. That's just silly. The business models are divorced from the capability. And I think AI is going to be the most transformative type of technology we've seen in our lifetimes, just relative to the benefits you get, whether it's self-driving, whether it's drug research, areas around education. We're still in very, very early days, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I can remember talking to your control shareholder, of course, SoftBank, run by Masa, some time back about the benefits that would accrue to society from AI. This is years ago. How much is he involved in terms of you and pushing you, in other perhaps areas that he sees as growth opportunities?
Yeah, Masa loves AI, as you know. Masa also loves ARM. So we talk quite frequently.
Bro, Bond's
about
still
the
breaking
long-term
out.
strategies for the company.
Again,
and
SPY's
opportunity.
dancing around these lows.
He's very,
it looks
very
like it set a
excited
low,
about
but
the
then
long-term
it's not.
prospects for the company, as am I.
He's fighting around here.
So we're quite aligned, I would say, in terms of the vision for the company.
Renee, there's a a chart in your deck that's really incredible, which is AI on ARM, energy efficiency from the data center to
gold
the
went
edge,
down a little more than bounced,
compute, and
but it is getting a little weaker there.
One of the reasons
I got
why
that
you
in
have
the
such
top
a close
right.
relationship with Jensen Huang, other than the fact that you did work there, is that he cares more about heat than almost anyone in the business, and you deliver the most energy efficient piece of hardware and software.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's not just the chip, Jim. Obviously, Grace Blackwell, the ability to combine ARM CPUs with the NVIDIA
I don't know,
GPU
man.
for
ARM
a
is still
world-class
kind of shitty.
solution delivers
And the reason why it's down is that they didn't really give exciting guidance.
But that allows a complete
guidance was weak. They
customization,
didn't
as I said,
raise
of
up.
a total system.
I
NVIDIA
think their
is
revenues are
delivering
up
not
like
just
39%.
Grace Blackwell, but they're delivering an entire solution, an entire system. And you can't do that starting with just a random set of components. It requires a much tighter integration of the design. And again, ARM is really, really strong with customization because you can build almost anything you like. And then the fact that we're far more power efficient than the competition, it's somewhat natural that we're going to find our way into all those solutions.
Well, thank you, Renee. That's terrific. And I think that people should understand that you are a very level-headed guy. You root for the wrong NFL team, but that's okay. That can happen to anyone. Renee Haas, the CEO of ARM Holdings. I'm not going to reveal his team because it's so horrible that I would be making fun of him.
Our thanks to Renee. Jim, markets turn.
Thanks to Renee. Thank you, Renee. So, again, that was ARM. Their earnings was really bad, just considering how much. I mean, I think the stock movement was really bad. The earnings was, I think, mediocre, but in general, this was one of the AI names, did not do much. And then, if you guys don't know, literally Meta is what got everybody excited. So Meta got everybody excited with all of the AI spend. My ARM play is literally break even. It was up 100% in the morning, and then now it's up like 13% to break even. I guess it's up $6. I mean, SPY's been dancing. Again, gold did a little reversal. So did oil as well. And then we're kind of chilling in between the highs of yesterday and then in between our little gap open, the gap between open and close of yesterday. We've got a couple of war headlines. We got a headline on Netflix. And then that's it. We had the manufacturing data. That's where all of this reaction came from. So literally bonds got a bid off of weaker manufacturing data, weaker employment, and then higher prices. And then the SPY went down off of all of that data too. Very surprising. Dollar dump. Well, dollar dump should be helping us out because, again, we kind of got off to a sticky start today. I think the dollar was up. It still is green. But I do think a lower dollar will help out, all things considered. Why is gold down? Well, gold is like, it had a fat run yesterday. I still think it's near a very high price, but it is chilling out today. I think it's moving a little bit more with our intraday factors, but it should be doing good considering the rate cuts and everything else that's been going on. But the question is, did it already run up ahead of time? And was that already priced in, or does it have another leg left? Again, at 2,500, it's a very big price for gold. I don't know where spot gold is. That's the gold futures. Yeah, so spot gold is at 2,450. Still amazing. Was it higher earlier? But yeah, the futures are at 2,500. Yeah, the Russell is underperforming heavily. It's down by 1% right now. I think Russell futures are down 1.3. And then SPY is in the green and the NASDAQ. Meta, I made a play I should have grabbed next week. I made a mistake on that one, but Meta's holding. It's actually like right above what it was pricing in. I think that's good. Will Apple buy back again? Well, they have a big buyback authorization. So remember, ever since their AI stuff, they had that bid. I mean, I would not be surprised if they did that again. I think that is all the news. I mean, you might get oil numbers later, but for the most part, we are kind of done. I don't think there's going to be anything crazy. Yeah, you'll get EIA gas numbers at 10:30, 4-week, 8-week bond auction at 11:30, mortgage rates, Fed balance sheet after the bell, and then that's it. And then tomorrow, all about the non-farms, baby. If you can't play bond futures, do you recommend TLT? I mean, they move the same. Yeah, just don't be careful with the options on it. And don't fall too much in love with it, but they are similar. And now that ARM play is up 50%. So I don't know. I think ARM just made another leg down. Fifth District opens at 1075. FDSB IPO. I didn't know we had IPOs. FDSB. Fifth District of IPO of a bank. These guys, very bold, man. Very, very bold. Roku, I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I think the stock moves a lot. Could be a good stock to trade, but I don't know about, like, owning it, if that makes any sense. I don't know about adding that in the long term. Armcall, maybe. Just make sure the premiums aren't too jacked. Because sometimes, when the stock drops, even the calls go up in value. All right, SPY's about to go negative now. So, again, all of the gains, you're filling the gap here. SPY was up, 40 more points? Yikes. Yeah, you had a 40 more points higher not too long ago, but you are coming back here. There's a Meta. Meta's still up 8. Again, Apple, Intel, Amazon after the bell. I think all of them are down. Amazon's in the green, but the other ones are pointing down. NASDAQ is now SPY's red. That's the only one holding on. Again, Russell's down 1.1. Let's see. This is a new low from yesterday or coming in all day. But you're getting into like the middle of the day price on the NASDAQ right now. So that's NASDAQ futures have gone negative, even though the actual NASDAQ is saying green. And then 55.19, gap has been filled. Bonds and mega caps that act like bonds are all up. Well, more names are down though today, so you kind of got a weird split. Again, NASDAQ 100, about 70% of the names are down. Again, even the Dow Jones, 21 red, 9 green. Did we gap up yesterday too? Oh yeah, we did. I did forget about that. And remember, yesterday gave us a positive June or positive July, and then the first weeks of August are usually awful. So I think that's another part of the equation here. Why do we flip-flop the data? I didn't think the data would do that to equities because it helped out the bonds, but it does correlate. So ever since the ISM data came in, the whole entire market flipped, and then the bonds started to keep going higher. Factory activity remains depressed as Fed hints it may lighten loads soon. ARM is still dropping, so those premiums are coming up. Again, Russell, lagger on the day, down 1-1. Non-farms are tomorrow, so today was just ISM. That's the crazy part, is that this isn't whatever we're getting today. And we were talking about it. Remember that 1.7 that was priced in? It's like right here. So I guess we are a little bit below that now. But the non-farms are tomorrow. We haven't even had that. We've just been kind of moving a lot. I should be live tomorrow for the non-farms. We'll see. IRM, no way it gave it all up. Still at 106, but yeah, still up 4, but it gave up like 3 or 4 from the top. Former CNN anchor Lemon sues Elon Musk over canceled X deal. Your chat about the IWM, I did not. I could go check, but I don't recall it off top of my head. You said you closed your swings, and then that's it, and then be able to day trade an ETF. Yeah, you had nothing on the Russell, my friend. At least not what the chat fact says. I forgot about KRE. Again, regionals, I think that's even part of the Russell. I was saying just the other day, don't forget how much of the Russell is financials. Disney, that did sell off. I'm glad we made those free. Don't get to check in as much, but you here. What up, Nick? You got a lawn term, baby? It's good to see you. I hope, man. I hope lawn terms. We've been on a lot of lawn term propaganda, but it's good, man. So it's good to see you. And I hope you all let the long term grow and ride, my friend. Options trading does get taxed as, well, not normal income. It's capital gains. There's a higher rate on it. A price point for 6J. Ideally just in the middle of where it's moved from. So like I want like the 0665 or like 0664, 0064. If you're looking at the future, like right around here or here. In between the last little pop, but you got to be mindful anytime you buy the 1 or 2% increases, you usually get clapped. My latest long-term pickup was Nike, I believe. And then Disney a little bit off the bottom. Not bad. Oh, Jake for State Farm, baby. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hope all the blissful souls have a great day. Amen, baby. Amen. He said, fuck what anybody else thinks about you. You are a legend. Amen. Do I think Powell is compromised? No, man. I think you're looking too much into it off of his stuttering. I think Powell is he's doing a good job. I think he doesn't communicate certain things he doesn't want you to know. But I think he's getting ready for a big shift. But yeah, I think you're reading into it a lot. PayPal, new low on the SPY. So Tesla even coming down here too. Let's see. Nvidia's even in the red. Again, Apple and Amazon. Those are the next one. So we got to see. Amazon's still in the green. I think Apple might go red. Yeah, Apple's going red right now, 0.3. NASDAQ is already flipped red. You have filled every gap. So again, you started off green on every index. Even the yen is in the green still. That should be coming down. Despite the shortcomings, he cemented his name with Volcker. Yeah, I mean, so far, He's been in charge for a long time, but wherever this little path goes, I definitely think there's a legacy behind it. And then ARM still on the low. Yeah, ARM's going to try to bounce out of there. Again, watch Apple and Amazon. Those are the big earnings of the day if those start to flip. Is it 10:30? Natural gas numbers coming out. 18 billion versus estimate of 31 billion. The Tesla robotaxi news. I wasn't planning on it, but after seeing the big effect the stock had last time they canceled it or whatever, I think it might be worthwhile. But I have no plan or intention as of now. But again, after seeing it last time, I think there might be some volatility in that event. Yeah, I agree. I think regional banks are killing the Russell right now because SPY, NASDAQ, chips, you're not really getting any major moves, but literally regionals are down 3.5 right now. Task Bear Cave. Taskus. So in a liquid short report, if y'all into that, Task. And then SPY still at the low. Even some of the big banks are selling off like Citi, and then bonds are still holding up. JPM, I think that one's even crazy at 210. All of them. All the bank stocks have done very good lately. I think MO is still holding up too. Yeah, IWM just got murked. But IWM's literally down almost another %. It's down 1.7. But I do believe in the bank logic. Because literally regionals are down 3.5 right now. It's weird. IRM's up a lot. Real estate stocks are up 1.1. Southwest on the low. Nvidia on the low. Apple on the low. Any chance I get you up to date? What's up, man? What was it? You had jobless claims, which was bearish or bullish because it came in bad, and that helped you out. People were feeling good off Meta and all the other earnings, and then ISM data came in, and it was weaker, and prices went up, but then we just plummeted from there. And then it seems like regional banks are weighing a little bit harder on the small caps, but that's about it. That's like the gist of today. But yeah, it's not like today was even that crazy, especially with like Meta holding up. And then bonds are still going. That TLT is literally at another high. So meanwhile, ever since that data, bonds have gotten a fat bid, and then equities have just declined. And then we are, I don't know if we're lower than yesterday. You're getting into yesterday's lows. And then after that, I mean, if you go below 54, like pretty much 5,500, then we may talk about filling the other day's gap. There's still a lot of gaps on both sides to be filled. Bad is bad with employment. Lowering rates won't pick up jobs. Yeah, and I mean, Powell said he's worried about it. It kind of makes sense. You know, because Powell was saying at this point, jobs aren't like inflationary. So it's not like jobs are the reason we have inflation, why it goes up or goes down at this point. So if it does weaken too much, I mean, Powell will get nervous. But for now, we're not there. We are not there. I think the regional banks and banks are weighing on small caps. So literally, KRE is down 3.5%. I think bonds could do good next week. I sold out of mine though today because they've had a stellar week. So that's why I sold out last time. Last time when I sold out is just after you kind of like run up like this all week. It could even go up to tomorrow, depending on the data, but eventually it's going to have a pullback. But for now, I mean, the short run of bonds has been very, very good. Tesla still. And then bonds, DLT still at a high. Damn, Dizzle, ARM. Those ARM plays are going up. You got 112. Just little by little. And then the ARC and then the MO plays still holding up. Shouldn't banks sell off when rates go down? Well, it depends. Usually they would. Because, again, there was a time where banks benefited off of the rates going up. And then, they can't charge as much and make as much off interest when they're down. But in a weird way, a lot of these banks would benefit off of lower rates because of their held-to-maturity portfolios. So it's tough. It's hard to say who would benefit more than would miss out. It's like, yeah, you might lose out on some money or not make as much, but then you may just be, if they cut rates, that could be easing up one of your biggest burdens. I miss Fed talk a little bit. I mean, the Fed didn't say much today. We've answered a couple questions, but I don't think you missed too much. Low ticker is full gas right now. So, again, we've done it. Gap up a little bit, feel good. We sold off 50 points, 60 points. And then now you're flirting with some of the lows of yesterday. I wonder if the volume is even high. It's up on the week. Yeah, on the day, bro. Yeah, we're already at 13 million by hour number 1. Hi. Yeah, so very active already. And then again, even tomorrow, keep that in mind. Whatever happens today, tomorrow is still going to be a big event. This is quite a large react. This is all from the ISM. So if you are looking for a headline, there is other stuff like the war headlines and all of that going on. But realistically, the bond and equity shift happened right after the ISM manufacturing. Yeah, ARM's still down 13. Sea of Meta, again, that one's still holding. It's actually crazy, all of the things that are holding up. Then the yen is climbing. Mm. 10, 11, 12. Data is tomorrow morning, hour before the bell. So you don't have to wait too long. And then Glencore, billionaire, ex-head of OTL, charged with corruption. MGNX on the high. Couple names did good. I think Meta held up very good. And then I think ARM was at the low a lot. And then Booking, oh yeah. So Airbnb will move today. It's already getting clapped, but don't forget Airbnb has there's Booking today after the bell. So let's see there. That's our first little mini bounce in a while, but that's either going to just keep stair-stepping down or we change this. You still got another hour till Euro close. So again, that was a SPY like right above 5,500. ARM. Bro, bonds, now I kind of wish I held that. That's crazy. So bonds are still going. So maybe I would say wait till this dynamic breaks because market may just keep going lower if that's the case, because it just seems like we're doing the same thing. Bonds catch a bid, SPY holds red. So wait till the bonds stop going up, and then maybe we could flip. I'm not doing anything with the deposit yet. So I have my long-term deposit, but I don't really have any plans to buy anything. Yeah, man, I don't know. Because I think, how much cash do we have? I have $1,500 in cash because I had to pay my debt, my margin debt. So we could either hold it, maybe we could add to something else, but everything is up, I think. So again, Pfizer, MO, maybe Nike if we really wanted to. The war trade, I don't know how much. I mean, but war trade, oil, gold, even a little bit of the bonds, shipping stocks, those are all part of that trade. Intel's back down. Oh, that could be something we added the long term, yeah. Yeah, it's literally right at my price. Because I'm small on Intel. I only have one deposit. And then technically I only have like half a deposit left. It does have earnings today. Maybe we just wait. Wheat trades down 1% from previous close. Joseph, God bless you, bro. I love you too. You have a long term? Otherwise, this may throw into question our loving relationship. You know what I'm saying? We need that. You need that long term. And then SPY going down a little bit more. So, again, that dynamic there with bonds, we are not stopping just yet. So, yesterday was a good day, feeling bullish. Even this morning, you were feeling good, but now you have given up all of yesterday and then all of this morning, and now you are literally right at yesterday's opening candle. So, this is where we opened up from the gap up yesterday, 55.04. The low end of this candle is 54.93. Anything below that you haven't hit. But hey, July was green. So remember, all of this has to do with August now. I told you, didn't I say there was a lot of calls this morning? We knew it, man. We knew it. A lot of calls. There was a lot. Knew they'd flip. July went green. That's it. I thought it was about to be the first one, first red in a decade, but nah. They said no, man. They said no. KRE. I don't know if it's down even more, but it was down 3.5 earlier. Now it's down 3.9, and bonds still going. 2-year yield falls 15 basis points to 3.68, biggest drop since December. And again, UK cut rates today, so that's part of it. So keep that in mind, because when we cut rates, that means you're probably going to get our 2-year bond dropping. You told me gold is 2,500, World War III, August. I remember. You were a little more extreme, weren't you? Like, didn't you say the world was going to end? Or Jesus was coming back or something? I'll take gold at 2,500, though. You know what I'm saying? But if this is what your prophecy was, then I guess we're on our way. We're on our way. Yeah, crowd was really bad. It wasn't like their performance was bad, but that little hack. Again, I think they said 20%. You got 72 hours for the rapture? Well, what are you going to do with your last 72 hours besides go on YouTube and tell people? Is there anything else you plan to do in your 72 hour? Are you going to like say bye to your family? Are you going to anybody you want to take out on a date? Anybody you want to go do some charity? What? Volume's very good, actually. So, again, anytime we sell off, the volume picks up. So, the volume is actually like OD right now. You're literally, I think, at like 13, 14 million in the first hour. Yeah, 14.7. And we're 15 minutes above the first hour. CrowdStrike for the LT below 115, maybe, but I really don't like it. I know I sold the bond play 1,400. I think you have 2,500 or 3,000 in profit now. I sold out mad early, so GG's if you still got that. But that bond play I bought after Powell said September, it's a good one. The ARM is up 140, so that's enough to pay for both ways. CNBC comments about X? What does that mean? And then SPY's still going lower. What is this? Forbes? I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We are about 1 hour and 15 minutes in. I hope you liked the video, and I hope you followed me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Good morning, and I will BRB.
GDP growth collapsed, and now it's come back. So things look good in terms of the finish point. Inflation is coming down too. But yet in the interim, we saw the price level increase, and everything just costs more. So even though the end point looks good, there's been a lot of pain to get there.
You've done research and analysis about the sort of rate cycles going back quite a ways. Was this one different from all the others?
Yeah, great question. What's fascinating is when you look at this most recent rate cycle, there's some ways this is unique and unprecedented. There's other ways it's just like rate cycles from the 1980s and 1990s. I recently wrote a long paper on this for Sintra with a couple of co-authors at the World Bank, and we described this rate cycle as similar to the parable of the blind man and the elephant. I don't know if you've heard this one, but according to the parable, several blind men are told they're going to be introduced to a mysterious new beast, and each of them can only touch one part of this mysterious new beast, which is an elephant. And depending on which part they touch, they come up with completely different conclusions. You know, if you touch the trunk of an elephant, you think it's a snake. If you touch the leg, you think it's like a tree. If you touch the ear, you think it's like a fan. And similarly, when you look at this rate cycle, in some ways it's like nothing that's come before. In some ways it's a lot like past cycles. But let me give you a concrete example of some ways this is unique that we haven't seen before. One is just the swings in economic activity, the collapse in activity, the collapse in employment, and then also the rebound. We've never seen such a quick rebound in the labor market, in activity, and in inflation. Another way this cycle has been unique is that central banks, on average, across the advanced economies, were slow to respond to the pickup in inflation and recovery, but then they responded by being unusually aggressive to make up for being slow. So it's the most synchronized period of rate hikes we have ever had, at least in the data I've looked at since 1970. And it was also followed by central banks keeping rates on hold for longer, on average, than they ever have at their peaks. So unusually slow start, but then aggressive response, hold rates at their peaks for longer. And what's remarkable, despite all those unprecedented characteristics of the cycle, we're now settling about where you settle 2.5 to 3 years after you start hiking rates.
Well, I'm curious about that very point. There's a lot of debate about when the Fed is going to cut and how much they're going to cut and things like that. Maybe more important is where they end up, where it ends up, whenever that period of time is. And given your study of rate cycles, do you have a sense, because some people think we're going to end up at a higher level than we were before, where you call it R star, neutral rate, or whatever. Other people say, no, we're going to go back down to lower rates. Do you have a view on that?
So based on my study of historic rate cycles, what it suggests is rates may not go down as low as most people are expecting, or as, say, the Fed's dot plot is predicting. Based on this historical comparison, looks like things are largely normalizing now where you would at this point in a rate cycle, which means rates are probably settling not far off where they're going to settle. And rates now are about 5.25, which means they would not be going all the way down to the sort of 3, 2.25, 3.5 that is in the Fed's dot plot right now, given where all the other measures of economic activity are.
And that was Kristen Forbes, MIT professor of economics, speaking with Wall Street Week host David Weston. This is Bloomberg.
That was an abrupt ending. It was very abrupt. They just ended it. Like, that's it. Bow, bim, and bow, bim, and bow. All right, man, you hit another new low. I think we're chilling, downside chilling. So see, again, I think once the bonds give up, the market will come back to normal. But for the most part, you just had a little bit of a gain a little bit from yesterday, and then just get a little mini haircut, and then a little lower than yesterday, which is crazy. Positive July, but now first day of October is not good. What's happening? It was ever since the data. So ever since ISM data, which I think this is an overreaction. I think it's realistically the bank stocks weighing a little bit more and then taking a little bit off top post earnings. But it is, August? What did I say? October? Oh, I don't know what I said. August, October, you get it. But I think the ISM started this, and then everything was kind of just tripping out from some of the other earnings, and then I think this is just a little bit of a overreaction until we get your boy tomorrow, the non-farms. That's where everything's going to be. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. The ISM, I don't think it was that bad, but I mean, it was one of the lowest since of all year. I think the employment dropped heavy, and then the prices went up. So at one point you could have argued that's what everybody wanted, low unemployment. But you don't want to see prices go up. But it wasn't good. But I do think this reaction, I mean, we've probably moved now like 1.7 off of the Russell, and then maybe maybe a full 1% on the SPY. That's really big. But then again, ISM does move the bonds. But that's why I'm saying I think today's a little bit of an overreaction on it until we get the jobs report tomorrow morning. Well, yeah, August is bad seasonally. So the beginning of August is usually pretty trash. Rate cut odds didn't move at all. That's the funny part. That's why I'm saying I think it's kind of a little bit of an overreaction today. Because if anything, rate cut odds went up. Your Zaza play went up. So although the data came out, the odds of more rate cuts in September have gone up, ironically enough. Any small cap ETFs aside IWM? No. IWM is really it. There's like the Russell 1000, which I think is a little better, but IWM kind of notoriously the small cap leader. Well, people are talking people are slowly starting to talk more than 3 cuts. But yes, for now, that is on the table. Yeah, the ARM puts are up at 160. It makes back all of our money, so it covers the call too. But I don't know. I really like the downside on ARM. I think ARM might be able to go to 110. As wild as that sounds. So I think if you're cautious, you take it. If you want to push it, you hold it. Not a recommendation. I think the dollar holding is based off the yen coming back. So again, the yen came back down today. So yen had one big day yesterday, but it's not necessarily it didn't keep doing that strengthening move. And then you had a Bank of England rate cut today too. So their currency is going to weaken. It could be a bond read. Bonds are up a lot though. So I think we had our play, got in, got out. I would reload at a lower price. I don't want to get in at the 95s. High 95s on TLT I'm not a fan of. Not until it actually holds here. It might. And then SPY's coming down again. There's Meta. Dollar is up. Low ticker fully gassing almost. So literally the momentum is to the downside right now. Apple down 0.42. Microsoft still in the green. They did good. Who's the other guy? NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm still in the Airbnb one. Nothing changed about that. No, Mobileye, I wouldn't put it in the long term. I'd look at it for a trade, but they got murdered, bro. That thing, I can't believe how much that thing is down. At least 10 Palestinians killed in Israeli strike on Dalal school east of Shajai in eastern Gaza. That's coming out now. And then what is that? U.S. FDIC Office of Inspector finds agency is not demonstrating sufficient commitment to sexual harassment prevention. FDIC got in trouble. So they can't stop bank failures and they can't stop sexual harassment. Seems to be the answer. ZB's a future, so if you're not familiar with those, like you can't pull it up like a normal ticker, but it's /ZB. Put it in on TD Ameritrade, it should load up, but it's a future contract. Yeah, man, NVIDIA is down too. NVIDIA was green in the morning, no? Remember, yesterday was like the biggest day for NVIDIA. Like, I think that literally set a record for market cap increases. And then MO, that one's still riding. D is on the high. Interesting. Pfizer down 1. Yeah, Dominion. Where is oil? Oil's down too. And then gold is down barely. That was holding up a lot more earlier. And then again, Amazon. Amazon's in the green. They report after the bell. Amazon and Apple. Those are your big ones. Bonds are still holding though. So none of this has gotten none of this theme has changed from the morning. So this back and forth here, that's still sticking to it all. The ARC option is up 200%. Are you sure? No, the spreads are wild. I think that's why it's saying that, but I don't see a bid on them. I see a very high ask. The ARM is up 168. So maybe, did you mean ARM instead of ARC? What are those? August 9th. I don't know. I like the ARM puts. But it's literally down 15 already. And then SPY still going lower. Yeah, it was the ISM that gave us this reaction. We definitely changed our view of since then. Or again, how the market looked changed pretty rapidly. Expected move for Apple. I have not done it yet, but I don't think your training will fail you, my brother. Yeah, I think we'll ride the arm a little bit. Bonds are going up. Another one. IWM still getting murdered. So, honestly, I think IWM Russell's going to have to test 2,200. It's almost there right now. The futures are a little bit above it. Isaac, my friend, good morning. How are you, Habibi? Yeah, we got to see. We got to see if this closes, because now you're below it. I mean, the real risk is that you close yesterday's gap. I don't think, because you filled this gap by hitting this in the morning, and then now, if you fill yesterday's gap, that's it. So it's possible, but it's turning into one of those days where it felt very good in the AM after yesterday's news. I mean, it's not like yesterday's news was bad, but you're quickly turning around. And even then, even with the Russell, it's all off of it's banks. So I think it's pretty easy to understand. I don't know why the banks are doing it, but the banks are killing the Russell right now. So again, regional banks are all destroyed. Actually, I think I might be able to get a report. Let me see. We closed the upside gap from a couple weeks ago, yeah. That's the crazy part. Banking. Oh, Colin. What's up, baby? Good morning, Chatadonia. Colin, Isaac. Happy Friday, Junior. This is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. You should get long term. I'm looking here. I'm trying to see if there's a banking report. Because, again, banks absolutely abysmal. Media and telecom. And then SPY still going lower. Low ticker is picking up very, very heavy now. Oh, maybe it could be Bank of England now that I think about it. Maybe the banks are getting clapped off Bank of England rates, as well as the idea that we're cutting maybe too. That could be clapping in a little bit. I am in the arm put. We're a little far off the strike. I think we're still like another $10 away, but the put is up 190%. We still need like another $10. Is gold starting to come up? Let's see. Yeah, gold is. I mean, gold was a lot higher, though. But, yeah, gold is trying to work its way up here. On Siri, I didn't look into that one. Did they already report? I think they already did, yeah. But I'd just be careful. Again, I know you like the small caps, but, I mean, I haven't seriously looked at Sirius Radio since, like, 2003 when they were, like, in cars and were, like, the next big thing. But other than that, I don't really follow Siri too good. It's not really interesting. We're up 1,000 points on NASDAQ from Monday to yesterday. And I think yesterday was a little bit of end of the month effect. And then, granted, too, we did sell off heavy the week ahead. I think today is kind of giving you a little bit more cushion for tomorrow now. I think maybe we'll fill all the gaps, but that's it. We're about to be practically unchanged on the week. So, again, last Friday you were here. So if we fill the gap, and then by the end of today, you're literally going to be opening up tomorrow where you were at last Friday. Yeah, August is bad. So we'll see where that takes us. Hey, y'all, Mark Dez. What's up, baby? Who else we got? We got Moses. Welcome to the Chad, baby. Welcome to the Chad. He's already been in the Chad. OG, baby. Good morning. Man, I hope y'all living good. I hope you're ready for Friday. Again, I do think this is all making tomorrow that much crazier because, again, we are waiting for the non-farms. We just got a little bit more of a reaction out of your, what's it called? Out of your MSI, ISM. Oh, Derek Feaster. Yo! My man. Oh, I need to grab me a water. Derek Feaster's in the house. What's up, baby? How you living? How you living, Minnesota? Minnesota. KRE, it hit when we cut. I thought it was supposed to be bullish. Well, that was the 2020 move was a little different because, like, we closed down the whole economy. But banks are interesting. Usually they don't do good on rate cuts because they don't make as much, but then they have an easier policy. And then again, if you have to cut rates, that means banking activity might slow down. But I do think, what's it called? I think this time around, there's a little bit more residual from just bond yields hurting the banks. But for now, I think short-term effect, it's killing us. We don't know what will happen to banks after they cut. I think some banks will do good, some will do bad. I think now, whatever we're seeing, still too early to tell. Minnesota in the Chad. Bro, IWM is almost down 3%. So it's now you feel it with the NASDAQ. Earlier, IWM was down 1, SPY was barely moving. But now you have IWM like really, really down with all of it. 20 is Super Chad. Long-term propaganda request. Play Ode to the Law Term by Uncle Answers during a water break. I can't make any promises, but I appreciate it. You know? I will play it after. I don't really play Uncle on any water breaks, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. An ode to the long time. Amen. Amen. Get you your long time. Long-term propaganda. Yeah, bro. NVIDIA's down 3. It actually is wild how much it moves. Boeing, oh, wow. Boeing's down 5. Ugh. And then the defense names all held up. So it's not like everything went down, but some names got real ugly today. Very wild because he didn't feel the same amount of pressure as some of the days last week, but you sold off pretty good here. So Dow Jones, 8 names green, 22 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 24 in the green, 77 in the red. And then SPY, 149 in the green, 350 in the red. Oh! Father Edgar! Many sons. Father Edgar. I am one of them. So are you. So let's just buy long-term. Father Edgar. How many sons? How many sons had Father Edgar? I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just buy long-term. Horna. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. What's going on today, man? Friday Junior? Y'all showing a lot of love, man. We got Father Edgar in the house, too, baby. Good morning. What's going on? I didn't even tell y'all I'm voting for Trump. Why are y'all donating so much today? What happened on a Friday, June? That's a good song. It's a very good song. It's Father Edgar. He had many sons. You know what I'm saying? He's adding to the sons right there. It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. Amen. Intel 52-week low? What? Are you sure? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ayush. Is this about? I don't think it's a new 52-week low, but it's about to be. I think you got puts. But let's go, Ayush. My goodness. Horna. Bro. Are you kidding me? Bro, what is it, back-to-back 20s? My man. God bless you, bro. Thank you. Man, Ayush, Father Edgar, how the other, that's crazy, man. I don't know what's going on. Like, again, I don't know if it's a Donald Trump thing, if it's a Friday Jr. thing. Bonds are finally coming down. So see, because if bonds finally come down, maybe market will just shake off of this. I mean, we have 20 minutes till Euro close. How is Europe, actually? Oh, Europe did bad. Europe did 0.9. Yeah, Europe was up and then dropped at the end of the day. That's crazy. And then Euro Stocks 50 was down 2. Germany was down 2. And then Canada was down 2. And then France was down 2. What the hell? Bro, so Europe plummeted. So literally they cut rates in Bank of England and everything in Europe got killed. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. No, I don't know if it's because of America. I think it's because of Japan and then Bank of England. And then maybe some of the war stuff. But literally, all of the European indexes got murdered. I'm talking at least 3 European indexes down 2. Euro 50, Germany, and France all down 2% today. So, yeah, we got Euro close in 10 minutes. So, let's see what happens. Same thing will happen in September when the Fed maybe because again Bank of England cut and now you see it. What a gangsta! Oh, toe with the SS, like SS Impala, like we talking that we talking Caprice. God bless you, my friend. Oh, and winning loser, baby, my man. He said, "Never forget to keep throwing the stone every day." Or not. Man, amen, bro. Hey, see, that's that throwback. Throw the stone every day. That's that ode to the long term, baby. Amen. God bless you and thank you. Oh, man, Friday Jr., we turning up. New York Appeals Court leaves Trump gag order in place. Another Edgar, have any such. And winning, loser, and I use donating. And shout out O2 and everyone else. If I forgot your name, it's because it's not on the screen. I love you. Long term. Like the video, but get the long term. It's all you need. Yeah, IWM is dying. So again, SPY's leveling out. IWM going lower. Bro, Intel's down by 2. Dizzle down by 5. Yikes. Again, some of these names moved up a lot. Like Broadcom's down 5. No, Europe was bad. Europe was down 2%. Everywhere in Europe did very, very bad today. So Japan was awful. Europe was awful. We're doing bad now, but honestly, this looks like a cakewalk compared to Europe. So if you go look at any of the European numbers, 0.75 down does not look that bad. But Russell looks more like Europe. Russell's down 3% on the futures right now. So that's where I think you have your issue. And then Apple, again, they have earnings after the bell. I think it has to do with, again, Bank of Japan and Europe. I think that's factoring in. We were up until our data, and then that happened. Yo! Still not bad! Look how long you've went without getting banned, man. That's amazing. It is possible. It is possible. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my man. I see you too, baby. Derek Marie. My man. Welcome. Friday Jr., bro. What's up, Chad? What's going on? This is great. This is not good for the market, though. This is not good for the market. I think we might level out eventually, but the worse this gets, the more likely we're going to have to punt until next week. So keep that in mind. Or excuse me, until tomorrow's data. in the morning, not next week. Don't let me get ahead of myself. Ulta, 52-week low on Ulta. Yeah, Ulta, bro, 350. Rivian for the long term. Maybe if it gets cheap enough, like real bargain bin. I want to see Ulta real quick. We're still up 50% on that. But I like Ulta a lot. I have Ulta in the long term. We were just up on it. I just never bought it after it ran. Do you think there's competition? I don't think Ulta has that much competition. I mean, maybe online, but I kind of think Ulta's in a league of their own. And then bonds are starting to give up now. So watch out here because I think this might be a shift. If bonds really sell back below data, I think the market will be able to bounce a little bit. Oh, and Russell fell below 2,200. So I don't know, man. If bonds die, this might be our bounce. We will get Euro close. The only thing I don't like is Europe is really bad. And then you got 14 minutes till Euro close here. Sephora, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think I'm just too. I think it's the sisters and the girlfriend, but if you know, you know. Like Ulta is very different than Sephora. You know, that's they kind of work hand in hand because they both have stuff the other one doesn't have. But yeah, like Sephora and Ulta are very, very different. Where's Rivian? Elf, Estee Lauder. But yeah, those aren't competition. I don't think you guys are. I think you guys are two manly men. Maybe that's why you don't understand it. But like, so there's makeup companies and then there's the store. Yeah, those are the products. But Ulta is the store. So Ulta sells Elf makeup. Ulta sells Estee Lauder. So they're not competition in that sense. Ulta even has damn salons in it. But Ulta's a makeup store. There's not really that many makeup stores. There's Sally Beauty Supply, and then there's Sephora. But again, Sephora, it's not like Sephora's strictly like makeup as much as it is like hair products and all the other stuff that Ulta has. So yeah, Ulta has stuff for both men and women, but Ulta is the store that sells the makeup products. Yeah, they do have their own brand, but that's not where their segments come from, though. You know, like, that's not why Ulta is what it is. All right, got a little. Let's see if this holds. If bonds, like I'm telling you, bonds are now back to the data set. So you had like an hour to eke out a little bit more gains than we got on the bond play, but now, I mean, that's it. Now you're back to data set. So now let's see. Then, damn, Abivai at 190. That's actually crazy. So literally, Abivai might go 200, bro. That's it. It's probably going to be knocking on that door very soon. Why would Apple report this afternoon? Why not? Why do I know so much about makeup? I like to experiment. You don't do that? So like when I'm not playing 2K, I like to try color palettes, see what's the best one for me. I mean, I'm supporting Donald Trump this election, but you know, it doesn't mean I can't. You know, I can't be a little curious. Why not? So shout out Donald Trump, but yeah, like, you know, you've never done shading. You don't care about your pores. What? Sometimes I got, and then even my eyeliner, And my eyes, you know, I got to make sure my lashes on point. I don't play around. That's it. Everything's beautiful except for my hairline. Mm-hmm. I'm not good at contouring, but yeah, one day I'll work on it. And I live in California. What did you expect from me? I live in Cali. I should know all of this. No, man. I grew up in Sally Beauty Supply. So I have 3 sisters and a mom, and they would take me with them everywhere. Mm-hmm. You support me as the strong woman I am. Thank you. I could be whatever I want to be. That's it. And so can you, but not in here. Okay? So don't tell me about how you're voting for Harris. That's cool. Microsoft scales back AI partnerships with G42. All right, man. Bonds died now. So that's it. I think you're back to where I sold out my bonds early in the morning here. A little bit above the data. Now you could double dip on bonds if you really want. But I'd wait till it goes a little lower. It just gave up, bro. Bonds literally just sold off half of their gain now. Yeah, bro. Fed futures. Our Fed futures play is up $80, which is quite a lot considering how small it was. I think you'll get a better risk to reward on the Russell. I could agree with that. Then the bonds, because again, bonds are still high. We made a lot of money on that bond play, but now the Russell, I believe, is the lowest it's been on the week. So I'm going to go for another Russell here soon. You got a little bit more downside on the Russell, but it's kind of fire. That's the SPY still going lower. Pfizer bounced big. Pfizer. Again, see if the bonds bounce or not. And then Russell's coming back to 2100. Are we doing an interest rate cut play? Well, we played bonds yesterday on the news, so I'm going to be going in and out, but I do think we are getting closer to it. So I'd keep watching the yield curve, but it is literally right around the corner. I don't know. Apple, everybody was like very bearish about it in the coming months. But then like the last couple days, everybody has been like, nah, they're going to do good. So I have no idea, to be honest, because there's going to be a mix of China demand, future demand, Apple intelligence, iPhone 16. So it's hard to say, but I do think it will have a bigger reaction on the broader market. But I'm lost on it. I have no idea where it's going to go. I mean, yes, still going down. And the SPY, you're about to go lower. Again, 7 minutes till Euro close. Pfizer did wake up here out of nowhere. Nice. And then MO, those options are still doing very well. And then your ARM plays just under 200%. I'm down with Pfizer, man. Disney came down. That's so funny, man. So yesterday was just to go green in July. So all of that gap up yesterday and that move was just so we could have a green July, and then now we just come right back down. I don't know. I don't think it's the data. Obviously, the data is why we're coming, like, it correlates almost perfectly, but I do think this is an overreaction. And I say that because tomorrow is going to be the big day. You know, the jobs report is what we are looking for. So August, the last time you had a green August was in 2021. And then before that was 2020, then 2018, then 2014. So every 2 to 4 years you get a green August. Otherwise, the average return is negative a quarter. Am I bullish or bearish? I lean more towards bullish, but I think anything can happen. So I think tomorrow is the powder keg. I think tomorrow's jobs report is going to freak people out, or it's going to get them very confident about rate cuts. So I'm leaning that it should be more favorable because of Powell's attitude, but at the end of the day, I can't predict the future. So I do think that's going to be a part of it. I don't know. I might be going early here. I kind of want to do another double dip. Well, I already did a big one. I'm going to add one more Russell M2K to the long side. And now I got two of them. We up in Foot Locker looking like I need those. 10.5, and if you got to give me two of those. Powell was too dovish, which made you buy puts. Never heard him talk like that. Well, I mean, a lot of people had the same logic. They were worried that, all of this stuff he talked about, you should be asking if there's something going to happen with the economy. I mean, he sounds fine about it, but he was awkwardly or weirdly enough, he was answering a lot of questions he would normally not answer. And then again, think about this morning, the Bank of England just cut rates. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, if Bank of Japan is raising, Bank of England is cutting, and Jerome Powell is talking about how he almost cut rates, you should be asking what's going on, because if that's the case, if all of these guys are ready to move, is there something going on? So that's the real question. But that we don't know yet. Yeah, it's weird. Bank of England cutting. That's a major central bank cutting rates ahead of time. So why? And then again, you go look at Europe today. They all got murked. Well, he may know the report, but think about it. There's multiple reports. So there's going to be 2 jobs reports, 2 CPIs between now and the next Powell, or maybe 1 CPI. Nothing wrong, Powell said, doesn't want to cut too late. Yeah, but that's the thing. Well, why? Like, why would he be too late? And that's what brings up some of the questions. It's getting to, is it because the economy's coming back to normal? Is it because things are slowing down more, or what? And that's where nobody really knows yet. But Powell will just give you an answer. Again, we won't know until something actually happens. All right, bonds going lower, man. So maybe this might be the end of it. I grabbed a M2K. I grabbed a small Russell future. He already said in previous months he would sacrifice jobs to get inflation down. He will err on the side of being late. Yeah, 100%. But that's the thing, though. Like, think about it. Nothing has happened, though. So why is Powell and the rest of the world talking like this and doing this, but nothing has happened? So it's not even as if jobs have even came down yet. Inflation is lower, but it's not like anything has actually happened, and now all of a sudden all of these people are talking about rate cuts or actually cutting rates. Am I seeing 4 rate cut? I think so. It was 3 fully, but people are starting to price in a little bit more rate cuts right now. CNBC exposure hurting regional banks, shuffling assets to limit exposure. Well, I don't know if it just CMBS is. It doesn't have to be commercial, but it could just be anything, any fixed income, any loans that banks have given. We had this talk because it's like regionals, they may not benefit off of the lower rates, but then they may benefit off of their loan books getting eased up off of a lower rate. Do you have a suspicion as to why? No, I think the economy, global economy may be coming to getting a speed bump finally. I just think, again, I don't know if you guys realize, but like it's been a pretty exhausting 4 years. And I don't mean like exhausting like you're tired, but like for the economy. Like, do you imagine like how much has happened? Like, imagine all the money and the spending and then all this money floating around and people buying everything and then the Bitcoin up and down and up and down and then the interest rates and then the housing and then the housing and then the housing and then your rent and then you're like, I want a new car, and then now you got cars and rates and like imagine and then the fucking gas and then the price of eggs and then the cereal, then the gas goes up and down and then you don't even know. Oh yeah, and then the housing again. You guys remember the housing? Oh yeah, and then rent again and housing, and then you just like play all of this for 4 years. You had savings, now you don't have savings, your job, and now you wanted to change jobs, and now you can't the same way. So, yeah, it is life 100%, but it's, again, I think you've lived several lifetimes in the last 4 years, if that makes any sense. You know, in a normal decade or period, you would go through this stuff, but, like, it hasn't been at this scale and velocity. You know, there's been so much money. There's been so many developments, again, AI trade. You know, the stock market already crashed and came back up in this 4 years. We got Meta at $90 2 years ago. That's insanity. Nvidia was at $80 pre-split. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is part of it. All of this exhausting back and forth, and it's doing it at a very, very rapid pace. So that's why I think, you know, I think it's just finally, when Powell says coming back to normal, I think we're just kind of slowing down finally, if that makes any sense. We're getting back to a more normal velocity of the economy that's not like crazy. So that's what I think that's my suspicion, is that we're just slowly working our way back to a more normal movement of economic activity. Versus this, just reality. I've seen it with cars. I'm slowly seeing it with houses, but other items have came down too. But I think cars is the best example, you know, like, and this is what I mean, because if you're like, I don't get it, Josh, this is just normal stuff. Like, none of this stuff was normal. Car prices went up. You know, this is my favorite example because I don't know if we're ever going to see this again. But like, bro, you were buying a car and making more money on it. That never happened before. Cars are toasters. I've talked about this. Buying a car is like buying a toaster. There's always going to be a toaster. You know what I'm saying? The supply of toasters is unreal. You could always replace that toaster you could get a newer toaster for cheaper after you buy your first toaster. Everybody knows that. You know, they're just an appliance. It's just what? But you were buying them and they were going up in value. That is unreal. That's part of that exhaustion I'm telling you about. That's a different type of economic activity. Whereas now, and again, I think you could see it now and feel it. Like, cars are going down now. It doesn't matter what it is. Every car you buy now, it's slowly, that's it. You buy it, it's hard to sell. You buy it, you're going to be underwater if you overpay for it. Yeah, the amount of supplies. Lambo index has tripled almost. Bro, there's almost like 600 Lamborghinis. When I was showing you, it was like 200, 300 Lambos max. And that's not including the ones on eBay and shit like that. You know, so like nowadays, there's like you buy a car, a new car is going to depreciate when you drive it off the lot. Used cars have a little higher price, but they're still losing money. It's not this whole, oh my gosh, buy a car and make money on it. So it's like that's some of the exhaustion stuff coming back to normal. And that's what I think's happening. I think Powell said it. Powell's framing it like it's not that bad. And I don't think it's going to be initially that bad. But we are going back to a 2019 economy. We are going back to a economy where things are now like normal. Again, even the shoes aren't going as crazy. You know, certain items, all of that. It's just not. It really takes a shit ton of demand now to really bring a price spike versus what it was just doing. Biden to deliver remarks at the White House at 12 p.m. GMT. 1600 GMT to deliver remarks on prisoner swap. America Honda sales. Bank of England Bailey, reasonable that B of E forecasts are based on current market curve. Biden is alive. Yeah, it's awful. Not that he's alive, but the tinfoil. I know, you know, because again, I get disappointed by you crazy Democrats who are like, oh, Trump faked the shooting. Like, you're batshit insane. You know, there's no other way to put it. If you really think that they like just totally like killed a firefighter, you know what I'm saying? To stage something, that's a wild belief system to have. But I also think it's wild. There's a Republican tinfoil that Joe Biden is not Joe Biden. So I've been seeing Republicans take pictures of Biden and put them side by side, and they're like, yo, he's like 2 inches taller. So apparently Biden is taller. That's the tinfoil. So now they're like, yeah, no. They're like, nah, he ain't the real one. They're like, that's not Biden. So I don't know. I don't know if that's as crazy as, you know, insinuating a fake shooting. But I do think it is. I don't know. I've seen a lot of that. And then Russell flushing again. You don't believe they use body doubles? I do for other purposes, but I don't know. I don't know if we've ever had a recorded instance of using a body double to actually do policy and shit. That's the crazy part. He got the knee surgery. Did I tell you I'm doing it? I had my checkup the other day. I'm doing the knee surgery to get taller. You know, I don't want to do the hairline surgery, but I had enough of being a short king. So I'm doing it. I'm going to spend like $250,000 and go with, yeah. And then it's going to cost $250,000. I have to recover. I won't be able to jump for like 5 years, but then I'll be able to go from 5'6" to 5'7". So I'm really excited. Yeah, I think it's a good investment for the extra inch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing it. I'm getting a BBL instead. No, I'm not doing it. Yeah, I'm just joking. That's the joke because, like, I've heard people, that's the joke I'm making fun of. Because, like, I swear, bro, I've seen these guys do it. And they spent all this money, like messed up their walking for the rest of their life just to get like 2 inches, just to still be short. Like, it's wild to me. I'm like, there's no way you did all of that to still be under 5'6". Because I'm 5'6", bro. And I know, but there's no way you did all of that just to be a little bit taller. There's no way. That sucks, bro. BBL Joshy, BBL Joshy. Thought you were 5'3" on a good day. You're 5'9", you still fit in economy class. I'll take it. Yeah, I'm like always the middle seat, bro. You know that? Because it's fine. It works for me. My feet still dangle in the air, but I'm always in the middle. Even on planes, I volunteer. I'm like, fuck it. I got y'all. I'm bite size. Apple could go anywhere, man. And then SPY, bro, you're about to fill this damn gap. That's crazy. Bro, Russell's murdered 3%, 3.3. Ay, Habibi. And then bonds, too, bro. They killed everything now. So bonds still have a gain from yesterday. If you bought where we bought, you're still up a good amount. But that's it, bro. SPY, NAS. Again, this is Euro close. Oh, shit, we need to do push-ups. You sold your puts for pennies. It happens. It happens. Today was looking good. Today's a lot different. Every other bearish day we've had, it felt ugly. There was some bad news. Today, there's no way you drop like this off ISM. The only thing was Europe was hideous. That's the only negative thing you have going in favor today. Otherwise, it wasn't that bad. That's why I'm like, no shit. Oh, man. Bro, I've had heartburn all week. You know, I've had way too many hot Cheetos. And then I ate too much. I don't know what it was, bro. Yeah, Japan was really bad. But, Chad, we got to move around. Let's go, baby. Get the body moving. Get the body moving. Stand up, move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We got to move around. That's it. I won't give you the full breakdown, but that's it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you are going to do the weekend war anticipation as well. Do people front run banks? The banks are really weird. I don't know, man. I would say I'm going to have to blame foreign stuff on what's going on. We do have Euro close now, so we'll see. But this is a very big day considering we have bigger news tomorrow. But then I do think this is just more of a foreign effect, to be honest. But then again, I mean, it could be anything because regionals are selling off. Maybe it is more domestic. And you guys don't know the shitty part, too. You still have Apple and Amazon today after the bell. The data was stagflationary, recession-esque, hence the reaction by IWM. I could agree with that, but I don't think we would dump this hard off of that data because, again, it's softer data. You know, the ISM does not, like, make up or lead into stuff that big, but especially with non-farms tomorrow. But again, I think add that to everything else going on overseas, I think it gave us this sort of reaction. Market was green. I wasn't surprised. Again, it felt good. There was a lot of good things that have happened, but I was surprised that it just more so gave up this quickly. The MO plays up 400. No way. Oh, yeah, shit. Nice. And then the arm plays up over 200. So that's guys still need to do another set of push. I just did my resistances. All right, I sold 20 of 25 MOs at 14. So I have 5 more for free now, just taking some off the table. That was a killer play, though. We literally bought those for 3 cents yesterday. So if you were live on, again, y'all didn't like the video. Y'all still got the play, bro. So, hey, man, it was a good one. Emma was great. So now we have 5 more contracts. We're just under 100. And then we got all the money yesterday, and then that was just like another 270. And then the arm play is doing very good. I don't know, man. I really want to keep pushing it, but you do have a great gain. That one's 50 cents into $1.80. And then SPY still near the low, man. Ugly. Yeah, and then if NVIDIA dies, that's not good too. Because, again, NVIDIA yesterday, that had a fat effect on the market. Yeah, and then, I mean, even the bonds too. That's crazy. We'll see where they go. But I think bonds just trapped you on the high end. If you were already holding, you were good to go. But no, this day did pick up a little uglier. Again, Russell's down 3.3 right now, 3.4. And then ES is down by over 1.1. NASDAQ now 1.6. Bro, you're about to go. This is negative July. That's crazy. So it's a new month, but that's nonsense. So imagine yesterday's gap up move, because yesterday was the end of the month. By gapping up above here and staying above, July was green on the month. So now if you go below this line, that's where June started. So now to start off the new month, I mean, you're literally, I guess you're starting from here. But yeah, now you're just giving it all back up. So technically, if there's one more day, July would have been negative, but high. Added more intel. Man, we still got a long amount of time, man. It's only been 15 minutes here, or 15 minutes since Euro close. I like Ulta. It's cheap. We're still up 50%. But we talked about it earlier. It looked decent. Japan saying they're hiking rates. Yeah, I mean, and the thing about Japan, you guys got to realize, their economic data does not support it. That's the funniest part. So imagine all the yen videos I've made you and all of the rumors we've gone back and forth with, and everybody would be looking at the data, right? Remember last time with the yen, I was telling you about the Shunto wage hikes and looking at their economy and how it was leading them to do all of that? Yeah, here's the funny part. Their economic data does not justify it at all. So Japan is just hiking out of the fucking wind. They're not even looking at their economy anymore when they're doing it. Because if you looked at Japan's economic data, it does not justify raising rates and stopping tapering. But that's the whole point. They're doing it now because now I think they think Powell is going to stop. So something is happening where they're like, yeah, okay, the data's not there, but it's time that we actually do it. So that's the crazy part about Bank of Japan. Not only are they doing, they did what was hawkish, but they're doing it without any like evidence. It's like they're not doing it because the data is going a certain way. They're just doing it because they feel that it's time now. Oh, your first what? If you had to place your life savings on Apple or Amazon call at the market close, what would you do and why? So I appreciate your first time super chat, man. I really do. Thank you for letting me be your first person on YouTube that you've ever donated to. But I think they got that guy and put him in jail. You know that? So there's a guy running around LA and he like puts a gun up to your head and he's like, I don't want any of your money. You got to pick either one player or the next player. I'm going to kill you. And it's terrifying because, like, if you be wearing, like, a nice watch, he'll come up to you and he won't rob you, but he'll threaten to kill you unless you tell him what play to make by the end of the day. It's terrifying. So I think they got him. I don't know if he's still around, but, long story short, you don't have to. You know what I'm telling you, man. What I'm speaking is facts, bro. Because you don't ever have to place your life savings on anything. If you really want to know what I would do, I would split it amongst all of them. So no matter what it is, do I think you should go for those crazy, I don't think I would, but if I was going to do any play where it's like one or the other, do all of them. I would do I would do Apple. I would do Amazon. Diversification is the answer. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it, but I would be very cautious and don't wind yourself up into trouble putting your life savings on an earnings play. Money that you need is cost. Indeed. $20K on Apple it is. That's what you got out of that? Well, thank you for the super chat. But listen, if you are going to go $20K on Apple, can I get $2,000? Just let me get 10%. Okay, you can email me. I can send you like a PayPal. But let me get like $2,000. Please. Just come on. I'll be nicer to you than the market maker. I'll go sign you up for Vegas points. I'll get you a coupon book. The Wall Street won't even give you a coupon book. You remember, the Value Saver book? I'll get you that. That's it. Win or lose, I'm going to get you a coupon. Yeah, man, you want the J Lucky experience? Vikram, best YouTube channel for the stock market. Thank you so much, Josh, for your email. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. A lot of love today, and thank you for not putting the gun to my head, forcing me to make a daily option trade. I like it. Yeah, why don't you start a long term, bro? Come on, J Lucky experience. You come out to California, we hang out, we go get food. I take you to a cheesecake factory, and then we make it long term, and then you go home. It's low price, $2,000 if you're down. The dinner's on me, and then you get a long term. If you want to go gamble with me, that's going to be another $2K. That's $4K total. I'm just saying, you'll get a long term, and then maybe we play some blackjack. Okay? You got $10K, I'll bring some homes. I'll bring some homes. Some homes. We'll go look at homes. But you let me know. You let me know. Where do you sign up? Longterm.com. Get a long term. Well, Russell, I think there's many reasons of why we're selling off today, but then what we're talking about is that the Russell, I think it's getting clobbered by bank stocks. Yeah, man. But in all seriousness, get a long term and then trade a little bit with a smaller amount. Otherwise, good luck. Market out west. It's good. I don't know. They need to get back to me. I put in an offer a couple days ago on a house in San Diego. But I've been buying a couple still. We've done a couple of good deals. It's definitely slowing down. It's slowing down, and there's some more opportunities, but nothing too different from the last couple of months. I do everything. Fix, flip, rent, wholesale. Well, I do whatever the deal requires. Whatever makes sense to get the money. The real estate, we're no longer accepting anybody. But, we're always down to network if you need help with something. Or if you have a client in another area or you need something done in another one. I got good references, but we're not really trying to add people to it. Yeah, those ARM plays, bro, they keep fluctuating. Tesla's going down by 4. Even NVIDIA, again, SPY, Russell had a little bounce there, but it's not holding up too much. Prices in San Diego, they're crazy. I never thought San Diego would get this expensive. Because, again, San Diego used to be cheaper than L.A. Now it's more expensive than L.A. But, like, it's nuts. I think if you want to buy the average home in San Diego at the average price, I think you need to be, your mortgage is like 5 G's a month, if not more. It's kind of crazy. So, like, if you want to just move to San Diego and buy $1 million, the average priced home, it's literally like $5,000 a month. That's not renting, that's buying. But even then, I'm pretty sure the rent is in the high threes or something, which is insane, bro. No, average house is like $950, $1 million. Bro, even in Temecula, the average price in Temecula, I'm pretty sure is $1 million or 900,000. That's insane. That's not even San Diego. I think from San Diego to LA, I don't even know if there's any area that's like 700K, 600K. Maybe Orange County, but even then, I'm pretty sure Orange County is in the millions too. Yeah. Bro, Temecula, what did someone say? From wine flights, from dirt bikes to wine flights. It's kind of crazy. Let me see Redfin. Give me the location. We could move back up to open, but it's hard. I think SPY will have a better shot than not. Okay, no, Temecula came down. Temecula was at $1 million. Now it came back down. It's like around 800 grand. That's still crazy. As a point of reference, those Temecula houses were going for like 300K a couple of years ago. And then San Diego's at 950. That's actually insane too. But yeah, at San Diego data. At that price, though, I'm pretty sure it's like 5 G's a month. Average price in San Diego, 1.02 million. So it's even higher. It's even higher than 2022. That's the sad part. Median sales price is still up 10% year over year. I don't know if it is if it's 20K down, but still it might be. You rent, you live, or you own? I own, but I used to rent some places. Like, I've rented before. I'm not against it. I'm down. I would even rent if I found a condo that, like, I really wanted to live in. I would rent it because I own my other houses. But the last couple of years, I've been, I bought multiple houses and I just live in them. Call it a day. Some of them too. I had a house like a year ago. One of the ones I sold, I never told you guys. I was living in it for a little bit and then I just sold it. I just got sick of it. I didn't like it. I thought I was gonna like it. I bought a backup house, you could call it. It was a good rental, but I was like, you know what? Let me live in it. I Airbnb'd one of my other cribs, but then I stayed there for a couple months. And then I didn't like it, and then I just sold it, and I made a couple $100 grand, and then that was it. I have multiple setups, so I didn't have to move my setup. I just took my other one with me. You teaching how to do this? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've always, listen, if you ever wanted to get into this stuff and you've reached out and like you've asked questions here or through email, I've always provided assistance, you know. I don't think it's like you have to really learn anything crazy, but it's more so a plan and then actually executing the plan. Market tanked off of the data today, but there was a couple of other things in play, like European rate cuts and Europe performance that also brought us down. Well, yeah, the employment was really bad, but the prices went up. That was the issue. The data was ISM manufacturing, and it had prices paid, manufacturing, employment, a lot of factors there. But it caused way too big of a reaction. Some people are doubling down on it, but I think it was just a mix of also what was going on overseas, the European cut, some of the war stuff, and then it turned a decent day into a pretty ugly one. But then I also think it's giving us a lot more cushion leading into tomorrow, which will be the big day. I think Meta has upside, yeah. Meta did good. I don't know, Meta was actually quite pleasant comparing it to like Google and then the other AI and other stuff. It's all good. Intel or Nike for the pickup. I mean, either or, I'm waiting because I still have like the final remainder of the deposit, but I'm waiting on that. Positive earnings could help. It already did. You saw the last couple of days. But again, I think we got some more global hiccups. I do think it is weird. We do have to start asking ourselves, why are people cutting and why is Powell so open to talking about it? That's it. Something is we are getting close. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence. I told you guys a couple weeks ago with the yield curve. Remember, I was like either a couple weeks or a couple of years, but you know, where things are boiling up and then all this other shit happens. And then now all of a sudden, everybody in the world is getting ready to move rates. Japan, America, England, you know, it's like things are starting to move now. And that's where I think we're at. It's either something's broken or there's definitely something already broken, small, and that has people's attention. But we don't know yet. That's what I was trying to say earlier. The funniest part, like, we don't know shit. You got to realize that. If you guys have not picked up on it, people around the world are reacting, but you don't know what it is. Because literally, Powell, Ueda, Bank of England, all of these guys are moving, the yield curve, all of this. Again, think about what happened with the election ever since, the Kamala fiasco. You had the yield curve uninvert, and then now we have this shit happening. And then again, you have people willing to talk about this shift and people shifting. Why? Nothing has changed. You have no evidence, no data, nothing has changed dramatically. But all of a sudden, people are just using this calendar and they're like, you know what? Maybe it's time now that we do this. But up. Yeah, we probably won't know until revisions are done. I kind of feel you. If nothing was broken or breaking, do you think they would be cutting rates? Why would they cut if the economy is doing good like they're saying it is? Well, that's the thing. I don't really know. I would want to say no, but the way Powell is making it sound is that they're cutting because things are going back to normal. So I disagree with that, but do you realize that Powell and the central banks, they are trying to put this story that they're doing it because it's time. So they're saying nothing is wrong, but they're saying, we need to get back now to this old setup, and that's why they're doing it. So I disagree. I think something there has, because I think if nothing was broken, why would you cut the rates? Why not just keep them there? Like, in a weird way, I think if there was no issues, why wouldn't you keep your rates at 4 or 5%? I mean, granted, problems have started here, but if things are really solid, I don't think you need to just cut for no reason. Because people want to buy homes and can't. Yeah, that's not because of rates, unfortunately. So remember, rates shot up the most they ever have in history. So you've never had rates go up that fast, and house prices still went up, and people still bought houses. You know, the amount of people that have a mortgage above 6%, I'm pretty sure it's less than 10% of all mortgages. So that's not really affecting things as much as you would think. So I don't think that's why they're doing it. Eventually, something would break with higher rates, yeah, but that's if it was like extremely high. But if you're telling me the economy's pumping and there's no sign of slowing down, then why would you necessarily be worried about that? EWG, I mean, the puts did not do good last time. I would short it, but I do think whenever there's an issue in Europe, Germany is going to pay for it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cutting rates to combat inflation. Well, that's the thing. I mean, inflation's came down. That's why we're all like, wait a minute, what's happening? Yeah, there was a prisoner swap with Russia today. That one guy, Erskowitz or whatever, the Wall Street Journal reporter, they freed him. All right, man. This has been your biggest bounce of the day. Let's see if this holds up. This is like, what, a couple minutes after Euro close, literally bouncing off of the negative line for the month. That's crazy. The Zaza went up too. Gotta love it. The waters have calmed down. I don't know. I still think it's lurking. I think that bond reaction is still kind of weird too. We don't have any more data, but whether this holds or not, remember, we still have the follow-up tomorrow morning. Well, be careful. TLT has moved up a lot. So, again, I flipped the bonds multiple times this week. I hope you guys notice. That's kind of why I like it, just getting in, getting out. You may miss out on some, but, like, bro, this has been straight vertical for the last couple of days here. So keep that in mind. Whatever you're buying here right now on any of the bonds, I mean, that's 4 or 5 days in a row of straight gains. J. Sam Violin, baby, what's up? Good morning, Habibi. Good morning. Listen to you when I was 23. Now I'm 27. No way. That's crazy, bro. Is it your birthday today? Happy birthday, bro. But that's crazy, man. You're old now. Do you have heartburn? Do you get heartburn? Do you have a receding hairline? Because if not, then that's good. Because that means you aged without aging. No, we're going to cover the earnings a little later. Around 11 usually. 18, now I'm 24. That's crazy. I hope you guys really get long terms, man. Okay, that's part of it. And then bonds getting the candle right there. That's what I was saying. It's kind of wild, man, to think about how long some of you guys have been listening. Because that blew my mind when I thought about it. Like, think of the last 8 years, like all of those 12-year-olds are 18 years old now. So if you've gone through the whole Biden-Trump thing, that's been 8 years. But think about it. When Trump was first coming around, if you were 12, by this time now you're 18, able to vote. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. So, yeah. I like Estee Lauder and I like them. I think Estee Lauder is a better value. So we were just talking about that because Ulta hit a 52-week low. But Estee Lauder, I really like. Estee Lauder, I mean, this is kind of a crazy value play now that I think about it. It keeps hitting more lows. Yeah, you're buying this at 2017 levels. I don't even know what the dividend yield is. I think it's 4. Oh, 2.7. You could check your own chat facts. I think you got to go to your channel, your own user profile, and then go to like chat activity. What's up, man? I got an email already, so I don't know, Rudy, you were saying, what do you need help with? I think some of you guys liked my idea there where I said, you got to be careful with it, but yeah, you can buy a house, live in it, and then just sell it. It's kind of a weird tactic, but I don't think you should do that like setting out. Like that shouldn't be your main goal, if that makes any sense. So I think you should find a house that you like, that you would want to live in regardless. But then the general idea would just be if you don't like it or you stay there for a short amount of time, you could just sell it and flip it. But, making money off of where you live has always been a strategy. I like Estee Lauder for the long term. I would like the yield a little higher, but that one's in the bargain bin. It's getting there. I didn't miss much, but the data, ISM data, killed us. And then Russell got murked, and that's what kind of started this little fiasco here. Blessings, blessings on blessings on blessings. LVMH is Sephora, yeah. Again, I like Ulta because I think it's different than Sephora. It's bigger, but both of those are great. And then Estee Lauder sells the product. It's not the store. But bro, cosmetics, I'm a big fan of. I think investing in the ladies is foolproof. Any of those are always going to be around. Sometimes they'll do better, sometimes they'll do worse. But if you could secure a good cosmetic name at a good price, I think that's a great part of the portfolio. You work for Estee? How is it? And then bonds are climbing. See if the SPY goes up. Because remember, Philip Morris 116. He would have made even more on that contract. I forgot we sold out of that one yesterday. Fire at Russia's Gazprom oil refinery has now been extinguished. Ult at 200. I think we're in at like 250. But I would like it at a lower price. I even like it now. I don't want to average up, but maybe. We'll see. We already got our deposit. It sucks I only have like half a deposit available, but depending on how things play out, maybe we just wait. And then if any of these names don't get any cheaper, there's a couple of new ones there. Yeah, the MO play is doing great. I sold off 20 of them because I had a lot, but I have 5 more for free. So we did take a little bit more profits on that today. I was thinking dip buy on ARK yesterday. I like the ARK plays a lot, actually. The spreads are wild, but I'm not against it. Bank of England Bailey would caution against view that Bank of England would cut rates continuously in successive meetings from here. Yeah, Biden's live. I need to go pee. But which one? And then the yen is starting to climb a little bit. Biden prisoner swap. I don't think he's live yet, but he's supposed to be there. That's cool. He's going to be, we haven't seen homeboy since we were worried he was dead. That's crazy we even had that. Do you realize that was part of the timeline? That at one point in the last month, people thought the president was dead and he had to make an appearance to show he was not dead. And people like, that's crazy to me. So that's still part of the story, is that actually happened. Like, he had to actually present himself to be like, yo, man, we good. And people were like, oh, okay, he's up. Well, we'll see. This one seems like it's going to be live. We haven't seen homeboy live in a minute. We might bounce, but as I said, I don't know. Russell will have a long way to go. I definitely think this SPY could come up a lot. And then the yen is starting to climb right now. Your long TLT and SPY. Good luck. IRM 110. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, bro. IRM. It's crazy because IRM, it wasn't our biggest position, but like the way that it's growing, it's just slowly getting bigger and bigger. The wire just spazzed. Good morning. Again, yen is going up. Wait, why is there a press briefing scheduled at 9:45 too? Very weird. Yeah, I don't know when Biden's going to get on. Oh, wait. I think he just pulled up. Yeah. All right, I was like, I need to go pee.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, just shit on.
You got everybody?
Why does that look like
Well,
Senator
good afternoon.
Kennedy?
And this is a very good afternoon.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon. Today we're bringing home Paul, Evan, Alsu, Vladimir. 3 American citizens and 1 American green card holder. All 4 have been imprisoned unjustly in Russia. Paul for nearly 6 years. Vladimir since 2022, Evan since March of 2023, and Alsu since October of 2023. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever, none. Paul, a former Marine, was in Russia for a wedding. Evan, a journalist with a Russian, in Russia, was in Russia, assigned by the Wall Street Journal. Alsu, also a journalist, was in Russia to see family. All three falsely accused of being spies. And Vladimir, who was a Russian citizen by birth and holds an American green card, is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was a pallbearer at my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime, and for that he was convicted of treason. And now, their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free. Moments ago, the families and I were able to speak to them on the telephone from the Oval Office. They're out of Russia. Earlier today, they were flown to Turkey, and soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's a relief to the friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request. And I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well. These 16 prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, 5 Germans, 7 Russian citizens who are political prisoners in their own country. One of those Russians runs a human rights organization, Memorial, which won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others work with Alexei Navalny, a political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year. Now they can live safely abroad and continue their work of advocating for democracy if they so choose. This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. They stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who were justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter. And today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world. Friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon, especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this. Our alliances make our people safer, and we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well. That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom, for liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today. I want to thank everyone in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did not start just on day one. It started before day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration. I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad, many since before I took office. Additionally, I issued an executive order in 2022 authorizing penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government. Deals like this one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad. And so we'll continue to work for the release of all wrongfully detained Americans around the world. Let me end where I began, with Paul, Evan, and also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. We can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while. All kidding aside, can't imagine their joy right now. They're home. Tomorrow's a big day. The 13th birthday of Miriam. Miriam, where are you? Come here. You all know we have a tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. You ready? All of you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam. Happy birthday to you. Remember, no serious guys till you're 30.
She said, no what till you're 30?
She's Alsu's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate.
She's
with
like,
her
Mom, thank you.
That's what this is all about. Families able to be together again, like they should have been all along. So I want to thank you again to everyone who did their part.
Said he's gone rogue.
In just a few hours, we'll welcome home our fellow Americans. We're looking forward to that. God willing, we're going to be out at Andrews and get that done. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is a good day.
What did you say to them on the phone, sir? What did you say when they answered the phone on the other side?
He made it. Was that it? He said no guys till you're 30? That's weird.
How do you keep countries, these so-called abductor states, from simply taking more Americans in order to get more?
He does have less of the side wrinkle.
Perverse incentives, sir.
You guys remember that?
Advising people not to go certain places.
I need more side wrinkle.
Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
These negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with 6 countries to secure these releases?
Well, look, I'm not going to take the time now, but I'll do this later in the week. I particularly own a great sense of gratitude to the Chancellor. The demands they were making of me required me to get some significant concessions from Germany.
Why does the suit look so?
Concluded they could not do because of the person.
It does. It looked like a Dana Carvey suit.
But everybody stepped up.
Like with the back, you know. I got on. There's too much of that gap.
And it matters to have relationships. It really does. These things matter. Pardon me?
Could this improve relations with Russia? Is there any avenue for that after this prisoner exchange deal?
And spy near the low.
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
Did you speak with Vladimir Putin about this, or would you be willing to speak with Putin now directly?
I don't need to speak with Putin.
Anyway.
How did you weigh that decision of letting somebody out who sounds like got away with murder?
I got home innocent people. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you speaking with Erdogan or any of the leaders about this?
Say that again?
Are you speaking with President Erdogan or other leaders about this?
Yes, I've spoken to all the leaders about this.
What did you say to President
And by the way, as a father, look, you heard me say this before. I mean it. My dad had a simple proposition. Family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. I can think of nothing more consequential. I mean it sincerely. And having lost family, not a different way, and not knowing what's happening, circumstance when they're accidental, help, it matters.
Mr. President, what did Germany ask for in response for their cooperation?
Nothing.
President
President
Trump has said repeatedly that he could have gotten the hostages out without giving anything in exchange. What do you say to that? What do you say to President Trump now, former president?
Why didn't he do it when he was president?
Sir, what did
Thank you guys.
And then Bonds came back up. Thank you. That's it, bro. They let him. Wait, he's lost. Hold on. I saw. That wasn't a door. I didn't see a door open. Yeah, hold on. He's like, somebody, we forgot the sippy cup. Please monitor the website for upcoming details. Thank you. Bonds came up, though, on all of that, so not too bad. That was just talking about the freedom of the reporters, the prisoner swap that we did today. But that was about it. Yeah, man, the sippy cup is important. Yeah, that was okay. He's not running anymore, so I don't know. I feel like everybody's kind of easier on him, but he definitely looked a little bit more lost there. That was rough. Yeah, bonds came back up a decent amount, kind of out of nowhere. And then SPY sold off. Micron on the low right now. And then even NVIDIA is going through the low, too. You think there's any way the market won't crash under the next president? Yeah, Kamala. I think the market, again, I just think inflation will go crazy, but I think Kamala will be good for the market and good for prices of things. I mean, that may help. Some of you that'll help, some of you that'll hurt because, again, I think she's more likely for hyperinflation. But then Donald Trump, that's the one that I think will bring the market down. So it's kind of bittersweet. Happy Jamaica Day to all of my Jamaicans. It's Jamaica Day. Well, shout out all the Jamaica. I did not know it's Jamaican Day. Wagwan, man. Can I say Wagwan? Is that what's? Yeah, I don't know. I think Wagwan is what comes to mind. Yep, the Chad could not resist. Donald Trump is lower real estate. Yeah. I think lower a lot of things. I feel like we have this talk every single day. Trump tariff would be horrible for inflation in stock markets. I don't think it will be. I think a lot of people are very, very ignorant towards Donald Trump's effect on the market. Let me just put it this way. I'm scared. I'm very scared of Donald Trump because what happens if he wins and then we all get thrown into concentration camps? You don't remember that? I remember 2016. They said if Donald wins, we all going to go to concentration camps. Oh, yeah. Did you guys forget about that? Because I remember that. My camp had $1 gas, but that's so, oh no. So it's the same thing with the whole inflation and Donald Trump, if he does do tariffs across everything, that is inflationary. But it's not going to be, I don't think he's going to do it that wide sweeping. And it's just to ignore what Kamala's policies would do. I mean, come on. But I think Donald Trump is more likely to give you an asset value crash and deflation. And then Kamala, that's going to be your inflation gal. But you guys remember that? 2016. I have ADD. I have terrible concentration. What's going to be worse under Trump? Twitter disappears from Mac App Store. Well, what about X? You're in the hospital? What? Oh, your pops has heart surgery? We'll pray for you, man. I thought you were in there too. I'm like, oh my gosh. But even then, man, I hope you guys all do okay. Definitely will pray for you. I'm still in the Airbnb play, yeah. We're going to hold that till pre-earnings, even maybe through earnings. Just as an update. Any of the earnings plays, I usually am going to hold till then. And the only time I'll sell is if they go up to make them free. Well, we have another month and a half before the next cut. So if there is people selling off before then we're going to have to see. The thesis behind I don't know. I mean, I explain this every day. I think I might need to make a video, but it's just the age-old thesis of Republicans versus Democrat policy. And again, asset stability versus not. And it seems kind of obvious to me, especially with your boy Donald. I think it'll be easier to blame him for a lot of things, but I think Biden or Donald is going to approach a more fiscal policy that is based on stability of assets and a stronger dollar rather than a weaker one. And then I think Kamala is just I'm terrified of Kamala. I think Kamala is going to it's so weird that I don't know why. I guess maybe brainwashed Democrats, but the only other thing I'm thinking is like I don't know why Democrats don't look at Kamala for what she is, because what she will do with inflation is terrifying. Again, Kamala is you're going to trust that lady with a checkbook after, you may think that the inflation is over, but that's like Nixon 101. This is like 1970s 101. You give her the checkbook, bro, she's going to go ape shit with it. Again, with clean energy, with all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's good. I'm cooked with this take. Oh, I'm not. I think you're cooked by even saying I'm cooked, because you, my brother, don't understand your history. I do. That's the difference between you and me, is that the literal background of like Republicans and Democrats and like asset stability, this is older than you, this is older than me. So, yeah. But no, I mean, why let me tell you this. So you're telling me Kamala is going to spend less money? Just say it out loud 5 times and tell me if that. Otherwise, and then look at your PP. What? What? You can't say that. But you get it? Because I don't think you're getting it. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. At all. You think Donald will spend less money? Yes. 100%. But honestly, I don't even want to have a talk. See, because this is what I used to do back in the day. I used to try to educate some of you foolish people, and then it just leads to a very, you know what I'm saying? Because I cared about you guys. I would try to go back and I would try to fix your flawed logic and try to show you history and all of that, but y'all don't even give a shit. So, I give up. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you. But if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. You know what I'm saying? But if the schooling system has failed you and everything else, that's it. But unfortunately, yeah, you're either going to have to believe what I say or you could go and look it up yourself. You can't help them. I tried. I really did care. I mean, you guys know that. I've spent years trying to help the ignorant people. I really have, because I feel like when people say like ignorant shit, I feel like they just don't know. So I feel like, we should help them, and I've tried to help them, but at some point I do, like I said, lately I have given up on some of you guys, because I don't think you're having these debates with the intention to really learn. I don't think you even give a shit about the history. I don't think that's it. Just Orange Man scares you so much that you will ignore history, learning, knowledge, education. You'll ignore all of it just because Orange Man is so scary. Or he's scary, or your peers have scared you. Other people have bullied you and you're too scared to align with the things that are true, because then you're like, oh, am I a bad person? If you don't really know yourself, you're like, oh, man, maybe I am a bad person if I believe in this. Oh, maybe I am this. Maybe I am that. So, unfortunately, I just chalk it up to go look up go read the history books, and you'll see what I'm saying. But I don't say this because I like or dislike somebody. I say this because of history. Every time. Great to see you. Great to see you too, baby. Some people are not going to act right. Well, yeah, I mean, I do let them be, but, like, I don't fuck with them no more. Like, that's it. Like, that's all it is. Like, that's all I'm coming down to is that I just, like, I don't fuck with those people no more. So, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to try to help you out or to educate you when I just know all you want is division and you don't really want to learn. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of been my attitude lately. I don't have time for the fake tolerance. I have time for a lot of things, but not that. No Intel leaps. I would go Intel shares. Remember, Intel pays a dividend. Yeah, I agree. I think my bias is money. I mean, I do have biases now. I share them with you, but I am pretty open-minded when it comes down to a profit. And that's what I've been saying here. I mean, when it's all said and done, I would be ready, and I encourage you all. Like, you don't like what I'm saying, great, but I do hope that you align your finances because, again, if the inflation, you should really understand who would cause inflation or not, because in the next 4 years, you'll be able to make a lot of money off of it or not. So that's what I would be willing to do, and that's what I plan on doing. Do you think RFK would spend? Oh, I don't know. It's sad. I wish he would win, but I don't know. I think he'd be more fiscally conservative. Maybe I don't know him all that well, but yeah. Been when? Well, I mean, I guess as of like 2 weeks ago, I said I'm going to vote for Trump, so that is my bias. But other than that, yeah. Bro, never done. SMRT. That's on the low. Duke Energy on the high. SPY going lower, man. And then Bonds giving up a little bit of that. Yeah, Trump, he did raise the budget. He spent a lot. I don't think Trump is a good guy like that. But why are you, like, again, this is where we're running a slippery slope where I genuinely hope you want to learn. Otherwise, you're a jackass. Because it's like, why are you ignoring what everybody else did? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel you. Like, Trump did pressure for lower rates. Trump did raise the budget. Biden gave away billions of dollars and for wars. And even when the pandemic was coming to an end, issued another $1 trillion in stimulus and did a lot of other things there. So again, dumped and sold all of your oil. All of these had consequences. And so again, the money printer, both of them, their hands are covered in blue strips, bro. But to ignore what the Biden and Democratic administration has done, you know, that's unfortunately, that's why I tell you I'm scared of the inflation that would happen because of what I've already seen. Man, Tesla's still dying. And then this SPY. I don't think he'll be any better for inflation. He's a big spender. First COVID bailouts. Yeah, I think in the right situation, he'll be just as worst as the worst of them. But again, in general, if you don't see the easy difference between them two when it comes down to spending money, then I don't think you'll ever see it. But I'm 10 times more scared of Kamala. And when it comes down to spending. And again, I'd be more worried about it than not. You mock the people afraid of Orange Man, but you're scared of the Dems. Strange tone. I mean, am I scared for no reason? That's the thing. And I don't like pick and choose. Like, I don't go and like, I think a lot of people, you will go and just because you don't like broccoli, you will literally eat dog shit. So that's what it comes down to. So I'm scared of dangerous things. If something said poison, I don't want to eat it. And that's what I'm telling you. I think Kamala is poison. And I would say when it comes to money, she's poison. It says poison, danger, do not consume. And you're like, no, I want to consume it because I don't like broccoli. So that's what it is. I think all of you guys are so scared of broccoli, you're willing to kill yourself. You're willing to hurt yourself and hurt others because of that. Where I'm just telling you, hey, that's poisonous, and I'm worried about. Does that clarify my tone for you? I hope it does. You know, it's almost as confusing as when Democrats say that they're forgiving and then they love people, right? And then they're like, oh, like, yeah, we don't judge people. Oh, we support minorities and we don't judge minorities. And the Democrats say that. And then the first time someone has like a conviction, they're like, you gonna vote for a convicted felon? Sir? So yeah, but then again, go back to the original one. You could be scared of things, but hopefully it's logical. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but just because I like broccoli or just because I don't like broccoli, I wouldn't opt for dog shit in my mouth, which is what I see a lot of people do when it comes down to this. Hims dying off Eli Lilly headline? Oh, shit. Yeah. What is the headline? Oh, Metamorphion, baby. God bless you. I see the B&B Paraboss. I see that one everywhere. Where is it? Because you said things probably just got demonetized. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate this support. I don't see Hims. I have earnings preview. Their earnings is on August 5th. Eli CO sees weight loss drug shortage ending very soon. Oh, no way. You think people are generally scared of Trump? It's not brainwashed. They don't align, so they ignore it. No, I feel you, but that's exactly the point I'm saying. You could be scared of something, but I hope it makes a lot of logical sense. Again, I mean, 4 years ago, they told you Donald Trump was going to really, they said it was going to be concentration camps. They said it was going to be this, and then, literally they said Donald Trump would cause wars. And you have had more wars under Biden than you have had under Trump. You know, all of these different things, you could go down the list. That's why I'm just, unfortunately, I can't be that fearful after knowing what both of them are like. Both Biden and Republicans and Democrats. You've already experienced it. Even worse, it's like Kamala Harris going up on stage telling you what she will do if you give her your vote. Yet, she is currently the current vice president. Homegirl could probably do half of it right now in office. She is the current vice president, one of the highest positions in the world, to enact a change, to do anything. So if you want to raise taxes on rich people, if you want to do any of these things that you are campaigning, you are actually in a position right now where you could do something. Y'all don't think that's weird? Okay. I feel. But yeah, so anyways. You can't blame 50 years. No, I'm not blaming it, but you would blame Trump. Why am I upset? I'm not upset at all. I think you're more upset, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I'm just sharing my, like I said, unfortunately it's a trap because just the Democrats and some people, they are not worth trying to explain this stuff to. But if for those of you who are really like actually listening, I hope you see I'm sharing with you my logic on a lot of things. I didn't get here like by being too angry. I do think emotions get involved with it, but like I'm telling you, when if I wrote all of my thoughts down, there's a logical line of like why I'm not scared, why I'm scared, why certain things incite a reaction, and not, but it's not really like I'm not angry. I'm just like, wow. Again, I know a lot of people don't really want a real answer and are more scared of a idea when that idea has already kind of been proven to not be that scary to begin with. Mm. 99 degrees. Oh, I know. Yeah, I feel like most people have, and I mean it's just crazy. I didn't think it happened, but I think I've inspired some people because I just don't think a lot of people have I think a lot of you guys were like me, and y'all just been getting bullied and shit, and you are kind of nervous. You're kind of nervous to say how you really felt, and then at the same time though, you shouldn't be that scared. It's not that bad. Most people do agree. They're just kind of worried, or maybe they have a job and they're scared of losing their money, or again, having their peers call them a bad person. Some people can't really handle that. Longeveron has been granted Australian patent number 20172138812 for mesenchymal stem cells. I don't know what that is. The NVIDIA and Tesla still dying, man. These two right here, I think these two are pushing a lot. Let me get you another one, another breakdown. So SPY 149 green, 354 red. Dow Jones green 7. Red 23, and then 16 green, and then 85 red on the NASDAQ. That's disgusting. So very bad day all around. Speaking facts, but I will tell you this, man. Republican or Democrat, we all got to kind of come to an agreement and just realize if we are arguing about politics in this room, come on. I thought about this the other day. Jackass, you and I are doing the same exact thing. Do you get it? What do you mean everybody's just acting, myself including. But you're an actor, I'm an actor. We are all trading stocks. The fuck? How think about it. You know what I'm saying? We are all trading stocks. So you are just trying to make money. And you care a lot about money. You can't tell me you don't, because then why are you in a stock market chat room? Why are you even in stock? So you all just want money. And you want money doing nothing. Just trading financial markets. So whether you say you're a Republican, you say you're a Democrat, but we're all doing the same exact thing. So everyone's a liar. Let's be real. Everybody wants the money. You want the freedom. No, but you're here trading stocks. We're doing the same action. You could justify it however you want, but if you're trading, if you're in the market, I mean, You think about what you're actually going for and doing, but that's it. That right there, we could say we're different things and we align differently, but we are doing the exact same thing with the same intention. And I did good. Nextera. All right, where's your girl? I want to try to get the previews early. It's already 10 almost. Damn. Ay. 9:40. Your girl's supposed to be live. Today. Well, today I think it was the banks and then Europe. But again, I think that rate cut in Europe plus yesterday is leaving people scratching their heads. And then the banks, I think, sold off in reaction. And then now we're here. And then I think it's giving you cushion for tomorrow. No, I'm not shorting gold. I was too scared. I should have. They took the Russell, got clapped on that. I would have made good money. I think I would have made like 2 G's if I shorted the gold. Yeah, England cut this morning, and I think that's it, because we did have our data, and the data was important, but I think more Europe and the other stuff moving us. Yeah, hymns is round 2. That's in the bottom right. Gold stock is, I'm using futures. So that's the problem. You could use GLD. That's a good way to trade gold, but I use the futures. Into the future. RCL, I'm not a fan of the cruise lines. I never really have been. You could trade futures on Schwab. No Fidelity, but Schwab, I really like it. S&P, I mean, it's down 1. We did come back to negative, or filling yesterday's gap, but it was a mix of data and then, again, Europe. Really big emphasis on Europe that I think brought us down as they cut rates. Because, again, Japan was bad, Europe was bad, and then they cut their rates, and then we started off good, and then our bad data just flipped everything. But, like I'm also saying, I think this is somewhat cushion leading into tomorrow. Because, again, tomorrow's going to be a big day. You guys remember, it was just a couple days ago I did the pricing. Isn't that funny? Remember, we were like right here, but the pricing was saying we should top out like 553, I think, or 551. I forgot where we were, but 1.7 pretty much from like 542. That's what, remember we were saying like 90 points up or down. That's still in line for Friday. So low key, the range has been big. You've had a lot of developments overseas and domestically, and then now it's leading us into the big event tomorrow. Tomorrow's non-farms, 1 hour before the bell. I don't know how tomorrow will play. I'm thinking slightly bullish, but then again, I'm very aware that, Powell said a couple of things, and that data might be very far behind Powell, if that makes any sense. What happened in there? A couple of things. ARM put $1. No. ARM put is up a lot, but yeah, we're at 110. I wish I got the 120. I went a little further to get it cheaper. But yeah, they were pricing in 11, I think. Jobless claims data was good this morning. The manufacturing data was not good, and then we flipped. But I don't think that warrants how big we dropped. I think there was other stuff. But the drop did happen right when our manufacturing data came in. AMD mutilated. Wow, what a way to describe that. Yeah, Hims is getting clapped. They just gave an update too, I think. No, that was just the headline on how much they moved. Again, NVO or Eli Lilly said that the shortage is not going anywhere. All right, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. BRB. And I'll see you in a little bit.
A lot of red on the screen with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ bouncing off the bottom, but very close to session lows. Right to the numbers with the Dow Jones Industrial Average, now trading down 548 points. That is a drop of 1.3%. S&P 500 index a day after the Fed down 68, drop right now of 1.2%. And NASDAQ is down 333 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 2%, and the Russell 2000 even harder hit right now, that index down by roughly 3.1%. The 10-year below 4%, 10-year yield right now at 3.98%, the 2-year 4.19%, gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%, 24.42, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 77.21 a barrel on WTI. Stocks getting hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data this morning, spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. Earnings news, lots of reports. Meta Platforms up 5.1% right now. We've got Meta trading higher by $24. Apple will be reporting after the close of trading today. Apple down 1.5%, 218.70 right now on Apple. Amazon also reporting after the close of trading, down 1%. And Intel, right now we got Intel lower by just about down by now by 4.5%. Some of the other companies we're keeping an eye on after earnings: Shake Shack, shares surging. We've got Shake Shack up now by 16.1%, and burger rival Wendy's down now by 1.4%. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all lower. S&P down 77, a drop right now of 1.3%. That 10-year bears repeating 3.98%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we woke up to some pretty incredible news this morning. The release of 4 Americans in a prisoner swap with Russia. 2 journalists, of course, included Evan Gershkovich and also Kermasheva, who have been imprisoned in Russia for some time now. We heard President Biden speaking about this at the White House just in the last hour.
This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again.
Joe Biden speaking from the White House a short time ago in remarks that we brought you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
On Bloomberg TV. Apple, him still at the bottom. Nikolai and JB Hunt order speculation. Oh, wow. Nikolai? People ordering Nikolais? I mean, that'd be why is Nikolai a $8 stock? Did they have a reverse split? Again, JB Hunt's a big company, but I don't know if they're actually going to do that. That's crazy. I've not heard a Nikolai headline in a minute. My goodness. GLD. Yeah, a little bit more. Again, Russell still clapped. But yeah, that one's pretty ugly. Last night you said, why did Powell tell you the things he didn't have to? Yeah, man, it's weird. I don't know why Powell talked about it. It was very, very weird. Can I address your donation question? I didn't see it. What do we got? Given that Donald spent as much as Biden, we got a political one that makes him more inflationary. You're willing to change your mind. Is there any data that shows him differently? So, I mean, before I answer that, how do I know you're willing to change your mind? Because I just think at this point, if you really believe that Biden spent less than Donald Trump, I don't know what to. I can't. That like you believe the BLS, you believe every time Janet Yellen, the deficit when they use again. You probably I don't know what you believe about inflation. So how do I know you're willing to change your mind? But I just think a lot of it's based on false premises. I don't know any other way to put it. Again, my base logic is going off of the last 100 years of Democratic and Republican policy. That's all. That's all that it is based on. I don't know why you guys have such trouble accepting that. This is accepted in academia, from Cornell to Harvard to Stanford. This is just what is taught in political theory. Republicans have more stability of the dollar, whereas the other ones don't. So it's there. He's not a Republican. He's a populist. But for argument's sake and what he's running as, it's a Republican. And even then, some things have been different. They don't always meet that mold, but in general, it's there. And then again, like I said, how do I know you're willing to? I don't think you're willing to change your mind. If you really, again, do you really believe that Biden lowered the deficit? That otherwise, you're believing Janet Yellen's wording and some of the other stuff. Donald didn't lower it. Yeah, you're not answering what I asked you, if you haven't noticed. So I think you're one of them. So I don't want to answer your question. If you don't want to get banned, leave me alone, because it doesn't seem like you're on the right track here with it anyways. Just vote for Harris and call it a day. You haven't answered me either. I guess we'll never answer each other. Have a good life, brother. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I said though too, for real. I'd be banning. I don't like y'all. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I think you guys. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but like, I just don't want to. No way in hell I could spend 7 hours with people like that. Like, so again, you guys are getting weirded out that I even ban people. It's like, nah, I can't even deal with y'all. I'm sorry. Hopefully you understand for my own peace. Because, again, my mindset, I'm here to, I'm always trying to answer people's shit, and I don't think some of y'all are real about that, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't like the whole defending stuff blindly. I just can't with how much I've done. So that's why I say I will ban it, and I just don't want to be around y'all. It's the funny part is I've been accused of stuff prior, but now this is what it looks like. If it actually is going to be an echo chamber or whatever, yeah, you're right, but it's better for my own personal peace. I banned Carissa. I banned everybody. Anybody on that fucking weird Biden shit, not really here trying to listen for the right things. I don't want to be around those. I don't even want to talk to my sister no more. I'm just done with it. I've given up on all of it. And I don't know why it's weird, because that's what they did to me. That's what everybody did for the last 3 or 4 years. So I've kind of had enough of it where I'm like, I don't want to deal with it. It's very, very exhausting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shout out to real ones. Well, thank you, man. Yeah, I accept people with different views, but I'm not gonna talk to them like and trying to explain shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to have real conversations, and then every time it's just interrupted by some weird propaganda that is you have to stretch a couple times to really believe it, and then yeah. Yeah, I banned Carissa. I banned a lot of people. So if you don't see them anymore, unfortunately, that's it. We did. Long term's making money. You guys have had multiple 1,000%ers. I think 100% play every day. So I hope you're taking advantage of it, but you may not like some of the other stuff in between. Why did I ban them? False information and propaganda is how I would word it. So, yeah. Blessed are the peacemakers, indeed. And remember, we had a PHILO on that. That PHILO is about your soul. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you. I feel, man. I feel. Deposit hit. I have not done anything with it. We only have half a deposit, but we are going to. I'm probably going to wait on it. We talked about Estee Lauder and even Ulta today, but I think just wait. Have half a deposit, maybe middle of the month or end of the month. We'll see where everything's out, and then we'll go from there. I can't spell peace without peach. Maybe. I think you PEA. No, you need a H. The pain by tomorrow if it's good. If it's not good, then the pain is just beginning. Unfortunately, because I was just telling you 2 days ago on the watch list, if we get a bad jobs report and there is signs of cracking, then people are they're gonna make some judgments off of that. And then that's it. By bad, you mean overheating? By no, actually coming in negative. So if it's a really big cracking of the jobs market, people will freak out. If it comes in too strong, too, that'll be bad as well. In a weird way, too bad or too good or too bad, both of those can be very, very negative for the market. Otherwise, just in the middle would be the best, but anything on either direction, people are going to be they're gonna be asking some questions about where things are going. Well, the jobs market, just because it's going to confirm why Powell and everybody's cutting. You see what I'm saying? So, imagine Bank of England starts cutting, Powell's talking about getting ready to cut, and then all of a sudden the jobs data craters. If it really craters, then everybody's going to be like, oh my gosh, well, there you go. This is why Powell's this. But then if it's really strong, everyone's going to be like, we don't, we'll call that into question. But ideally, a cracking jobs market with everything that's gone on with central banks, that would be telling. That would say a lot about why central banks are doing what they're doing and why some people feel how they do about rate cuts. covered call 45 days out. Just do the criteria. Just make sure it's still paying you a lot of money, like more than 20%, and just make sure you're not guaranteeing it at a lower price. This feels like that other day. You guys remember that one day? I think it was last Wednesday when we kind of had that gap. It feels exactly the same because this is getting very ugly now. Russell's down 3. It was the last time I was in a Russell and I got clapped on it, and then I averaged out of it in the last second. But it feels like that here. But yeah, you are getting dude, Russell's down 3-something, NASDAQ down 2.2, SPY down 1.4. It's pretty ugly. And then now all gaps, I think. Is this technically a gap fill? I want to say it is. I think you got a little bit more. But no, it's already there. And then ever since the data, and then again, everybody around the rest of the world, they did bad, and you had the cuts. I think bond plays, anybody in bond plays have been eating. That's where it is because Fed futures are up, the long end. If you bought European bonds, foreign bonds, you're winning. If anything, it seems like people getting out of equities and into bonds on the cuts, but for the most part, this has been somewhat of the theme we've dealt with over the last 3 weeks. Again, just random big downside out of nowhere and then kind of unwinding the AI trade and all of that. And then the only difference, I don't know. I don't think healthcare's up. Again, pay attention to some of those quote-unquote either Trump trades or the cyclical rotation. But then today, that rotation got murked because of the banks. Hi, I'm looking at you, Russell. I mean, jobs could go up, especially with the government. But, yeah, that is the other part. And then the ARM contracts, I forgot about that. That one's still going. The yield curve stopped uninverting. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So you guys remember how we freaked out about that a couple weeks ago? It lags. Every time I open this page, it lags. But yeah, it stopped inverting. So remember, that last week, bro, or whenever that was, we were like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. One more day. And then lately, it's kind of calmed down. The bonds have been moving still, but the yield curve is balancing out. It's not uninverting like it was last week or 2 weeks ago. So we're still there. We're still very close. All it takes is one more of these little run-ups that we've done in the last month or so, and you'll be uninverted. But for the most part, it has kind of calmed down out of nowhere. $43 would be 400. The uninverting was ever since the debate. Other than that, we haven't fully uninverted, but it's a clear cut since June 28th. That's when the curve started to rapidly uninvert. $250 on ARM. Nice. I see $275. Ooh. I want to sell it, but I want to hold it. I don't know what to do. Because that one's a really good play. If it drops even, you have a good gain now. If ARM bounces, you're going to be mad if that one goes red. But then also, if that flushes any more from here, oh, man, you're going to love it. Let me see if I could ghetto spread it. I lean towards hold it just because of, again, all the volatility. And then buy other shit. Damn, 2,000 people bought that contract today? Oh, that's the weekly. Damn, so we have one more week. Wow, Chad. That's scary. But do you realize, damn, that's us then. So nobody has this contract. I didn't realize it. So the open interest on our ARM contract is literally 600. So that means more people have, that means that was probably us yesterday. But there's not that many contracts open, and then 580 got traded today. Yeah, it's very uncrowded. That's good to know. And then people bought the shit out of the hundreds. We should have bought those. We should have rolled over to those. And SPY's still going lower. The low ticker is picking up. Back in 2019, I still got the same message. I hope so, man. I hope so. Shout out to OGs, baby. I hope you got a long term from then too, man. Amen. Amen. And then yen climbing up too. All right, I sold out of the ARM. I took 280%. And then I'm going to just roll it over. I'm going to just grab another one. I might wait a second, though. But I don't want to push it too hard. So literally $50 into 200. And then I put $20 down on another rollover. That's false. Tax cuts are spending, so Republicans spend more. Okay, man. Minorities can't afford to live in houses in the last 4 years, alongside a lot of people. Okay, good conversation. Thank you, guys. I'm done. That's it. Just please, just call it a day, okay? Thank you. I got to get my plays in. Got my plays out. That's fine. That's good. Open interest are those being held, yeah. All right, so not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sold the ARM. That thing rocketed up right after I sold it, so you're welcome. And then I bought the $93 put for 23 cents. So I sold one and then rolled it over. CrowdStrike says Delta rejected efforts to assist in recovery. All right. SPY, I don't know. At this point, I think you could die. This wasn't supposed to happen. So it sucks because now you have the range of tomorrow. But I guess remember the calculation we had earlier? So I think you could go to 53.50. It's 100 points. That's it. It's 100 points up, 100 points down. That's all. It's the same 1.7 I priced in a couple days ago. That's the funniest part. Yeah, bro, those fill up more. If you held those, I sold out yesterday, but those kept going. But like literally, where were we? I think we're at 5,444. We use 5,440 times 1.7. That is your Friday. That's your range. I think it was like 96 cents or 96. See, times 0, 17. Yeah, 92. It's about right. So literally 554. Oh, 92.48. 92.48. So we could go to 53.47, which sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Look at it. That's even a perfect resistance point. So we're either going to go there or you're going to go 92 points back up, meaning you go to like 55, 55.20 or 55.30. I don't know. I got to do the math. 92.48. Yeah, 55.32. So 55.32 to wherever we said 53, 47-ish. And then again, you have Apple earnings and Amazon and all of that, and then you have Fridays. But 90, 92, 93 points between now and Friday, this is all reasonable. So even though I don't like this move, and I'm like, I don't know, there's a couple of things there, this is all still within what was priced in on Wednesday, unfortunately. NVIDIA, yeah, bro, NVIDIA down 7 after going up 10? That's actually crazy. Bro, NVIDIA, do you guys realize this was one of its worst down days? So this drop was one of the worst market cap down days. Then this is literally from here to here. This is the best increase in market cap ever. And then now it's down another 7% today. I don't even know where this stacks up historically. That's crazy. Bro, I mean, what NVIDIA is doing alone, this is setting records of like market cap back and forth. And then SPY going lower. Five, 4, 3, 4. So damn. So you still what? I just told you got like 100 points lower still. You've now filled the gap. So the gap of Tuesday has been filled. You're literally back to Thursday. This is where you closed last Thursday. And then again, this is even the range from last Friday was ugly. I forgot about that. We had the fat gap down and then you just rocketed up. And then what time is it? 1:27. We still got a little bit of time. That's so weird. The Zaza is moving up. It gave back all of yesterday and the day before. It gave up that gap up. That's crazy. All right, volume's coming in, but again, you just had a pretty wicked sell-off. Understand it, and you'll be good. You understand it, bro. You don't like it. I think that's a better way to put it. Because I've answered this for you 7 times. So it's okay. Yeah, it is an overreaction in my opinion. But you never know. That's what sucks about these quote-unquote overreactions. Because then coming to the data, it's either going to be way, way far off from the point, or it truly was an overreaction. And then it comes back. This could be a bottom, but there's still enough time. There's a lot of time, actually. It's not making sense. Well, I mean, what are you not making sense of? Because, on a pure number level, the Russell's getting clobbered because of the banks. And then why are these all going down? The answer is what's going on in Europe, but then why? The answer is everyone's cutting rates. Cutting rates is getting people to think why. And the whole idea of cutting rates, like we've talked about for a long time. Think about it. We've talked about cutting rates being bearish. What just happened? Europe just cut rates and every European index sold off. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I would sum it up as. That's all day. That's what I would call today. They cut rates in Europe. We sold off, highly sensitive to data. Banks sold off in relation to all of it. And then now we're here ahead of very big data. I think a great way. I think the cherry on top is the Middle East uncertainty. Do I think that's what's gonna, cause the majority of the moves? No, but I definitely think that's the cherry on top. Definitely an appetizer. So tomorrow could be either really big or really, really bad. That's the interesting part. But for now, you just got to kind of understand rate cuts around the world, increasing volatility, people kind of asking why. It's affecting segments. Some earnings were bad, but otherwise we even had a good earnings feedback off of Meta. So, and then you mix in the data, that contributed. But I just think this is broadly reacting to the data, and then now we got to even punt into the data tomorrow. I've already been running up on rate cut. Now we dump. Well, we haven't had it yet, but in a weird way, yeah. But that's what you've heard this though. That's the scary part. How many times have you heard people talk about this? You know what I'm saying, and discuss this whole idea of rate cuts being bearish, and then sure enough, everybody wants the rate cuts, and then right when you get your rate cut in Europe today, we're seeing it, and watch, maybe tomorrow goes green. It's a short-lived effect, but when it's all said and done, it all depends why you're cutting rates, and then that will unlock everything else. Based on Powell, he's still data dependent. Yes and no. And that's where I think it's getting weird, because Powell wants to say it's data dependent, but everywhere around the world isn't data dependent. Bank of Japan is just doing whatever they want. Bank of England is now getting ahead of the curve. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard. I'd be hard pressed to assume that Powell isn't just going because it's time, or rather than like actually expecting something. We didn't rally hard off Canada rate cut, and then we die off Euro cut. Well, Canada is in its own little thing, so that's a very good one. And I'm glad you brought that up, because even then, if you've been watching our economic lessons, what are the three top currencies? So there's three currencies in the world that determine a lot of everything and are freely floated. What currencies are they? Ghost ride the whip. Yes, sir. Very good, Colin. Right off the bat, no hesitation. Love it. Dollar, euro, and yen. So Canada is big, but nobody gives a shit about Trudeau. Sorry, guys. But that's why we reacted a little bit to Canada. They were the first one, but it's not like Canada's economy, again, imports, exports, all of that. We don't really get as focused. So I think you only had that reaction today because of being, again, Europe. Even though the UK is different than the euro, it's borderline, the same area, or at one point they were together. But that'd be my only theory why. But that is a good point, because we did have Canada prior. Yeah, Powell. That's why I say Powell. I don't know. I think Powell's just like everyone else. I think the time is coming, but we don't know why. That's what's scary, is that it seems like everybody's just moving to move. I don't know if it's an election or not, but everybody is starting to move, and they're not as tied to the data as you would suspect. There's so many reasons. Well, not obvious ones. It'd have to be tertiary or you have to really be reading between the lines. Because right now, if you just look at the GDP, if you look at the economic output, earnings, all of that, I mean, nothing is flashing red or like, oh my gosh, this is awful. But you have to like really, you know, the yield curve being how it is, that might make you think about it. Focusing too much on inflation instead of employment, manufacturing, and earnings and GDP. I don't think so, but I would love. I like where you're going with it. Tell me more. The word tertiary. You could Google it, but it means it's not like subtle tertiary. Tertiary. Third in order or level. In geology, relating or denoting the first period of the Cenozoic era between Cretaceous and Quaternary periods. So third in order, a tertiary stage of the disease. So tertiary is an obsolete term from the geological period from 66 million to 2.6 million years ago. I got a crazy vocab. You know what I'm saying? Bro, SPY going down even more. Look at new orders for durable goods. Today's ISM employment figure level. Look at the credit card delinquencies. Yeah, those are all, again, they've all been coming down, but I guess what's your conclusion? Because I see those things, but I don't think those warrant, you know, at one point, all of those indexes were down even more. Like 2023, 2022, you had the Philly Fed in negative, and we had a lot of things cratering. You didn't watch people around the world cut rates. Well, it could be, I don't know if we ran out of money, but it could be something to that effect. Getting murked. I don't see the long term. That sucks. My Russell plays flipped on me big. So I took one of those Russells. That one's hurting, but other than that, I don't know. The last time I looked, the long term was up. How am I? I'm good, baby. I'm good. I think today's fascinating. I'm excited for what the world is offering. I feel like we're entering in a very interesting period of rates in the economy. That's what we keep talking about. Yeah, long term's clap now. Long term was holding up good most of the day. Even when we were like down here, long term was in the green. But yeah, long term just flew off a cliff now too. Going long on the Russell. I'm buying the Russell. That's what it means. Short means we're betting against it. Yeah, bro, I kind of want to play Intel. This is crazy. Intel's moving. It's doing its earnings move right now. That's actually crazy. So, again, that's another name there. A lot of the chip names. NVIDIA even down 7. Gold is coming down. XLU utilities on the way up. Uh-oh. And defensives. I see multiple defensives on the high, even healthcare. So I don't know. You're not getting your quote-unquote Russell rotation, but you got a couple of cyclicals rotating right now. Very interesting. So the whole market is not dying. What is running up right now is it should tell you something. Would you wait? No, I'm down. I mean, I might buy another Russell by the end of the day, but if you buy now, you hold, you're playing the non-farms. So that's what you got to think about. If you don't want to play the non-farms, I wouldn't buy the dip. But if you buy the dip and you can't get out of it by the end of today, my brother, that's a non-farm play now. So whatever it moves today, that means you're going to get another move by the morning. Intel, I think it is getting close to 52-week low. But that one's dying. That's why I'm saying this might be a good earnings play now. I thought Intel was going to die on earnings because it was up at 36, but now that it's low, the more it moves, I mean, the more likely I feel like you're going to have it's already doing the earnings move right now. That's what sucks about it. Velocity. I watch you because you're based. I like it, man. Shout out the base god. But get a long term. Amen. Amen. I don't do too much after hours trading, no. I have, though, especially with earnings. And then if things are going crazy. White House, Biden, Netanyahu to speak later on Thursday. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Intel, that's
and then I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
So again, recapping here, 10-year Treasury yields breaking below 4%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ deeply in the red, with the S&P now down by 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now, the Thursday edition. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where today we have been talking a lot about some pretty momentous news. A prisoner exchange with Russia involving dozens of individuals, including 4 Americans who had been detained, who are now on their way home. That includes journalist also Kumasheva, Evan Gershkovich, and of course, former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. We're just hearing now from U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who is speaking to reporters. He says that Evan and Paul are expected back on American soil tonight. He says that President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will greet them after they were released in this swap. But also some interesting news from Jake Sullivan when it pertains to the other thing we're watching, which is escalating tensions in the Middle East. Jake Sullivan says that President Biden will be speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu later today.
Once again, Joe Biden, finding himself in a position to call for calm and a proportionate response. In this case, coming from Iran, Kaylee, the IDF, we're told, is bracing for revenge right now, gaming out options on what might come back to Israel from Iran following the strike that killed the political leader of Hamas in Tehran itself. They have vowed revenge. It's not a question of whether this will happen, but to what extent it will happen. And we want to talk to Kelly Grieco about this among some of the other geopolitical stories that we're following. F-16s have just started arriving in Ukraine, for instance. Kelly, senior fellow at the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy program, and it's great to have you back. Kelly, you talked to us back in April about the risk of a wider regional conflict when Israel was bracing at that point for retaliation once again from Iran. Will the U.S. and Israel be able to diffuse it like they did back in April?
Well, thank you for having me. Certainly deja vu all over again. We're rolling the dice again. I think there are a couple of things. This is similar in some ways to what happened in April, that we're bracing for another attack, likely an attack directly on Israel. But there are some really important differences that make me more concerned about being able to manage it. One is that from Iran's perspective, this is a massive deterrence failure. They had hoped when they launched the April attack in response to when Israel conducted strikes against an embassy compound, killing some Iranian senior commanders. They had hoped that massive 300 drones and missiles barrage would act as a deterrent preventing Israel from doing something else, particularly something against Iran directly, and that hasn't worked. So they're going to feel a need to do something more escalatory to send that signal, that message to deter
Damn, arm
Iran
flushing
moving
too
forward.
still?
Of course, that makes this very dangerous. And then we add to it peace.
I kind of want to hear this.
That this happened right in Tehran, in the senior government. They're celebrating an inauguration, and that's a dangerous combination.
Well, so Kelly, if we are comparing this moment to what we saw back in April, there was also a narrative after that failed attack that Iran sent those drones.
All right, man, you hit a low. I don't know if this is time for it, Chad. Maybe things change. Maybe things change. Oh. Chadadonia. Ah. How you feeling, man? What's going on, Chadadonia? You need an epic PHILO. I don't know if I have an epic PHILO. I got a good one, though. I think I just got something you need to think about. I got a good one you need to think about before I get into any PHILO. If you don't know, we're about to talk about life, okay? And honestly, we gotta really think about what we talk about, you know? I've been giving you a lot of different PHILOs. We could go everything from spiritual all the way down, literally, just the other day, I was sharing with you Galileo quotes. And if you've been here at any other point, we've also talked about Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Aristotle, the cave. We've talked about Schrodinger, just life, man. So it all depends on what it is, but if you aren't familiar, this is our moment where we get to have a little bit of communion, and I'm grateful for it because, I don't know, man, I guess a lot of things lately, one thing I've been very thankful for is just like, you know, it's wild when you realize you're not the only one. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know, sometimes you guys need to realize that. It's encouraging. Like, whatever you think and believe, you may not be the only one. Again, for me, it's been very, very nice and reassuring to know I'm not the only one who's like, oh, wow, I think this is BS. Oh, I think this is good. Oh, I actually care about this. So it's good to see, man, and I'm very, very thankful again. Even the fact that we have PHILO, like I know how many people don't like it, but that's why I'm like, dude, I'm so thankful when someone's like, oh, you do that too? Oh, I'm into that. Oh, I like this stuff. So it's great. It is great. If I can't say anything, though, I will tell you, man, when it comes down to PHILO, though, there's a limit. And honestly, some things I might have to make my choice soon because the more I reject people for the politics, the less PHILO I could do sometimes, if that makes any sense. This is something I've thought about because I don't like it, man. You know, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be around certain people. But the more restrictive I am, I don't think that represents all of the Bible PHILOs all too well. Is it something I'm going through? Yes. Is it something I need to work on? Of course. But I hope y'all feel me. That's not necessarily what I would say aligns with that entirely. So that's where it is something I got to think about. And I hope all of you do too. Above all else, man. And that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. And I don't know. That's why if I can have you think about it, I want you to think about it before. Imagine before there was any politics. You know what I'm saying? Because that will tell you something. And that right there should have showed you a lot of things. Because now I'm like, I don't know. If I reject certain things, I don't think I could do certain PHILOs because it doesn't align, right? You know, like, again, I've had people in the past tell me, oh, you're this, you're that. It's like, well, I didn't act like that. Now you see how I act. There's a really big difference. So we got to find the balance. But like I'm saying, above all else, man, I think what I believe is bigger than what I behave sometimes. And that's why it's always been our challenge to live to what we believe. And that's why I was saying, man, all of us on a day-to-day, that is going to be the challenge you are presented with, and living up to what you believe in all ways, sense, and shape of the word. So hopefully you feel me on that. But that being said, Chattadonia, I'm very excited for this moment, and I'm very grateful for those of you that I could share with, and I hope that you all continue on this journey above all else, man. And no matter what happens, I do hope you think about the future. Always, 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 always. The future self, what you could become. Again, it doesn't matter who wins the election or not, but what will matter is what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like your family, your finances, how you set yourself up, your future self, that is going to be your responsibility always, okay? So I hope y'all take advantage of that. But today's PHILO, Chattadonia. Today's PHILO. I like it. I don't know. I was thinking about this, and it's kind of wild, man, how many times I have fallen for this. And quite frankly, I think all of you fall for this in many other ways. And I think if you don't think about this, it's so easy to fall into this trap that I am going to share with you today. Do you want me to tell you what it is? This trap that I'm referring to is identity. What? So I don't care what you identify as, but how you identify is so important. This is not a PHILO on being transgender, so don't worry. I know we've talked a lot of politics. That's not what this is about. Zillow's flushing right now. This PHILO is about how you identify when you do something wrong. I guess let me put it another way. It's not an action, it's an identity. I've dealt with this myself. I've seen a lot of people do this. They make a mistake. Instead of looking at the mistake that they've made, instead of looking at the action, they have gone on to identify themselves with their mistake. Yes or no? You tell me. How many of you have called yourself a failure and you felt like a failure because you failed at something? You're not a failure. You didn't fail everything in your life, but you failed one thing, and now you're like, I'm a failure. Guess what? You could treat one person bad and be like, oh, man, I treat people awful. You could be sad, but I'm depressed. I'm always depressed. No, you're just sad right now. That was a one-off event. You deal with so many things. What do you mean that's who you are? Oh, come on. So, Chad, today's PHILO, I want you to understand something. There is an action and there is an identity. And a big mistake a lot of us make, myself included, is that we look at the action to give us our identity. And we are identifying with our shortcomings more than viewing them as what they are. It's just, that was an action. It's easy to make mistakes, but those mistakes does not define who you are. So it sucks because this is one of those things easier said than done. Because you're like, well, how do I stop this? Well, you got to think about it. It is. It is a level of maturity where some of y'all need to take a step back and realize, okay, are you what you are saying you are, or did you or was there an action that inspired it? And that's something, I mean, again, you just got to look at yourself critically. And, my challenge to you would be to ask yourself, how many actions in your life are you identifying with? Man, better yet, who are you? Tell me who you are. You need to know who you are. The more you know who you are, the less you're going to fall for this. Why? Because you can't fall for it if you know. You can't say, oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm a failure if you already believe that you are something else to begin with. Are you following? So, Chad, if you are going to identify with what you're doing, at the very least, if you are going to be that delusional to take an action and let that action define who you are, why not do it with the good stuff? I know that I never got. How come you are not looking at it? I mean, sometimes we do. That's where the ego comes in. Because then you do one good thing. You're like, I'm the greatest. I'm the best ever. But I hope you guys get the main thing. And I think you do. The crux of all of this, whether it's good or bad, whether it works against you or for you, all it boils down to is letting an action become your identity. And every time you identify with your action, you are missing out from the reality of what it really is. Even worse, you're going to end up in a reality that's not yours. You're going to start believing it and believing what you identify with rather than saying, you know what, I could learn from this. Oh, man. So, Chad, today's PHILO is just that simple. Think about what you identify with. But more so, I encourage you to separate your actions from your identity. Does your identity make up what you've done? Yeah, but it's a lot of things. It's never just one. And if you are using one action or one event to identify your whole life, can I tell you now, you are making a mistake. That's just not how life works. You may even make a very big failure. You know that? It's kind of crazy. I don't know if it's just the chat, because I've encountered a lot of y'all, and some of y'all have made wild mistakes. But I would even argue that it doesn't, again, that one thing will never define you no matter how big it is. That's just not how life works. So I really encourage y'all to really, if you are that person where you're looking at what has happened and you're using that for your identity, I'm telling you, you are making a mistake. I really hope you understand that, because that's not how it works. You see, the real thing is that the actions that you do, they will make you feel some way. They will bring a reaction. They bring a consequence. You know what I'm saying? But it isn't so that you can identify with it and then say, oh, this is my life now. This is who I am. I'm not this. I'm this. I'm that. No. It's all so that you can learn from it and grow and turn it into something bigger. So I don't know, man, if y'all feel me on this. But I'm telling you, it's just the things that I've encountered, but even myself, bro. You know, like, honestly, screw y'all. I love y'all. But screw you, bro. You know, this isn't like that. And this is what I mean to even more like, bro, I'm not here to point you guys out. Oh, you did this, you did that. It's like, bro, I do this. It's so easy to do one thing and let that negate every other thing that you have done. Bro, this is what a hater do. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, man. This is literally what people who hate you do. Isn't that crazy? I know people who don't like me, this is what they do to me. Every time I do something good, they will bring up something I did bad. Or they will bring up an action and say, nope, you're that. You're not all of this. Bro, if people who don't like you do that to you, why are you doing it to yourself? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, man. So, Chad, I really hope this resonates with you. I hope you think about this, because maybe some of y'all will get freed by it. You know, maybe some of you may have your prodigal son moment. You know what I'm saying? Do you know the story of the prodigal son? Everybody knows this one. You know, it's the guy, he's like, Dad, give me my inheritance. And then he leaves. And then he blows his inheritance. And then he ends up having to get a job, and he's working in a pig stable. Yeah, and then eventually he comes home. It's funny because when he comes home too, his brother got mad and was like, you asshole. He's like, look at Dad. He's like, Dad, why are you partying for this guy? Why are we celebrating? But no. Don't let me get sidetracked. Do you know what the point was? When the prodigal son decided to return? This is what I'm saying. For some of y'all, this may be your moment. He was eating the pig's food. He was served the food the pigs would eat. And he was like, man, he said, even back home, bro, they eat better than this. Even the animals of my father eat better than this. And then it says that he returned to himself. Yeah, he remembered who he was. Exactly. So I don't know, man. I don't know if you're going back to Jesus. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I think some of y'all, you need to come back to yourself. And you know how you do that? Is by looking at yourself not as your actions. You see what I'm saying? And stop. Maybe some of y'all need to unwind some of the things that have happened so you could be like, you know what? That's an action, but that's not my identity. You need to know who you are. You need to come back to yourself. So, Chad, I hope you think about this. And I hope it encourages you. Because really, like I'm saying, all it should do is encourage you. You are not your actions. The world gets you, bro. The devil, all of it. By getting you to identify with your actions, it's a trap. Bro, you are you. You are something with a lot more potential. There's so much more to you than that one action, okay? But you got to think about it, and you have to separate yourself from it. Nobody could do that for you. You have to come back to yourself. I can't do it. The Lord, nobody can. It's all on you. So I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate. That's it, man. That's it. That's the PHILO. Amen. Identity in action, baby. Identity in action.
Yeah. Go music. Hey, uncle.
in your Benny, you bullish. But baby, I'm not from Chicago. Heard me talking about Ivy and dripping in bad. They thought that I came from the hospital. No, I just came back from trading. Just to the sun, no vacations. I'm really not trying to be flagrant when I tell you that most of my calls will be naked. Funny when I make a bad play, I get a standing ovation. It's like I'm addicted to antibiotics to try to get rid of this clap. But fuck it, I always come back in the AM to the GG. What's that stand for? I am not a drug dealer, I'm a landlord. On my tenants see the roof, that Mercedes-Benz don't need one. I went from Bailey to Bel Air, from the slums to the Ville to the top of the hill to a street where you can't park a car without a parking pass. I'm trying to chill with my boys in the island off the coast, bar hopping like it's Alcatraz. Watching make moves like a salsa class. Plus I got so many bars like the 1 minute chart, I already know you can't handle it. You ain't making moves, you a mannequin. You ain't got that flame, that candlestick.
They ain't got that flame. Tell them it's a cult, not a game. Walk through the mud and the rain, just bring a little hope to the people in pain. I don't want lies, I want honesty. Negative vibes bother me. Stay up on your grind until you make it out of poverty. You ready? I'm ready. Let's get it, my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to Fetty. My pockets look full, not empty. You loaded, I'm loaded. We never gon' fold, you know it. That's fast right there, go quote it. It's coke, we goated. Different level, it's level, untold. They watching, we popping like options. You know, it's real, it's really real. Like PHILO time. Cause you can't help but make a meal if your people blind. Restless, cause I've been up grinding, I just want the Lexus. Cooking up like I'm making breakfast. Know I'm eating good, but you know I had to bless it. Looked inside the mirror, told my demons hit the exit.
That was Benny, that was level. Fuck the demons, fuck the devil. Throw the pebble, be successful. You can't tell me code ain't special. I got rich, I made a stencil like a chair. It's really simple, the framework is intellectual. Ay, like curry on the chain, my brother, you know wait. I know you know name, you ain't never seen my face. Probably watch us in the game, did it with a couple plays. Let me kick a little lesson, you ain't never get a chase. What's yours, you always get, so what I'm really trying to say. Longer that you on the stock, more that it's getting safe. You ain't like the shit I say, I ain't trying to make it stay. Hey, I'm hitting plays, I'm hitting weights. Your portfolio all day, smiles filled with mostly grace. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. You probably know the names, you probably thought that you should wait, then went and bought a course to trade. Benny, get some clothes and buy to close this shit. Clap them if they talking on some hopeless shit. Cause I've been there and going back. I told y'all that I'm focusing. I know they getting mad. The news is fair as well as motivating. Let's go and a shout out to the vets. Hit the players, then we sending in the jets. Don't be shy, you could send a pray request. And the list got everything you missed. I love y'all, baby. It's a cup. 2020. Talk to me in 2030.
You know what it is, baby. Cold music, 2020. We coming, watch out. On the radar. Tell them I just want the Lexus. We out here making moves, baby. Let's go.
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing on shit, no game, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring, morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in, hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in, drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting, skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming.
Hey, for no reason you a demon, listen, scammer. All right, man, we back. I found gum. I've never chewed gum on stream. It's just weird. But you guys hear me if I chew gum? But yeah, man, we're back. We're back. Bro, I've been getting clapped today. I got this crazy heartburn all day. All week, bro. I've ate way too much spicy things. My oldness is getting there, but we've had the PHILO, man. I'm glad. I think you guys like that PHILO. So I'm very glad, man. I hope it helps. I really do, man. And I hope you all got the long term. Amen. Amen. Regarding today's PHILO, if you don't identify as your actions, even positive, what you identify as who you are. You know, it's everything. You know, it's not just one action, one bad action, but I mean, for me, I identify as a child of God. I don't know. I know it sounds like something my mom would say, but you know, there's more. Yeah, that's what God says I am, bro. There's a lot. I've really identified with a lot of potential. All right, I need to get this gum out of my. This is wild. But yeah, man, it's kind of a collection of everything, but it's not just actions, both good or bad. It's just more or less everything in life, and then again, kind of how you treat people too. That's why I'm like, I feel like I've done very good and very bad, and even to some degrees, I don't even think I could give certain philos. But yeah, there's a lot of it. My mom on stream. Oh, I don't know. I could get her maybe recorded, but she does not like the stream. She is too anti people. Like, to get her live on something talking, no way. Gum will make your heart really. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to talk and chew. I've never tried to chew gum on stream. Very, very difficult. Remember, we cannot be unburdened by what has been. Amen. That was going to be tomorrow's philo. So I'm glad. T-Mobile on the high. I forgot they had earnings and bonds going up. SPY. Bro, it's one all day down. That's crazy. So you had your morning hit a new high and then... About EV trains? No, I did not. Let's see. Thanks for everything, NBC. Samuels. D. Ross, baby. No, I don't see your super chat, bro. Oh, wait. EV train stocks? Question mark? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like investing in railroads, but I've never really thought about an EV train. I think some billionaire just got an EV boat. Oh, we will do earnings. I forgot.
Plastic for the Plastic Bank, an organization working to incentivize local waste workers.
Sorry, I don't know. Where's All right, I'll play Jonah Capitol Hill. Let me go get you your previews. I think we'll do it how we did it yesterday. I'm just gonna price them all in.
Grateful that
and then we'll go from there
and reunited with their families. It's a good day.
Yeah.
In the same thing, journalists should not be punished for what they do anywhere in the world.
That is absolutely true, Said.
But we have seen yesterday.
Said.
It's a premeditated crime to kill a journalist for doing their job. They were right there in the front of Ismail Haniya's home just to show the destroyed home from our...
EV boats. No, they exist, man.
Ismail Wood and his cameraman Rami. And they were told by the Israelis...
Thank God it's Thursday.
They did. They got in their car.
You got a lot of companies, though, today.
And then they were bombed. I mean, that is summary execution, isn't it?
Said, I spoke to this a little bit yesterday, and the good news that we have relating to these American citizens who have returned, who will be returning to the United States, I don't have an update on this other situation for you beyond that. Let me just say, because you've asked the question, the reports that you mentioned yesterday as well, we've seen those reports. We're tracking the details. We continue to engage with our partners in Israel about any additional information. But beyond that, when we have talked about journalists who have been killed in Gaza, this is something that the Secretary has spoken to a great deal. We have time and time again offered not just our condolences to Palestinian journalists killed in Gaza, but we have attempted to make clear just how vital the work of journalism has been to showcase the ongoing dire conditions in the Gaza Strip, and how key certain outlets and certain media organizations, including Al Jazeera, have been to that line of effort. And that's something we will continue to not just say publicly, but we will raise privately with partners in the region. We'll continue to stress with our partners in Israel as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, there are also dozens of Palestinian journalists who are currently detained by Israel. Overwhelmingly, they're not charged with anything. They're held under administrative detention and so on. Do you call on the Israeli government to either charge those journalists that are being held under administrative detention, or the go?
Look, Saeed, we've been clear and consistent that Israel needs to treat all detainees humanely, with dignity, and in accordance with international law, and the detainees' human rights must be respected. Beyond that, I'm just not, I don't have specifics as it relates to these specific cases to speak to.
But certainly you urge the Israelis to release those who are not charged with anything if they don't charge them.
I'm not going to speak to specific cases in the judicial system that I'm not tracking. But what I want to say again is that.
So I'm not going to speak to people wrongfully getting detained. I don't think that'd be appropriate.
Okay. A couple more quick ones. Was there
Saeed, bro?
Communication.
Saeed got all the questions.
From U.S.
Saeed be holding it down.
Officials in the aftermath of the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh.
I'm not aware of any specific conversations to read out.
Is there,
I'm happy to check if there's anything,
yes, please.
but I'm not aware of.
Okay, and lastly, I want to, just bring to your attention that, an Israeli lawmaker was asked about the alleged rape of the Palestinian detainee, and he basically said, yes, it is legitimate. And as we look at the story, it is really appalling. I mean, it seems, pardon me for the graphic description that I'm about to describe, but they took a cell phone and they shoved it up his gluteus maximus.
What?
All the way to the intestine, and they were calling the phone. The Israeli soldiers. This is documented.
Are you hearing this?
Don't you find this appalling?
We are.
Bro, he just said they shoved the cell phone up his ass and called it.
True, they are.
He said it more appropriately, but that's what he said.
Indicated that it is looking into these allegations, and we of course welcome that.
That's literally what he just asked him.
The rule of law and due process prevail, and in democracies, no one
He
is
said
above the law. And
up his
we're gonna let the
gluteus
process play
maximus.
out here. But of course,
That's
these
not even
reports are
correct.
Incredibly concerning.
It would be his
But
anus.
there is an investigation.
The gluteus
taking
maximus
place,
is
and
the
therefore
muscle.
I don't want to offer any
Just in case you were unfamiliar, Saeed.
Has concluded.
Okay. And lastly, on the negotiations, any update on the negotiations? Are they ongoing? Are they likely to resume? Are they frozen?
As I said as recently as yesterday, Saeed, we continue to believe that a deal is not just urgent, but also achievable. We're going to continue to remain focused on working around the clock to narrow some of the gaps. Getting this deal done to bring the hostages home, to end the violence in Gaza, is incredibly important. And for those of you that heard the secretary at his press conference in Mongolia overnight, he echoed the very same thing.
Thank you.
Daphne, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Can I just follow up on some of the comments Blinken made in Mongolia,
Sure.
where he said that getting to a ceasefire requires all parties to stop taking escalatory actions? The administration has repeatedly said that Israel has a right to defend itself. Is it the administration's view?
I am screenshotting, yeah.
Gone beyond that right?
I didn't need to screenshot them all, but there's a lot today.
I
So
don't
then
have
after
an
the bell,
assessment to offer,
when they come out, we can pull them up
on
real
the
quick.
events of the recent days beyond echoing what the secretary has said. First, of course, that for us to get to a ceasefire, for us to get this region out of endless cycles of violence, for us to create conditions so hostages can come home, we absolutely think a ceasefire is necessary. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure that steps are taken that do not escalate tensions. The secretary has been engaging with partners in the region despite being in the Indo-Pacific. You all have seen readouts from a number of calls happen where he's been stressing the importance of that message as well.
And then you said yesterday that it was still your assessment that Israel was engaging constructively in ceasefire talks. What makes you confident that that is the case?
I'm not going to speak to the specifics of the ongoing negotiation process, but the question was posed to us whether we believe Israel was engaging in good faith, and that continued to be the case yesterday and continues to be the case.
And are there any plans for him to speak with Israeli counterparts today or the next coming days?
So we engage with our partners in Israel regularly. The secretary spoke to President Herzog earlier in the week. I don't have any specific calls to preview. As you saw,
SPY's still going lower.
The White House mentioned, or the National Security Advisor responded to a question about a call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu that we anticipate will take place later today. But beyond that, I don't have anything to preview. Ismail, go ahead.
Just following on the calls that the Secretary's been making over the last 24 hours, 48 hours to Middle East partners, has the department reached out to Saudi counterparts at all to get any kind of reaction on the deaths of Ismail Haniyeh, and also Israel has confirmed the death of Mohammed Daif?
We expect the Secretary to partake in a number of additional partner calls. I'm not going to list them off as a list, but as is consistent, we will make sure to share readouts of those when they take place, but I don't have anything to preview.
Is there any concern that the Saudis might have the same sentiment that the Qataris initially had?
I'm just not going to speculate on what a call may or may not look like until it's happened. I don't have any specific thing to speculate on. Janie, go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. A couple of occasions, garbage balloons sent by North Korea to South Korea fell on 3,300 locations, including the presidential office and the Ministry of Defense and the U.S. military bases in South Korea, and even started fires. What is your view on North Korea's continued provocations in an irrational ways?
Well, that it is exactly that. It is a provocation.
Damn, you hit 54-17.
Reckless and destabilizing.
I don't know. I might play this in the background, and we'll just do the pricing.
Yeah. Also, there are many Americans living in South Korea. What response measures do you think are necessary?
For response measures?
Many Americans living in South Korea, including military families.
Of course. So look, our consular efforts are of vital importance to us. We take the safety and security of Americans incredibly seriously. I don't have any specifics to offer as it relates to efforts in the Republic of Korea beyond just saying that that's something we will continue to address as needed. Tracy, you've had your hand up. Sorry. No, you're good.
To my colleagues' questions on the Middle East. Sorry to go back to the Middle East.
All good.
On those calls, is Secretary Blinken receiving assurances that these countries are still on board with this process of negotiation, or to the contrary, is he getting people backing out? Like we heard initially from the Qataris, they express reluctance. Let's say.
So look,
any assurances one way or the other?
I'm not going to read out the calls more specifically than we already have been, and certainly I'm not going to speak for other countries. But there continues to be a consensus that a ceasefire deal, one that can, as I've said before, create the conditions for the remaining hostages to return home, create the conditions for humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, create conditions for further diplomacy to take place to get this region out of endless cycles of violence. Our partners in the Arab world, our partners around the world, our allies and partners, all believe that that is in the vital interest of the region, and that work is going to continue to remain ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
A UN report yesterday expressed concerns about the rise of terrorist groups in Afghanistan. The report claims that ISIS and TTP, Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, have more than 6,000 fighters attacking on Pakistani soldiers and pose a threat to regional peace. What are your thoughts on that?
So we've spoken a little bit about this before. ISIS-K is a transnational terrorist network that has the ambition and capacity to launch international terrorist attacks. And as we consistently say, we're working to ensure that Afghanistan never serves as a launching pad for terrorist attacks against the United States or our allies. We are taking a whole-of-government approach to our Afghanistan counterterrorism efforts. We are cooperating with partners and allies, including in the immediate region, and we're working vigilantly to prevent the reemergence of external threats from Afghanistan, including by working with partners to counteract terrorist recruitment efforts as well.
So Bloomberg reported another assassination attempt.
Bloomberg. Alrighty. So, Chad, let's begin. I don't know. I could play him in the background, but I think we're just going to go through these earnings previews really quickly. So, yesterday, I was just doing them. I'm going to price it out. I'm going to go read you guys the ending, and then we're just going to come back to here for the whenever the release comes out. We'll need these numbers right when it's released. But Amazon, they're up 5% since April 30th. S&P is up by 8.7. XLP is up by 4.1. Near-term options imply 7.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 8, gain of 7, and gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. Let's get a daily up here. There it is. With 4 in line, EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 20. All right, that's for Amazon. So let's see, and then I'm going to write these down, and we'll come back to them afterwards. Go to 185. I-70 plus 755. 1325, that's a little higher. We'll go with 1270, 1277. 1277 divided by 183. About 6.9%. So not bad. So Amazon 1277. 6.9%. All right, the next one is Apple. China. So Apple, since last quarter, damn, I forgot about Apple Intelligence, bro. Since last quarter, May 2nd, Apple is up by 26%. SPY is up by 7.9%. XLK is up by 9.3%. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Ay. So there's something, you guys, I don't know. Apple reminds me of a company that already reported. Which one? Do you guys know? And 460 plus 445, 905. It says 9. We'll go with $9. Yes, sir. So 4.1%. It reminds me of Microsoft. Yep. Because remember, Microsoft didn't really move them. Even Microsoft moved out of the range, and then it came right back into it. So Apple doesn't really move, but last earnings and a year ago, it moved a little bit outside of the range. But it's not like this thing goes crazy on earnings. So again, you saw what Microsoft did, and then Microsoft looked like it moved, and then it fell in line. So if anything, I would say one standard deviation plays are probably your best bet. Can I release formulas on what I did? Yeah, it's all in that video. So if you go to the description of this video, I think like here, this is the description. It'll say how to price options. Yeah, this video explains all of it. So it goes through what I'm doing, the strategy, how I calculate it, what I'm looking for, you see? So it goes over every single aspect of what is happening. So I'm just doing it live. That's why if you watch the video, you'll be better. Like that way, what I'm doing now will help you 10 times more. But if not, now you want everybody to slow down because you didn't want to read the video or watch it, you know? So I feel you. Get on the video, man. Get on the video. All right, the next one is Intel. Awful, man. Look at that chart. So Intel, since April 25th, they're down by 13.1. Last 4 quarters, down by 9, down by 12, gain of 9, gain of 1. Near-term options imply 8.3% move. Intel's down 13. SPY is up 9. XLK is up 9. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 19 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 4 of the last 20 quarters. Intel. Go 140 plus 115. 255, that's about right. Go 253. So about 29. 8.6%, damn. So Intel pricing in $2.53. 8.6%. It's a lot. So again, we hit ARM yesterday, right? But any of the damn MO is still going too. But any of these damn plays, if it's pricing in a lot, I just don't like them. So again, every single one so far, Apple is pricing in the least. So next one is Coinbase. Oh wow, look at that chart. So coin since May 2nd, they're down by 2. SPY is up by 9. XLF is up by 8.1. Near-term options imply 8.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 9, gain of 1, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 13 quarters, and EPS has beaten 9 of the last 13 quarters. $210, $885 plus $840. $17.25. I think I like that number. Divided by 210, 8.2%. So again, Coinbase is pricing in $17.25. %8.2%. SPY broke, yeah, and bonds too. So see, we're going a little bit lower now. And Russell down 3.4. It's funny, the yen is climbing up. Russell hasn't hit a new low yet, but SPY is. Watch the NASDAQ too. Again, Fed futures moved all over the place as well. Why am I hanging on to Mo? There wasn't any significant gains projected. You're playing covered calls. I'm not following. So, I don't know. Do you know what you're talking about? Because we've made a lot of MO plays. So, at this point, I have like the last set, and then I have it in the long term. Oh, no. How do you get rid of this? It says, how do you get rid of that? On Google Docs? It says header. Oh, there it is. Okay, this was right. That was Coinbase. No, I wouldn't touch the wheel strategy on MO. So again, we have multiple MO plays, but I mean, long-term, easy, hold. And then again, our free plays from yesterday, we already sold them. You have a little bit more of them left. So whatever you do on the short term is up to you. All right, the next one's DraftKings, SPY near the low. DraftKings, they're down 14.7 since May. SPY is up by 9.1. XLY is up by 6.2. Near-term options implied 10.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, break even, gain of 16, and then gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 17 quarters. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 17 with 1 in line. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 5. So I don't know. DraftKings moves a lot, but last 2 quarters priced in a lot, then did absolutely nothing. It's 1.72, 355. We'll go 345 divided by 35.58. 9.6. Feel like not bad, but still high. Not bad for DraftKings. So they're pricing in $3.45. which is about 9.6%. And then SPY near the low. Again, we still got a couple more. Next one is Roku. Oh, man, Roku's at the bottom. So Roku, since last quarter, April 25th, they're down by 8.5. SPY is up by 7.7. XLY is up by 5.9. Near-term options imply 14.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, loss of 24, gain of 31, gain of 31. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 17. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 17. So that one's crazy. It honestly didn't move much since last earnings, but the other 3 earnings, it's moved 24 to 31%. So Roku loaded. Oh, you put a heart after? I already banned you for your little side eye. Sorry, man. The fake love did not save you this time. I'll see you under a new name. Sound good? Sounds good. GG, man. I'm just here to provide free work. So thank you. Thank you. $7.70. We'll go with $7.40. $13.50. Ugh. I guess it's a little bit lower, but What is this? Rokunian? $7.40. 13.5%. All right, man. Next one, Square. Amazon's on the low. So literally, Apple is the lowest priced one so far. Every single one of them are been up. No, I didn't ban you for the MO one. I answered the MO question. No, it was the other guy. He was trying to throw some shade. So instead of focusing on the topic at hand, I think he misinterpreted our relationship. But no, I like stock questions, man. I was confused on your MO because we have option plays and long term, but we've kind of done a couple of different things. The thing, it's to get the previews, I get these all myself. It's through something I've used. Unfortunately, there's nothing I could share with you guys. Again, I've developed my own newswire amongst other things. So the only place you could get these is here. It's all computer generated. No, this isn't Bloomberg. I'm banned from Bloomberg. Bloomberg sucks. Not really, but I just don't like them because they banned me. So Square, since May 2nd, they're down by 13.6. SPY is up by 7.9. XLF is up by 7.1. Near-term options imply 11.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 16, gain of 11, loss of 14. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 19 quarters. Not bad. Which one's this? Square. Please don't price in a lot. Everything is pricing in a ton, dude. 360 plus 330. 690. Ooh, I'm way off. We'll go 660. It's about 10%. That's so much, man. So Square's pricing in 660, about 10.9%. Well, yeah, the premiums were already messed up, but today did mess these up even more. All right, the next one, Booking. I'm actually a big fan of this one, but I don't know how travel is going to do. Damn, Booking already came back down here as well. Crazy. So Booking, since last quarter, May 2nd, they're up by 7.1. SPY is up by 7.4. XLY is up by 4.5. Near-term options imply 6.1%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 10, gain of 1, and gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 4 quarters. Yeah, so this one's going to be expensive. I like Booking a lot, but that might be too expensive. I traded it last time with like 10 shares. What is that? 104.80 plus 190. 205. This is 191. Oh, man. We'll go with what? Let's go with like 200. So $200 priced in. About 5.4%. Not bad. Comparatively to everything else. All right, I think this is the last one. Yeah, then last one's Melly. There's oil names in the morning, but I'm off of fossil finance, you know. Even though I'm voting for Donald Trump, I want to support the environment by not doing energy earnings. You know, last time I said that, I did get one email. Somebody emailed me about being a raging liberal. They didn't like that joke as much, but I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was a top tier joke. They thought I was actually a liberal. So, you know, sometimes the conservatives do get mad. Mm-hmm. So the next one is Melly. Melly is up by 7.7 since May 2nd. SPY is up by 7.9. XLP is up by 3.8. Near-term options imply 8.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 8, loss of 10, gain of 1, gain of 14. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Okay, that's Melee. No, I don't think delayed reaction to the Fed. I think reaction to everybody else overseas, like Bank of England, and then our data kind of set things off, and then cushion for the end of the month, beginning of the month, and then the data tomorrow. No, we didn't make any plays yet. I have all the pricing in. We're finishing the last one right now. Everything. We'll go with 110. So Mercado Libre pricing in 110. Oh, shit. Was that 6.9? I think that's about right. Man, my thing's tripping. 110 divided by 1,585. Yeah, 6.9. All right, not bad. So Melly's pricing in 110. 6.9%. Oh, yeah. Low ticker is fully gassing. It's funny. I see MO on the high, but you have a couple value names holding up. But look at the VIX, man. VIX is at 1930 all of a sudden. This is a new high on the VIX after a new high on the last week and after a good Powell. Yeah, those MO contracts are. I wish we held those, bro. If we held that would have been $100 into like $2,000. So yeah, those are killing it. But yeah, bro, the VIX is kind of wild. So literally a little bit more fear kind of emerged out of today. Albeit today's data, this was nothing like last week. So we've done all the earnings previews, though. SPY going down. There's a couple more in the morning, but here is what we have so far. So I don't know if you guys want to screenshot these or what, but here are all of your earnings. Amazon's pricing in 6.9, Apple 4.1, Intel 8.6, Coinbase 8.2, DraftKings 9.6, Roku 13.5, Square 10.9, Booking 5.4, and then Melly 6.9. Honestly, the only one I would play would probably be Apple, as weird as that sounds. So Apple is the only one that's not pricing in an arm and a leg. Yeah, bro. Russell got that was the biggest Russell decline literally since the BS chip news. I can't believe this shit. Yeah, Russell's getting murked now. This is the lowest Russell's been in weeks. So Russell outperformed on the month of July, but now that thing is already flipped. Yeah, bond plays all did good. ZQ's still up, but that's actually insane. Russell is down 4% now in one day. And then again, these are what's priced in if you want to screenshot. I don't think I'm going to post these on Instagram. I don't know. I don't know how y'all like them on Instagram. I don't know if the Instagram people even realized what they were getting. MSTR, I didn't know that they had it. Oh, maybe it's margin calls. I didn't think about that. That would make sense, but then again, it was like a week or two, everything died. Mara, I forgot. I need to price in Mara. That one, there just wasn't a preview. But then again, I don't even like those crypto ones. So anything else, like I didn't do Apple or I didn't do Exxon. Any of the ones I don't really like, that's all you. Where is it? August 2nd. $129. That's about right. 7.2%. It's not bad. Yeah, those MOs killed it. I'm really mad we didn't hold all 100. I bought 100 of them. Should have definitely held those. But that's good, though, considering its bounce. So Mara, again, they're pricing in 129. $7.2. So, yeah, like I was saying, though, I think Apple is the best one. Sadly, Apple is the only one that's not pricing in like 10% or something like that. And then what time is it? 11:48. Pricing, it's in the description. It's called How to Price in Options. Oh, yeah. Snapchat is today. It's just not on the thing. I forgot. I even have a preview for that. Snapchat's pricing in 20%. So I forgot. There's a lot that weren't on there. I'll do Snap. I just priced in the Mara. And then we'll post it. 12.5. They're stock trading. What's up, baby? You're not as hyped this time. I actually have Snap shares. I think I'm going to play them. Dude, they almost went green yesterday, and then they all flipped. Even this morning, they were supposed to be green. So I got a little bit of bigger risk on Snapchat. Where is it? 131. It's 146. 277. We'll go with 260. Yeah, 20%. Snapchat's going to be crazy. So 260. 20.2%. Okay. All right. Well, here it is. Screenshot these if you want them. I might make an Apple play, but then that's it. And then might hold the Snapchat, and then that's it. I'm thinking greedy calls. I want to do that. Russell destroyed me here in the morning, both of them. So I kind of want to wait, but I am kind of tempted by it. But save this. I'm not gonna post these. I'm gonna stream alert them out, and then call it a day. So last call. Yeah, Snap used to have pull, but not anymore. Snap used to come before Meta. So now Snapchat, and it still moves a lot, though. So last Snap earnings, it moved 28, then 35, then 5, then 14. So it's still going to move a lot, but it's not going to do anything it's not going to literally control the NASDAQ like it used to back in the day. Those are good times. McDonald's pop. Yeah, a little bit of volume here. Mickey D's. And latest update, they were saying the $5 meal deal helped them out. I see Guggenheim adjust price target. That's earlier. That was the news. I mean, decent pop. And then Tesla Q on the high, so Tesla coming down. Yeah, McDonald's just had earnings too. So in a weird way, this is kind of their post-earnings move. All was well with Snap until they started correlating war with profits. That was the wildest one. I'll never forget that. That was last October. They were doing good too. And then they're like, the war in Israel has had an effect on our advertising. No, it didn't. How? Is disappearing messages. There's no way. There's zero chance. Hamas has nothing to do with the 6-second chat. It's bullshit. The Snapchat's haram anyways. This makes no sense. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So we'll see, man. We'll see. No Intel play. I still got old shares I'm wrecked on. And then in the long term as well. But nah, Apple's the only one I like. It's only pricing in 4%. Everything is really expensive. I went with ARM yesterday and we hit, but that's just because ARM is moved around so much. So the only other one is Snapchat. Snapchat can move dollar for dollar a lot, but Snapchat's still a low price. Other than that, I'm not really attracted to anything today. Again, I like Amazon and Apple a lot, but I don't like, I just don't like where things are at in terms of what's priced in. So I don't think we're going to even get a big move, even if you get a big move. Forward for the long term, I think maybe at like $9. Then UAL dumping. Someone was saying airlines are selling off. Procter & Gamble on the high. A couple of value plays still holding up, but you are dying a little bit more. Even that Meta's still holding up 4, but they slipped. Again, they were up 9-10% in the morning. IWM flushing. Mm-hmm. Bloody Friday. Do you think data leak? There, now we're talking. So it took us till like power hour for someone to say the data is leaked for tomorrow. Not bad. But yeah, I don't think it's, I think this welcome to the pre-big data day and then following a lot of big moves internationally, both the United States to Japan to England, even some data. Like, there's a lot we're digesting. I do think today was a little bit bigger than expected, but I think this is all just setting us up for tomorrow. No, I was going to add to the snap. I was talking to you guys about that literally the last couple days. I didn't do it. I was almost green on my Snapchat this morning or last night, and then now it got totally wrecked. So I'm either going to take the loss on Snapchat and then not play earnings, or I'm going to gamble on the earnings. So let's see. I don't know how I'm feeling about it yet. What's priced in? We're right on schedule. McDonald's going up again. But I think it's like what, 53.47? That's the low end. Yeah, so 53.47. That will be the lowest we go by the end of the week. And then the highest we go will be 55.37, give or take. So you could go down like another 60, 70 points, or you could shoot up another 100 points from here. It's kind of messed up. But that's the same 1.7% that we priced in from the get-go. Circuit breaker. Well, here's the irony. Are you ready? There's something kind of unique about the SPY today. And I say it's kind of ironic because something just happened, but do you know what it is? Yeah. You got it. We're literally down 1.89. Oh, we're below pre-Powell. We're way below pre-Powell. But today is moved 1.9. So remember, it took us 2 years to move 2% on the SPY. And then now you're about to do 2% again. So it took you 2 years to go 2% down on the SPY. And now within a week, you're about to do it again. Oh, the Nasdaq's already down. Yeah, that's down 3. But again, the SPY, the S&P 500, has not fell 2% since December of 2022. And then we did that last week. And then now you're 1.97. You're about to do it again. Yeah, we're way, way off Powell. That's the only thing I'd be optimistic about is we're below Powell. But do you realize we're going to test that again? You never just drop below Powell and never come back up. Semiconductor index is down 8% after afternoon trading. My goodness. Yeah, the 2-year is down. Well, I don't know if it's flip, but it should be like down, like catching a bid. Again, even UK 2-year dropped a lot because they cut rates. Five 410 2185. And tomorrow, well, yeah, tomorrow's going to be a weird one. That's the sad part. I don't know what time is it. It's power hour. I think there's a little bit more downside, but I kind of want to grab one more. Low ticker, banks flushing even more. Why is Merck going up? Yo, Merck was clobbered. Hold up. Or was that yesterday? Yeah. That's weird. Merck is going up. Again, they got murdered yesterday. Yeah, the Zaza working. I'll take it. I'll take it for now. Yeah, it's up at 125. Bro, so rate cut odd plays are running up right now. What the fuck? I did not think that play would go up that much that fast. All right, we're starting to catch a little bit more of a bid. I think Snap will be the next 3M or DXCM. Maybe. I think it could die or go up a lot. I think they haven't strung together 2 good earnings in a while. Even then, last time, Snap did bad and then went up. So I don't know if you guys recall. I don't think Snap earnings was good, but the stock went up somehow. So it's been a while since they've had 2 good earnings in a row. So yeah, Snap earnings. I know the stock shot up, but they missed. It was weird. So I have no idea how it'll play out in this sense, but if they could do 2 good reactions in a row, it's been a while. It's power hour. I don't have McDonald's, no. ZQZ now almost 4 cuts. Yeah, it's weird. Even September is pricing in more. No, excuse me. Your 1.1 cash offer did not get accepted. I'm confused. I think didn't you say it was 1.075? Maybe that's why. And then bonds are moving around a little bit. I like McDonald's for the long term. Yeah, I think it's a little bit more expensive. I just don't have it. But I actually am a big fan. Last night was 0.512. Now it shows 20%. I think we might get more. So again, the Fed futures are starting to they're starting to price in more cuts. So everybody knows the cut's going to happen, but again, that Zaza play from yesterday, for some reason, it's going up, and it's went up a decent amount. I mean, I bought it with the intention of it going up, but I didn't think it would catch that much of a bid that quickly. I guess it could be a little bit higher. A 50 basis point? Oh, man, that'd be crazy. So, yeah, that any 50 basis point talk, that'll hook our play up. So, we'll see for now. I'll let it ride. Why is the market puking? A lot of reasons, but, I mean, I think you could boil it up to global rate cut, you know, a little bit of tensions. And then data, and then tensions leading into the data tomorrow and what we got today. Jobs, I think it's going to be good, but if it's too good or too bad, we have a really big problem. So tomorrow you need, what's her name? Is it Goldilocks? I think that's the one you need. All right. Well, how much time we got? Power hour. Let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And now a BRB. Oh, a BRB.
Spreads. And credit spreads are very tight, reflecting the fact that underlying corporate fundamentals are really good. And to some extent, extrapolating the growth and the demand story into next year. If that starts to pull back and we see a more of a disorderly widening in credit spreads, a pickup in rate volatility, that to me would be a really strong signal that the pressure on the Fed to move not just in 25 basis point increments, but potentially faster to get policy into a more neutral stance will definitely rise.
Is your expectation, if we do get that first rate cut, that is the actual start of a cycle, Ed, meaning that they keep going with this? Or do you think this is going to be a cut and then wait and see?
No, I think we're past the possibility that it will be sort of incremental adjustments. It makes sense for this to be a cycle to at least take us to neutral. So think about 3.5% on the Fed funds, and then very quickly pivot to the question of, do we need to provide accommodation to this economy? Have things deteriorated? Have risks elevated to the point that we need to provide assistance to the economy and stimulus to the economy? I think that's business for next year, but getting to that neutral stance will definitely require a sequence over the next 6 months.
All right, Ed, always great to talk to you. Ed Al-Husseini, Senior Interest Rate and Currency Analyst at Columbia Threadneedle, kicking us off to the close with the focus on the market as stocks right now hitting session lows. When we come back after the break, we're going to talk about one of the most remarkable turnarounds for a publicly traded company, Carvana. The shares higher today after the used car retailer posted a surprise profit. A conversation with the CEO, Ernie Garcia.
Plus, another take from the C-suite. The CEO of Contour Brands, behind the likes of Wrangler and Lee, joins us after a strong earnings print. His view on the durability of the consumer.
And pricing is not the way to drive sales. Those are the comments from the CEO of Shake Shack. That company actually having a pretty good day. The shares moving higher as the burger chain offering up a surprisingly big beat in the most recent quarter and an even more surprise read on its guidance going forward. We'll explain in our Stock of the Hour. All that and more coming up in a second, right here on The Close on Bloomberg.
Hey. Hold on. I need to play this again. I still didn't go pee. I grabbed a snack. I had that thing. I had a hunger pang. I almost threw up off of that hunger feeling. Does that make sense?
Today, and it'll be.
So give me a sec. I had to eat a snack.
A couple
I didn't
years
go to
from
the
now,
bathroom.
I kind of believe
This
that
is like a
we will
oldie
say
log.
that we were in a recession in September of 2024.
Oh shit.
By having do some extra hiring. And that appears to be what's happening. Government employment was on a downtrend, flattened out, and now it's been rising. So I don't think the economy is that strong.
Malcolm, should the Fed have cut yesterday?
I actually, as I said, the Fed has a real big challenge with trying to make sure that they remain apolitical, and there's already been quite a bit of chatter on the Republican side against the Fed making those cuts now because it would look like he was helping out the Democrats. And so I think he's in such a tight spot that it's really tough to criticize and say he should have cut at yesterday's meeting. But I definitely do think that the Fed should have been cutting by now. So whether it was earlier in Q1 of this year or one of the meetings leading up to yesterday, I definitely think the Fed should have been cutting. And I think that we're going to look backwards on the graph and say it wasn't September of 2024 where that recession started. It was months earlier.
All right, so we got a couple things at play here. We definitely have fears about the economy. And that's why bond yields are down. That's why stocks are down a lot. I'm looking at the NASDAQ's down 530 points right now. That's a loss of greater than 3%. So then, Joe, you tell me, with another couple major earnings reports looming in overtime, being Amazon and Apple, the growing importance that they may have today is what? Is it a fact they now carry a greater importance because of the unsettling that's been going on within mega cap tech and the tech trade overall?
Sure. I mean, when the opposing team gets up and hits a grand slam in the last inning, and you got your number 3 and 4 hitter coming up in the following inning, you want them to respond. So you're looking at Apple and Amazon reporting tonight. They're getting the benefit of the doubt in the tape today. They're down, I think, 2% each. A lot of the other mega caps are down worse than that. The Nasdaq's down over 3%. They're getting the benefit of the doubt. I believe that they should get the benefit of the doubt. I'm more excited about Amazon because I think Amazon has the ability to really deliver the type of quarter here that they haven't delivered in quite some time. Whether it's a 17% AWS growth, the 11% revenue growth, or if they're able to do what I think a lot of shareholders want them to do, which is to accelerate their share buyback plan, similar to what we've witnessed from Apple and Alphabet and others in years past. They're sitting on nearly $100 billion worth of cash. They need to increase that buyback. I'd love to see them do it tonight.
So, Mark Mahaney, thank you for your patience. Let's jump ahead here then to Amazon, because Joe's talking about 17% AWS year-on-year revenue growth. I mean, I've heard numbers closer to 20 as like a whisper number. 17 to me sounds like it would be a disappointment. Set us straight on what the expectations of investors really should be tonight.
Well, investors are going to want acceleration in AWS growth. So that bogey is somewhere like 18, 19%. It may have been 19 prior to Azure and Microsoft. So it's somewhere in the 18 to 19% range. But people want acceleration, and they'd want Amazon to talk about growing demand driven by Gen AI workloads in the back half of the year, like Microsoft talked about. And then they're going to want this double-digit, 10% plus retail revenue growth. And then they're going to want rising operating margins, which they should be able to get. And I'm talking about, clipping above the $14 billion high end of their operating income guidance range. And I think they'll be able to do that. I think fundamentals are actually in a very good position for Amazon. It'd be wonderful if they came out and started, aggressively buying back stock. I don't think that's going to happen. That's a great catalyst. It's a capital allocation catalyst, but I think that's still a year or two away for Amazon. I think the setup is good for Amazon. I like Amazon as a long, and I like it going into the print tonight.
We're talking about, capital expenditures. All roads lead to AI. That's been the most central question for all of these mega caps that have been reporting, as you know, Mark. It's been how much are you spending on AI, and what is the return on investment, and when can we expect the ROI to really start showing up? So in terms of what they're going to be spending, what is the street going to be tolerant of?
Well, the street's going to be tolerant of aggressively rising AI capex if there's revenue and profits to back it up. That's why Meta is trading up today, or is materially outperforming the market even with the sell-off, because they're ramping up significantly capex, but they're showing revenue growth that's just staying at premium levels, 20% from very large scale. That's impressive. So Amazon needs to show that this specifically AWS revenue growth is accelerating, and that acceleration is kind of stable to continuing in the back half of the year, and it's driven by Gen AI workloads. If they can make that pitch tonight, I think people will give them a pass on significant growth in AI-driven capex.
Okay, so Joe, I think most of our viewers, certainly crossover ones from halftime, know that you have the ETF that you rebalance quarterly, which we sort of led up to. It was going to happen now. It has. You bought Amazon, so you added Amazon. You also added Apple, but stick with me on Amazon. Why that? Why now?
The momentum came into play. The balance sheet, the return on equity, the debt to equity, we saw significant improvement in those numbers. And Mark spoke about what we've seen, the improvement in margins and the improvement in revenue growth. And all of those conditions came together really in a perfect storm for this company. I'm excited about the ownership that we have here, because when I look at all the mega caps, to me, it seems to be the one that has the most potential to see significant appreciation, because let's remember, the last several years, it really didn't keep pace with some of the other mega caps in terms of their performance.
So Malcolm, how some have used the word perfect, so I guess I'll use it with you. I mean, does this report have to be perfect tonight?
I actually don't think it does. I think a little bit differently from Joe and Mark. Yes, AWS growth is definitely going to be important for the story here, but I think the real driver to the upside is going to be growth in the digital advertising unit. They've obviously found their stride now, incorporating those ads into Prime Video, but I think looking out for this to be the earnings call where Andy Jassy maybe starts to discuss the opportunity that exists with AI-generated advertising. That could be the real catalyst here, because those margins are even more favorable than the traditional ads, which themselves are estimated to be north of about 50%. Plus, AI would give them the ability to target those ads at the perfect right customer at the perfect right time. And so I think Amazon has the opportunity to, yes, surprise us to the upside with AWS numbers, with e-commerce numbers, all those kinds of things. But the real opportunity going forward, and I am in agreement with these two guys, that Amazon is likely to be the best performer of all the mega cap techs reporting right now, Q2 earnings, but I think a different driver is going to be the cause of that.
All righty. All right, my bad. Yeah, that was, I don't know. I don't think I'm sick. That was just really weird, bro. But yo, why are you even, I'm disappointed in you, bro. Why didn't you just say you were selling out your long term? So what are you doing in the chat, bro? I don't got nothing to say to you anymore. Mister, I don't trust the market. I'm selling the long term. Great, buddy. But no, I was feeling a little weird there. I don't know what just happened. I got that hunger, throw up thing, and then I was like, ugh. And then I was like, ooh. So I eat a snack, got some water. That's good. You sold your long term? Then what are you doing? Like, why? Do you guys usually, like, do you sleep with a nightlight? Do you go to church? Do you have a pit bull? I'm just trying to see what you do when you're scared. You'll buy when it goes lower. I've heard that before. I've heard that before. Tevin, I heard the same thing with real estate. You know there's people still waiting for the real estate crash, right? I'm not talking about the recent one either, too. I'm talking like this is from like 10 years ago. They're still waiting, and then it crashed, and then they never got any. So, well, I don't know. Maybe it was the gum. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, if your family's starving, it's only a good reason. I agree. If you really need the money in the long term, otherwise, I get it. You're scared. It's okay to be scared. Honestly, though, I don't know if you guys realize it. Like, did you guys not hear what that homie was saying on Bloomberg's? It was crazy. What did he say? He said he was talking about stimulus. He said we might need to start stimulating the economy. Was it what? So it gives you an idea kind of where everybody's at right now. But this whole idea of how quickly things changed, and this idea of rate cuts not necessarily being the best thing is having that effect. Added Nike to my log here, Tarm. 10 years of Chad, baby. Let's go. Despite my lack of activity this year, I still love you. Long term up 78% since you taught me how to build it, baby. See you in 2030. Amen, man. Amen. Love to see it. That sounds a lot better than selling out because you're scared. But, hey, it's okay, man. It's okay. I have no earnings plays. I would play Apple. Maybe I'll go do Apple right now, but I really don't want any play. I did the Russell. I'm going to be holding the Russell. That murdered me today. Took profits on bonds. We have a great gain on the MO, 500%. Already took some profits, have a couple left, and then that's it. You're long going to minus 6%. Damn, I rebuke you, bro. Why are you trying to curse me? So now I have to ban you. You joined the stream late and got banned. Yeah, your Chad facts, honestly. I'm looking at your Chad facts to see if you have any reason to not get unbanned. But yeah, that's it. The whole wishing downfall upon me. That's what's going to clap you. You're trolling? Oh, well, I'm not. I'll see you later, dude. Make a new account. Thanks for the membership. Yeah, I'm done playing with y'all. If you haven't noticed the last couple of weeks, whether it's politics or not, I just don't want to be around any bad vibes. So if I could see that we don't vibe, I got to see you out. We've done earnings previews. We've done what's priced in. Alex, first time super chat. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. My calmness makes us good, man. There's a lot of calmness. It's going to get crazy. And then Merck is running. I think today's a very interesting day, you guys. No matter how the market's moved, we're going to see what happens. And then, how it's going to play out. I think today was one of those days where it's literally, we're going to look back because everybody's asking the question, was Powell too late? Was Powell supposed to do this last week? Or was he supposed to do it yesterday? Now people are really having that conversation. So we'll see how long it holds up. Again, this earnings and everything else, that'll give us an idea as we move forward. Today was today, bruv. It was. Roy, welcome, baby. It does feel like deja vu of the last 2% day, but this time it correlates with Powell and it's ahead of the data. And then again, you have all these other central banks finally making moves. I do not remember the moment in which Powell took an action in the right time. I think it was what's it called? I don't know how to describe it. I think it was what's the word I'm looking for? We didn't have rate cuts in other places. That was the only thing. So I don't know. Today we actually had central bank actions with everything else going on. I still love JP Morgan, yeah. I think JP Morgan is the best one. Oh yeah, you do have the war stuff. What up, Martin? Thank you, my friend. Well, I think jobs numbers will be big, but this is what I'm saying is like you just had other countries move. So the jobs report I think is going to solidify everything. Maybe we brush everything off, but if everyone's going to play the whole Powell's late card, I mean, just go look around. You just had two other actions now, and if that keeps happening, then something there is going to be pretty different. Brother Jerome. I know there's a lot of Powell fanboys, but I think he's a hoe. Overprinted, tightened late, didn't hike, lied about transitory, lied about time to cut, lied late to cut. He is butt cheeks. I mean, I respect him, and I admire some of the things he did, but you're kind of right. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, you're beside, like, I don't know if I would call him butt cheeks, but you are correct. I mean, literally, he overprinted, he tightened late, he didn't hike enough, lied about transitory, lied about time to cut, and then played this game. So, like, I don't know. I think you're right. But he's not, like, that bad, if that makes sense. Like, it could have been worse if it was, like, Yellen or somebody else. And I think he handled some things good, but I do think there's a lot of things that he just flat out did wrong. So I kind of agree with you. All of that in the market is at all-time highs. Well, that's the thing. I think he did all that because I think Powell realized all that matters is the market and, you know, kind of perception and keeping everything chugging along. People don't understand Yellen could have been in this position. No. And, yeah, Yellen was really bad when she was. And then I know there's going to be some liberal, like, explain why Yellen would have been based because she already did this job, bro. And we already saw, again, she was the first cycle that I got really rich off of when there was a Democrat. Y'all are not picking up on this. But, yeah, I agree. It could have been Yellen. But Powell's not bad. I think Powell played it pretty good, but he didn't. He definitely made a lot of glaring mistakes. So I agree. I agree. I saw your other message. It was like, and that's the only one I saw. Biden expressed his appreciation for who? To Turkey's Erdogan, Norwegian Prime Minister, and German Chancellor. If you were the Fed, what would you have done differently? I wouldn't have lied to you. I wouldn't have called it transitory. I would have scared the shit out of you. To be honest, you wouldn't have liked it. The stock market would have crashed. But then we wouldn't have had inflation. I'd have been like, hey, yo, the way this looks, y'all, ain't no such thing as trans. This shit's about to fuck you up. I would start diversifying. I'll make sure you don't be careful of them asset price. Yo, food about to get mad. Ain't none of y'all ever gonna buy a house at least minimum 5-10 years now if y'all ain't stop this bullshit right now. So this is definitely not transitory. As a precaution, I'm gonna raise the rates to 19.5%. And then we'll see where things are at in a couple of months. And then we'll figure it out from there. And I can't do shit if the government keep pumping. My job, my hands are tied if they keep pumping a shit ton of money, yo. So I can't do shit about that. So good luck and Godspeed. That's exactly what I would do if I was the Fed chair. So stock market would have been down 20% that day. He would have been like, I hate this Josh guy. Screw him. I don't know. I think we need to fire him. Josh has no idea what he's doing. Awful Fed chair. He has no idea. Too honest. Yeah, I don't like him either. Fuck that. We're fucking, he's not. Fucking, we need to clear the swamp. No, hey, that's my line. That's what I'm supposed to say. Stop that. That's mine. I clear the swamp. Not you, Joey. You are the swamp. What do you mean? I'm the fucking Scranton Slammer from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm the smartest guy he knows. Fuck yeah. Fucking I'm unburdened. Fuck you. So yeah. I would have got shit done. You would have not liked it, but I would have had inflation gone in 3 months, tops. So you can't have inflation with 99% interest rates. You guys are silly. That's it. I said, fuck your politics. I said, we got 4 years till an election. Why don't we just fuck this up for 2 years right now and not have to deal with this again? I don't get why y'all so worried. Can't y'all just tell them to say whatever on the media anyways? Why are you... Calm down. Mm-hmm. I think you'll get deflation on 99%. Only one way to find out. You know what I'm saying? You'd be fired so fast. Not at all. I would just quickly pivot to supporting Biden, and then they wouldn't fire me. That's all you have to do. I'm like, no, I support Biden and all of Kamala's policies. Never mind. I changed my mind. And then my YouTube would blow up. And then, because that's all you have to do. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to ask you for a like on the video. I just need to go bend the knee to our overlords. And then once I give in to the degradation of society, they will reward me with societal benefits. And then if I do the opposite, I will be shunned. And then they'll pull me away from the benefits that hard work would normally get you in society. Ain't that funny? Wow. Put up bump. Thank you. I'll be here for 30 more minutes. Mm-hmm. How bizarre. I didn't do any Apple play, but if I was, I would. If I was going to play anything, I'd do Apple. Girlfriend selling at your house in Texas? Email me the address. I'm down. But then again, unless she needs like a special deal, she'll probably get a lot. Austin's still kind of hot. You like post-market more than intraday? It's kind of easy. Well, intraday has just been, some days it's slow, some days it's quicker, but it's easy to get bogged down with everything going on. Yeah, you probably shouldn't post your girlfriend's address in the chat. I said email it to me. So that's your mistake. I would not do that, though. That's kind of cold, bro. Don't do your girlfriend like that. That's crazy. I can't believe you actually did that. Yeah, so I deleted it for you. But, there's a lot of weirdos. Yeah, she got it at a good price. But yeah, email me. This is the address. Okay, I'm going to ban you now because now you're getting weird. He's insisting on posting. I don't think that's his. I think he has an ulterior motive. I just banned his ass. I don't have time for him. No, he probably wants you to dox somebody else. Does that make sense? I got no strings, so I can't sing. I got no strings on me. Why? I see Marcus. I looked it up, yeah. $900,000 house off market. It was good. They bought it for $700,000. Stop it, Sosa. La, what's up, baby? Are you ready? Oh, man, it's in like a month? A month till the wedding, baby? Let's go. God bless you, bro. And welcome to the day. A lot going on these last couple of weeks. Would I ever buy a limited edition Ferrari? Oh, hell yeah. Limited edition Ferraris are like one of the best investments. It's kind of crazy. If you could actually get your hands on it. That's it. I got the plug recently on a couple of the orders. Like I could order the SUV now at will, but And I already had one of those before, but my goodness, it's hard to get on the exclusive lists. I don't know if we'll rip to green. It was a nice move off the bottom. Russell moved up like 10, 12 points. The allocation for Ferrari going for 50. Well, you have to put that much down. So to get a Ferrari, any Ferrari, you have to put like 10% down, even before it's made. To copying a Prius, yeah. I did it even for the video, bro. They were assholes. I tried to even do... Last time I looked to buy a Prius was the last time that I went to the... what's it called? That was the last time I did the lease hacking video, bro. Oh, my goodness. They were all assholes, bro. Nobody has supply of them, and then when you would ask them, they would be hella rude with you. And I was like, you don't have anything? They're like, nope. And they wouldn't even, like, talk to you. Yeah, bro, those MOs are at 20 cents. We bought them for 3 cents yesterday. I sold 20 of them at 15 cents earlier today. Shares. Well, Snap shares are going to be 20%. I'm going to hold mine, I think. I could take my loss now. It's like 1,500. That was my pre-earnings play. Or we risk another 2,000. Because I was up, dude, that play, I was literally down, about to go break even on it today, last night, and then it flipped. So, I don't know. Happy birthday, Josh. Wait, it's Josh's birthday? Thank you. I appreciate the happy birthday. It really does mean a lot for you to go out of your way and thank me or tell me happy birthday. So, thank you for the birthday wishes. Even though it's not my birthday, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You don't have to keep wishing me happy, but thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Because I like the happy birthdays, and to celebrate today, it means a lot, even though it's not my birthday. Thanks for the roses. Can I do that? I'm going to do this, actually. The next watch list I make, I'm going to slow it down, okay? I'm going to talk to you guys. And maybe was this what I used to do? I think I used to talk a lot slower. I think I'm going to start speaking to you guys in very slow speak. Can you guys handle that? Kind of like a therapist style. Yeah, a little bit. Just a lot slower. Oh, you are right. We are going to have a live watch list. You like fast too. But that's it. Honestly, though, bro, you all have to watch the watch list in 2 times speed. I know I already talk fast, but oh my gosh, bro. I always watch the watch. I edit in 2 times speed. You know that? Like, it's so good. It's so amazing. Because I listen to it and I'm like, oh, there you go. Like, it makes, and it hits different. But then when I slow it down, I'm like, why do I sound like that? 2 times speed is where it's at. I got no strings, so I can't sing. I got those strings on me. He said it's good to go slow sometimes. Yeah, man. It is. No, because right now, bro, I'm getting this weird heartburn shit. I have to slow down. I don't really feel too hot today. So now I'm like, ugh. But slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. That's what they say. I don't know who they is, but they say it. How the narrative for months has been September cuts are appropriate is now considered too late. It is. It's a joke. That's why, like, too, the other, like, you guys got to think about it. I hope you guys can give me, I hope you guys could give me some credit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really hope you guys could give me some credit that for years, every time they say rate cuts, I tell you that's bearish. And everyone's like, nah. Nah, man. I don't know. And then right when it happens, you do see. And again, the narrative will shift again. Before you know it, everybody is going to be excited again. And you know what I'm saying? But, like, there is a lot of things like that where, you know, I could explain it over and over again. But, like, the world, bro, just like how it is in the narratives, like if you are watching certain things, you're like, I don't know, man. Everybody feels like this way. And again, it's like same thing even with the hard landing. Like a lot of people will feel and behave a certain way, even though the reality will be different. I can't explain it. It's just narrative. It's people. It's a herd. I have no logical explanation except that's how humans behave. That's it. If enough people say it, I don't know. Let me give you an example. If enough people say Trump is bad, people are going to believe it. If enough people tell you Donald Trump spent as much money as Joe Biden, enough people are going to believe it. It's the same thing when everybody is like, oh, rate cuts are good. Again, can I give you another one? Let me tell you another one. I will tell you a major fallacy that everybody has with rate cuts. What is it? Not only just the market, but what's the number one thing you hear about rate cuts? Think about it. What do they say about rate cuts? What's going to happen to one big industry? Yes. Nope, you got it. Houses, homes. What's going to happen when they cut rates with homes? You all have an idea. I know you do. And it's wrong. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, they're going to cut rates and then real estate's going to go up. No, it's not. Eventually it'll go up, but go look. Every time they have cut rates, real estate does not do good in a rate cutting environment because that means something is usually bad. So that's going to be another one. But people won't believe that till we get there. Even then, even now, there's still some people who I think are going to like the rate cuts. But you are watching people have this reaction here. You know, kind of doubting it a little bit. Yeah, I think when they cut rates, yes. Unemployment, yeah, that'll be a big one. What's bullish for rate cuts? Nothing. Eventually things get bullish, but like I told you, it's like if a doctor came out, like imagine you go see the doctor, right? And then he's like, no, you're fine. You're fine. And then he comes back from behind the curtain with like an 18-inch needle. And he's like, yeah, I need to stick this in your spine right now. How do you think that's going to feel? If a doctor had an 18-inch needle and was like, I'm going to stick this in your spine, are you going to be excited? Do you think that's going to be a cakewalk? Yeah, you're probably gonna freak out. Nothing is bullish. But then, after he hits you with it and injects you, it's probably gonna be a lot of narcotics. And then you're gonna be high as hell. And then you ain't gonna feel anything. And you'll be like, wow, I feel good right now. Wow, life is beautiful. Wow, it feels so. Do you feel like you're floating? I feel warm. I feel like I'm being hugged, but nobody even hugging me right now. But I feel good. I don't know how to explain it right now, but I feel good. I don't even know why I came to the doctor. Now that I think about it, I feel good. This is great. So then you'll feel fine. That's exactly how rate cuts work. So remember, the reason you need the medicine is important. And initially, the medicine may not go down well or it may not be good, but then eventually you'll get the benefit. But yeah, it's usually short term has negative effects, and that's what a lot of people haven't really realized. There's a lot of short term effects, and then in the long run, aggregate demand gets spurred. It does. It takes months to years to go from scared to fuzzy. Maybe a couple weeks too. Just all depends. Brought to you by Pfizer. Oh man, we only have 15 minutes. Oh, and then Michael, I didn't misclick, bro. Your message was saying, like, didn't you say, you're like, I don't know why you always tell people when they get banned or time out. You literally were like, why don't you just time them out and not say anything? So I did it to you, and then you messaged me on Instagram, Snapchat, and you emailed me. So I rest my case. That's why I try to tell you guys, because it's either way I have to deal with it no matter what. There's the irony of all of it. No matter, like, you see what I'm saying? If I try to, like, call you out on it, you get mad at me. If I say nothing, I'm going to get 15 messages in an email. I just want to live, bro. I just want to live. So, yeah, that wasn't a misclick, but that literally highlights the whole point. That's why irony is a great teacher sometimes. But I do need to go. I'm getting mad heartburn right now. This is messed up. I don't know. I didn't eat, and dude, I ate really good yesterday too. It's been like this all week, but then it just got like fucked up today and yesterday. I'm like nauseous, but not really. I can't even explain it. It's weird. Let me see. I'm trying to go to the bathroom. I think I'm pregnant. Yeah, that could be it. That makes the most sense. If I get pregnant, though, I'm telling you, I'm competing in the Olympics. Fuck y'all. I'm going to get that gold. I don't got time for that nonsense. I'm here to dominate. You know what I'm saying? Like, screw y'all. If that's it, if I got an advantage, I'm going to use it, if that's the case. All right. And then Russell's about to go back up 2,200. Not bad. We're still down. We're almost at the second Russell average. So that's actually a decent move. No Apple play. I don't think I'm going to do it. But Apple is pricing in the least amount. All right.
Stocks moving into the close. Angelica?
Yeah, Scott, Lilly's sharing some new data today showing that its obesity drug Zepbound can help with heart failure. Now, Zepbound cuts the risk of heart failure worsening by 38% compared to placebo, and you're now seeing those shares up about 3% today. And Lilly CEO David Ricks speaking in Paris saying that Zepbound should come off the FDA's shortage list soon. Now, Hims and Hers are taking a big hit on those compounds. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that the company said that they will start selling a compounded version of Novo's Wegovy. Generally, you can only compound large amounts of a drug when it's in shortage, and that's been a big risk since the beginning, that these drugs would eventually come out of shortage. Now, a Lilly spokesperson telling me that supply remains dynamic and that ultimately the FDA will decide when to update the shortage list. We'll let you know when we learn more. Scott?
Angelica, thank you. Angelica Peoples up next. Amazon and Intel reporting at the top of the hour. We are less than an hour away as well from Apple's results. We're going to run you through all of the key themes you need to look out for from all of those names. We'll do it in the zone.
Oh, that's stupid. Hold on.
Sustainable energy, it's in the auto sector as well. And when you look at the breadth of capital that's needed from these high quality companies, it really reckons back to what happened in the U.S. in the 1920s and 30s in the build out of railroads and industrial America.
I got some probiotics.
President over at Apollo Asset Management, speaking a little bit earlier, right here on Bloomberg Television. 10 minutes until we get to the closing bells.
Decent rally there.
Romaine Bostick alongside Alex Steele, keeping our eyes right now very close on a sell-off going on across all of the tapes.
We're off the lows, so if that's any consolation, but it's pretty brutal. The NASDAQ, for example, up by about 2.2%. The Russell, obviously the hardest hit, but now just off by about 3%. Qualcomm doing really poorly. The SOX index, the semi-index, having its heaviest pressure of selling since March of 2020. I mean, it's really brutal. Bad news is bad news right now.
Yeah, the Philly Semiconductor Index actually recouping some of those losses, now only down 7% as opposed to the almost 9% that it was down earlier. And it gets to the thing that Jim Zelter was talking about here in this sort of AI renaissance, if you will. How much life is left in that trade? How much confidence is there in that trade? Koi Wynn joining us right now, partner and CIO of Equity Strategies, head research affiliates, joining us here in studio too. And let's talk about that trade, because that has basically been the equity market, the public equity market for really the last year or so now. And I do wonder if that is finally running out of steam, or you think this could maybe just be a bit of a reset, and then at some point soon we'll get back to it.
It's not unusual to have a bit of a reset given how much these stocks have rallied. If you look back to the early days of the internet bubble, or just the internet era, you saw Amazon, growing very rapidly, similar to the NVIDIA story, although from a very much smaller base. And I always take a look at between 1998 and 1999, Amazon had drawdowns of between 25 and 50%, 7 times.
Wow.
And look at Amazon now.
Yeah.
So I think that with these growth themes, with these large...
Bro, the Zaza keeps going.
Themes that leave much to the imagination, you're going to get a lot of excitement.
Yeah, bro, this is weird. So again, the narratives are all over the place. You got to deal with earnings. But dude, rate cut odds are bullish. Yeah, the ZQ, the Zaza, that place shouldn't have gone up like that. And it is. So it's funny because bonds are a little higher than where I sold off. But no, I don't know if it's the Middle East shit. I really don't. Maybe on equity land, but I'm telling you, in bond land, and then with the Fed futures, they're pricing in more aggressive rate cuts. That's the thing. That's the weird. But this happened, though, too, the other day when we started to drop, even though pretty much the equity is detached from the rate cut expectations, if that makes any sense. Because the same thing happened a couple weeks ago. It doesn't matter what the rate cut odds are saying, the market will still go down. But in the midst of all of this, I'm just telling you, factually speaking, the odds of more rate cuts are increasing. So as the market is sold off today, the odds of an additional rate cut are going up, which is, again, exactly what we were talking about yesterday. It's not that. It doesn't really have to do with whether or not we're going to cut rates. Now everybody's debating how many times we cut rates. Let's see. The yield curve. Yeah, it kind of uninverted today. It looks different than when I showed you guys earlier. Is rate cut bullish or bearish? Well, it's funny because up until today, everybody would have told you bullish, but it just depends. But I think it's bearish in the short run, and then eventually it could be good. But it pretty much the easy answer is it brings about a lot of effects. You know, and really what you got to realize at this point, a rate cut would just be a shift, and the economy would be shifting. And that right there is what you should be thinking about. But yeah, it's starting to turn into that. We're not debating about what they're going to do. We're debating how they're going to do it now. How many times, how soon, how fast, where do they stop? That's where the Zaza and the futures are moving around a little bit more interesting. I don't have any plays on Apple, no. I have no earnings plays today. Again, where is it? Yeah, we'll stay for earnings. Unless, I think Amazon comes out right away. And then Apple takes its time. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize. Look at the time. All right, let me see. I got to get this all queued up. Oh my goodness. So Chattadonia, yeah. That's crazy. So we are about to wrap it up here. So I love you guys. I think I've shown that, likes or not, baby. It's, it's love, baby. It's love. And if I didn't have any love for you, I just banned you. So it worked out. I think that's why I feel good by the end of the day to thank those of you who did not get banned. You did not get timed out. It means a lot, man. And as my thank you to you, I'm here to give you a warning that it's going to get loud because I don't want you to ruin your day. Because there's some people, that's how it is. Like, imagine you build, like, a great relationship with somebody, and you've known them your whole life, and then you work together, and you build something great, but then they surprise you with the loud noise, and then you never speak to them again. That's normal. That's what normal people do. So I don't want that to happen to you and I. So when I say earmuffs, just mute your speakers and protect yourself. If loud noises could cause that, you know what I'm saying? That's good. Even if you're a liberal, I think it depends. I mean, that's it. As long as you don't respond to facts with fake shit, then I think we'll be good. You know what I'm saying? So you're good. You didn't stand out as a raging liberal for now, so that means you're safe, man. So just be mindful of the earmuffs, and you'll be good to go. That sound good? All right, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, you ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. I was about to wait for the 1 minute. I don't know what happened there. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So you make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 6 p.m. for the live watch list tonight. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this on approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you bought anything because it just went down, even though you got what you wanted in the rate cut. Yeah, exactly. What now? But good news is we are no longer under any COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia, earnings after the bell, and you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, you got to wrap it up. If you play in Apple, DraftKings, Coinbase, Intel, Amazon, shares is the only way you could move after hours. Other than that, then you just got to wrap it up and wait till the morning. But Chad, less than 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. No matter if you made money or lost money, I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. Drop that GG before the earnings come. Way to hold it down, baby. And listen, you didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. You upheld the rules. You stood by it. And you didn't insist on being a little dickhead. That means you were here to learn, not just talk, not just disagree with them. Oh, stop it. Stop it. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for being a part of it. Oh, there's Amazon. Oh. Please hold, please hold. Hold on. Let me get Amazon is out. Amazon. Oh, it's not loading. Hold on, I'm slow. All right. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not out. I don't see it yet. Let's see. AAON. My other one's not showing it. Let me double check. But my goodness. But yeah, Chad, that's the day, man. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a good one. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all living good, living blessed. I don't know. Intel's on. Intel's at 26. That looks hideous. So let me double check here. My Amazon's not loading, but that thing is already moved. Intel big flush. Yeah, Amazon is out. 14. All right, I have both of them. Let me put up Intel. Intel's down 11 already. And then Amazon, I don't know if Snapchat's out, but Amazon did, what's it called? Is that $148 billion in revenue? Second quarter service sales, 86. Product, 61. Net revenue was $13.49 billion. I don't know how that stacks up. Yeah, revenue 148. So I think they missed on revenue on Amazon. International was 31. EPS was $1.26. So they beat on that. And then I don't have a Azure yet. Oh, AWS increased 19%. I don't know what the number is. To 26.3. So they beat. I don't know. Amazon beat on that metric. Which one do you want? You want Intel? So again, I think a slight miss on Amazon. There's a couple of numbers there in the chat. Let me see what Intel did. Apple's not out yet. So, oh my, what? No. Dude, Intel is such a scam. Bro, I think Intel lost $1.61 billion. And then about 15,000 people to be laid off by end of the year? Oh, whoa. Yeah, bro. They've reported a loss of $1.6 billion. So there's no EPS this quarter. And then it says revenue $12.8 billion. So they missed on revenue. And then they guided lower. And then they reported a net loss. That's disgusting. Announces $10 billion cost reduction plan. Second quarter GAAP loss, 38 cents. Non-GAAP EPS was 2 cents. So even then, they missed on everything, even adjusted as well. Yeah, loss or even adjusted, non-adjusted. It's a loss every way you cut it. Yikes. And then they got rid of the dividend? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, suspending dividend starting in the fourth quarter of 24. They reiterate long-term commitment to a competitive dividend as cash flows improve to substantially higher levels. So, I don't know. Is that one? That might be two standards, bro. No, they did really bad. That one was really, really bad. Oh, that's crap. Man, my other Intel shares are going to get murdered. Pfft. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and then I don't know if Snapchat's out yet, but no, Intel was really, really bad. That's why I was like, bro, this is a scam. I don't even know how they did that bad, especially after crying, cutting your dividend, getting involved in AI. They legitimately reported a loss of $1.2 billion. We bought it last time. It might be more time to buy them, but then again, they're not really doing that well. I don't know any other way to explain it. They're like, this is getting ugly for Intel. Because not only did they cut their dividend, they already did what every other company would have done. It just looks like they were faking it. Does that make sense? And then Amazon sees operating income between 11.5 and 15 billion. Sees third quarter sales 154 to 158. So Amazon guidance a little lower. No, that's confirmed. They suspended their dividend. Intel is cutting their dividend. They're just suspending it. So they're just no longer going to pay anything. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is where they fucked up. They already did what any company would have done. I don't know if you feel me. So, like, if you go and you're doing bad, and then you cut your dividend, and then you make all of these changes, and then the stock rallies 45%, almost 100%, then your problem should be over. Are you following? But now you mean to tell me you did that, had the rally, and then your stock comes back, and now you're guiding lower 5 times. Remember, if Intel's guiding down now, they've already did this like 3-4 times. And then they're cutting literally, they said like what, 15,000 jobs, and now they're suspending their dividend, saying we're not going to pay anything now, even though we already cut our dividend to 1%. Amazon's starting to go. I don't know how they lost that much. And then we're waiting on Snapchat. Booking is out too. Again, Amazon's starting to bounce up a little bit. It's funny. SPY's barely moving off of Intel. Again, Intel already died, but that was really bad. So Booking came out. Their revenue is $5.9 billion, beating estimate of $5.7 billion. Net income was $1.5 billion. Adjusted net income 1.4 versus estimate of 1.3. Adjusted EBITDA 1.9, better than 1.7. And then EPS 41.9 versus 38.4. So Booking beat. That's good for travel land. Intel shows you how much NVIDIA is needed, right? Maybe even AMD. No, they did really bad. Well, they're not. I don't know. Their dividend, it kind of is a HBI situation, to be honest. Again, last time we didn't. I like Intel a lot more because it just seems I have an Intel computer, but at the end of the day, that was, again, they're not getting rid of the dividend, but they are suspending it. So they said they have plans to bring it back, but I don't even know, man. Intel, I just don't think you could trust them, if that makes any sense. That's all. I mean, I think Intel cannot be trusted. That old dude, like this guy, he pisses me off now. And anybody who looks like him. So, like, even, like, what's his name? Even the SEC guy. He looks like him, kind of. Yeah, this guy, this face pisses me off. Don't trust anybody who looks like this. He looks like Gensler, yeah, but I like Gensler more than him. Fuck Pat Gelsinger. Nah, this is a sketchy looking motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? Anybody look like this? Am I judgmental? Yeah, I am. If anybody come up to you and looks like this, don't trust them. You see what this guy is a scammer. That's all. I just don't. He's the one. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust it because, like, literally, he's already did this whole dividend cut the dividend, bring it back, cut it again. Oh, Wall Street doesn't give us anything. Oh, he's a fucking bullshit. He's smoking a lot of bullshit. He's a rat. He cannot be trusted. That's the problem with the stock. Him. We cannot trust this man. If he gave us a little bit more, then we'd be able to trust him a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll be good to go. So yeah, that's the only problem that I have with it. But yeah, that's it. See, look at him taking selfies. Where the fuck are you taking selfies at, Pat? Look at, is that with him with Macron? Macron. Yeah, you just can't trust him, bro. Can't trust him. Oh, now Snap down too. Oh my gosh, another 20. Well, time to go home and cry. I don't have Snap yet. Let me check. It's not coming across wire 1. But last time Snap did this, it ran up. Coin down 2.6. Snap, loss of 249 million. I don't have their metrics. Please hold. So they did revenue of 1.24. They were expecting 125. Loss of 249. They were expecting EBITDA of 40 to 45. Daily active users 432. So they beat on that. And then they see revenue 134 to 138. They guided up and then lowered the bottom end. But yeah, they missed. Well, back to back. Yeah, no, wait, you see positive EPS too? I have negative. Oh, I see positive adjusted and then non-adjusted loss of 15. So they missed. They just did bad off of revenue, and then guidance wasn't too bad, but a little bit worse. I think Snap, I don't know though. Snap might hold up. That wasn't as ugly as Intel. So we'll see. And then adjusted, they're a little bit there. They see third quarter adjusted EBITDA 70 to 100. Estimate was 110. Snap back down to 10. Snap is already down 25. It was pricing in 20. So there it is. This quarter is bad. I mean, so far, if you've done bad, you got murdered. And then if you've done good, you just did decent. So like Microsoft and Meta, those were good. But, oh yeah, we're still waiting on app. But Intel was hideous, bro. Intel was disgusting. That one, I think, is a lot worse. Snap is just, I feel like Snap is just going to bounce back up. But I'm getting murdered on that one as well, too. Intel, the worst thing that's ever. It's bad, dude. This is not normal. Like, Intel is, again, and even then, last time Intel was doing bad, the market was hideous. You know what I'm saying? End of 2022. But, like, nah, man. Intel is doing, like, that's, like, suspiciously bad. Like, that's like somebody should investigate them bad. Because that makes no sense. That one is a lot crazier than any of these earnings. Just considering how it's played out. Like, that's not a... Like, because again, they already did this, bro. They already did capital restructure. They already did cut the div. They played this whole entire game. You know what I'm saying? They've already had all of this happen. But that is like, that's very, very, bro, to lose an extra 1.2 billion or whatever, yeah, that's negative 15 billion cash flow. Like, what? That's not normal. No shade at all, but you don't know why people invest in Snapchat. I don't know, man. I might have to ban you, because why didn't you say that at all today before the earnings? I'll let it slide, but you're kind of acting like a hoe. I feel you, though. But, yeah, you should have said that earlier in the day. That's like telling me Intel's doing really bad right now. He's coming at me. I think he is. He didn't want to come at me, but he did. Does that make sense? So, like, he didn't want to, like, flat out be like, Josh, you a bitch for buying Snapchat 4 years ago, bitch. And then even them flip share, he could have just said that, but he was a little too intimidated. So he said, let me hide behind. He said, I don't want to throw no shade, respectfully, but who would buy that? I wonder why. I'm like, that's weird, man. You had 57 messages today, and you didn't bring that up once till now. That's crazy. Respectfully. I don't know why. I don't know why people do that. So I let that one slide. At least he's not a liberal. But then again, we'll see. DraftKings now, too. Hot dog. What is it? DKNG. Looking at Intel now makes it hilarious. Yeah, bro. I think NVIDIA is real. I don't know. I might sell Intel. I might cut it from the long term and then cut those shares. I'm murdered on the flip shares, but yeah, I might have to. Because again, last time we didn't cut a dividend suspension, it was MPW and it went down another 40%. So if we cut MPW and they cut dividend, you would have still been green. So low key, I don't know, man. It's bad. I have no other way to put it. I like the long term, and I'm glad we only bought one deposit of it, but nah, man, there's something stinky about Intel, bro. That one's like really stinky. Intel looks impaled. Intel looks very valuable, like in terms of value, but again, I don't like that. I don't like that dividend cuts. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part that's kind of ugly. You don't have any messages on Intel, bro. I just looked at your chat facts. So maybe you thought about it, but you never typed in anything in the chat. And well, I think if you bought Intel 20 years ago, you might still be up on total return. You know, that dividend, but yeah, Intel suspended their dividend. It's bad. It's everything. I don't even know if I could even give you the whole scope of their earnings. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. So adjusted EPS 2 cents, estimate was 10, but then again, if you adjust it, it's losses all the way around. And then revenue 12.8 versus 12.9. Announced $10 billion cost reduction plan. Suspends dividends starting fourth quarter. More than 15% workforce fired. And then they see third quarter loss of 3 cents a share versus a gain of 30. And then they see third quarter revenue $12.5 billion to $13.5. Estimate was 14.3. And you guys got to realize all of those are guide downs. So it's guiding down again after guiding down 3-4 other times prior. I don't think y'all feel me on this. Again, cutting your dividend after cutting your dividend a year ago and then bouncing off of this whole plan. It's crazy. I do. I feel you. I like the idea of domestic chip manufacturing, but holding through is going to be hard. I mean, listen, if you've held MPW, you could hold Intel, but it's going to probably be the same type of ride. Does that make sense? Because you got to, like, MPW is still not dead yet. Y'all don't realize. They should have killed MPW a long time ago. So I think Intel has a little bit more room to stay alive, but that is, that's not. Yes, Pat the Rat lied. Pat the rat. Definitely pat the rat. But yeah, so that is the problem. No, Intel, it's weird. You want to buy now? No, I don't. I mean, give it it could still drop a little bit more. But that's it. I don't know. MPW is still a crackhead, but it just won't die. So you should sell your MPW. Do you want me to slap you? Or do you just like to not listen? I was just saying, if you've held through that, we're not talking buy or sell, but I am talking ever since they cut their dividend and then like kind of how the stock moves afterwards, because Intel is going to be bumpy. Intel is going to be a bumpy, bumpy road. I walk a lowly road with Snapchat and the Intel on the low. Intel will cut their guidance and their dividend. Where will it go? Bow, bow, bow. No? I don't really know that song that well. Oh, I didn't go over coin yet. I don't know. There's enough to chew on already. Wait, where's Apple? I forgot. We haven't even got Apple yet. In 10 minutes? I don't know if I could look at Snap and Intel for 10 more minutes. 4:30. Intel's going down again, bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. That one's ugly. I can't believe they did that. Oh, yeah, you want Square and then, you want Square and Coin? Square's going up. Then there's DraftKings. So Coinbase, gain of 14 cents versus 42 cents a year ago. It's unclear if reported EPS is comparable. What? So there's, I don't know. My Coinbase numbers are weird. My algo has a number, but it's saying it doesn't know if it's comparable because it's so large. There's a discrepancy, but revenue was 145 versus 14. Adjusted EBITDA 595.6 versus 607. So they beat on revenue, missed on EBITDA. Next quarter guidance, they generated 210 million of transactions. They expect Q3 subscription revenue to be within 530 and 600 million. Q3 expenses will be in mid-teens. Tech and tech development increased quarter over quarter to 750 million. They expect sales and marketing to increase 160 to 210 million. That's for Coinbase. Again, I think EPS was 14 cents. Booking did good. I don't know why Booking went down, but their earnings was good. What's the other one you want? Square? Coins wasn't that bad, and the guidance wasn't that bad either. So Block, EPS 93 cents. Estimate was 80 something, 84. Revenue 6.1. Estimate was 627. Next quarter guidance 695 versus 679. Gross profit 222. Adjusted operating income 320 million. Full year guidance adjusted EBITDA 290 versus 276. Estimate was 276. Gross profit 889 versus 878, and adjusted operating income expected to be 144 versus 130. So they beat and guided up. That's on Square. All right. Yeah, DraftKings, that was a little bit ago. There's EBITDA margin 11.6 versus 11.9. Monthly users 3.1 million versus 2.4. Average revenue per user, 117 versus 148. That dropped a lot. And then Intel's still going. Now, DraftKings I think EBITDA was good. They raised full year guidance revenue to 1.1. So they raised their guidance outlook. And then revenue is 1.1 versus 1.11. Adjusted EBITDA guidance 340 to 420. Estimate was 480. That's average. But there's a wide range. Revenue 5 to 5.2. Estimate was 4.9. That's higher. Full year guidance reaffirm adjusted EBITDA of 900 to 1 billion. That's in line. And then Square is the only one that did good and guided up. Yeah, Booking's going to move randomly, but that one was a good one. Apple's in 6 minutes still. Bloomberg talking Intel. Are they talking how bad it is? Because, again, I'm still kind of shocked by that. Thing's down 20, bro. Amazon, I guess Amazon beat. I forgot about Amazon. It missed on guidance, though. Yeah, Amazon's dude, even Amazon's down 7. No, Intel, that's more than 2 standards. It was pricing in like, 9 or 10? But that was way worse than I think anybody could have expected. Intel's going to be like the Starbucks. Coin did good. I think they raised their guidance, and then they did bad in some other areas too. All right. I think that's it for now. At Melly, I don't have those numbers. But that is it, my friends. Melly's actually up. Booking's going to just move out of nowhere. Snap. Oh, Snap is staying within 20% down. They missed. With wash rule. No, email your tax professional for that. Trust me, I'm not even being an asshole. But that's going to be the only person who will know your tax strategy and can help you with it. All right, man. That's it. Let me get you an uncle. And then a little earnings break until Apple. And then that's it, my friends. And then that's it. It's a coat, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit. That's the way that God proved. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat, fool. Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's inside. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold. Bump, bump, bump. Oh yeah, man, this is, you got uncle, bro. You got uncle. All right, man, we got 2 minutes, actually 30 seconds. So good luck, boys. Let me get it up here. My goodness. Bloomberg ripping Intel, as they should. I'm telling you, that one, I think that one's still going to be the most surprising of the day. No matter what Apple even does, I don't even think there's any way to get around that. That one was wild. All right. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Oh. And we're off. Apple EPS $1.40. That beats estimates of $134, net revenue $21.4, sales $85.8 billion. They beat on revenue. Net sales $21.45. I don't know where that stacks up on the net. Service revenue $24.2. Do I have the margins? Yeah, they beat on that too. I think they beat on anything, on everything, bro. So hold on, they had a little pop, but it didn't do that bad. And then Fed discount window seeks 6.9 million in loans, or billion. iPad revenue 7.1, so they killed it on iPad. iPhone revenue 39.3, they beat on iPhone. And then product 61, yeah, they beat on everything, bro. America 37.6, China or Europe 21.8, Asia Pacific 6.3, Japan 5.5, and then Greater China 14.7. I don't have it segmented out, but yeah, they beat. And then I don't have the guidance there unless that came out later. Well, you guys know it's barely moving though. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of pressure today on all the other ones. And then again, you saw how today is. I mean, my iPhone sales looks like it beat. So I think they slightly beat on iPhone by $1 billion unless the actual units was off. So I have mine in dollars. So, yeah, 7.16. And then Greater China, 14.7. But, yeah, not bad. I think they beat, though, off all across the board. No, I think it's good. It's going to be guidance. And I don't know if we're going to get that till afterwards. Everything beat, though. Again, I don't have the actual, like, units amount, but in dollar terms, they did good. You have 39.2 versus 39. So if you have a higher estimate, so like I'm showing here, this estimate says 38.6. It just depends on how it's averaged, but I like that one. Spy loves it. For now, man. For now. You got a little pop. That's just better than dying. Again, I think Intel and everything else is going to add a little bit of pressure. So that's what we'll have to see. Yeah, iPhone was 38 estimate. Some people were a little higher, but they did good. And then services beat by almost 10%. Products ended up beating in total. I don't know why the iPad did so good. And then EPS. Wearables 8.1 versus 7.3. It's not bad. I don't think there's a guidance number, though. This day aged you 20 years. Nah, this day was, we saw the other days that were bad. We didn't even close 2%, but that after hours, bro, Intel alone is dirty. And then, I mean, Snapchat, that sucks. I got washed on all of them. So maybe we'll have our option plays hook us up. But no, I got washed on everything today. And then those are the icing on top. But Apple should give you a little bit of breathing room, kind of like Meta did, but that's it. I think now I think market just going to boil down to tomorrow, and then we'll be good, and then we'll see. I think people might vomit a little bit, though, on some of these chip makers. I hope NVIDIA does good. I wouldn't be scared for tomorrow. I think Apple's good. So, like, that's it. Intel, I'd be scared for Intel. I'd be scared for, like, individual names if you didn't do too hot. But if you're not, like, if you don't have any earnings and you've got your event risk out of the way, assuming that the jobs data isn't extremely hot or cold, I don't think there's anything to worry about in that sense. So, like, literally, I think if you're detached from earnings, and then if the data doesn't come in, remember, we're pricing in a lot for this week, and we've already done it. And now, like, again, if you're not familiar, maybe we'll talk about this on the watch list today, but you have a wide range. The SPY could pretty much come up to, like, 550 or come down to, like, what? Like 532? Or 5, I think it's 10 points. So I think literally SPY could go down to 531 or go up to 551 by tomorrow. And that was all priced in from Wednesday. Or even Tuesday. So, hi. The bullish case would be in line. Or slightly lower. But not too low. That would probably be your best case scenario. And then maybe Apple comes in with like really, really good guidance somehow or post earnings. That's like the best I could think of. So it just all depends. Apple is not doing too hot. Remember though, do you guys not know the problem with Apple? There is, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I think this was probably a bigger problem, Intel excluded, because they just are dog shit. But there is something about Apple where, like, even then, this earnings wasn't bad, but, like, what do you have to keep in mind? Oh, yeah, where is the vision? Ain't nobody says shit about that. Yeah, I think Mara came out. And then, bro, Intel's still dropping, so, yeah. I don't know. You got to kind of hold it or not. It's already dropped another 10%. Yikes. So, literally, 25 to 20. Oh, no, 23. But you lost $2 more there. That's kind of crazy. But where was it? DraftKings back to green. It might be Mag 7 are the only winners. What was I showing you? Oh, yeah, Apple. I ain't seen anything about the vid, but there's something about, yeah, you got it. Ronaldo. Remember, Apple was up 26% on the quarter. That's wicked. So, not only whatever it's doing now, it's beating, but, like, bro, to justify 26% on $2 trillion, like, you better have good earnings. Meta was good, too. Meta actually had growth. Again, that's what people were freaking out about with Meta. Even then, they even held up, but, like, Meta had growth. Like, even then, they're spending more, but they were actually making more. But Apple wasn't bad. I like services going up. I think it's surprising. I don't think they have individual metrics on the Apple Vision, but everything else they had it, and then everything else they beat. But then again, like I'm saying here, Apple was up 26%. If you bought Intel in 1999, you'd be red. We need to check the total return, but it's still bad though at this point. Even in the last 10 minutes, you got clapped off of it. Let me see. Now, everything looking at the data. It will be. And, I mean, you could look at the market. We haven't done anything ever since that big drop. You're just holding now. Where is it? There has to be a total return calculator. When was it? Intel shit code. Dude, it's bad. I don't even know how. Like, I'm genuinely shocked that this one got that bad out of a name like that. Let's see. How far back? We're going to go 20 years? Oh, I guess it was still lower. Interesting. So I don't know how accurate this is, but I have one thing saying if you put in $1,000 in the Intel 20 years ago, you would have gained 64% total return off of, again, dividend and stock. I think. It could be wrong. You think Intel CEO needs to go after this? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Pat, what did they call him? Pat the Rat? I think it's really funny. I like Pat the Rat, but I don't know if Pat the Rat. I don't know how I feel about Pat. I don't even know what to say to Pat the Rat. Does that make sense right now? I'm in shock. Like, who am I to judge Pat the Rat? Okay. But I need, like, Pat the Rat, bro. My bad if your name is Pat, bro. So if your real name is actually Pat, you should never name your child Pat anymore. This name is no longer, that's it. Because if he named after Pat Gelsinger, nah, man. So Pat the Rat is gone. But, yeah, bro, we got to eliminate this. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I have no idea what his sentence should be. I don't know. I just don't, I don't even think we understand what he did. So you get what I'm saying? I don't even know what he did. Are you following? So I don't know what is even going on. I don't know any other way to explain. Like, I have no idea what the fuck Pat the Rat did to accomplish this. Does that make sense? So for you to, like, be in the middle of AI everything and to not turn a profit off of it and then to lose billions of dollars, I think it's what he didn't do. But where did the money go? There's a lot of things that are bad. Y'all, like, I got the nerds, y'all telling me about product design. I'm not saying, how do you lose all the money? It's one thing to, like, fall behind and not do good. Great. But that doesn't mean you lose $1.5 billion and then fire 20% of people after doing that already. Where did the other 20% of people go? Hold on. Wait, the other dividend. He did it again. That's what I'm saying. Pat really dropped the ball. Is long story short, if you don't like the jokes, if you don't like the theatrics, long story short, he dropped the ball in many ways. That's it. Whether he didn't do, this is bad. He's repeating the history again, and that's it. He's just failing at it. I don't think he's a Nepo hire. Hasn't he been there for a while? Like, yeah, he didn't even spend it on buybacks. Right? Like a dickhead. Like, at least do a corporate buyback. Like, at least that makes sense in the greedy Wall Street world. But shit, he ain't even buy it back. He ain't even have a short squeeze like Ryan Cohen. He ain't do shit. Like, he ain't did not one thing. And I don't know how. Maybe a buyout's possible, but I'm assuming he got a lot of debt. Well, I think they spent the money. Again, they still bring in heavy cash flow, but not with their expenses. They're spending that again. Like, they're still expecting what, $12 billion on the quarter instead of 14. So yeah, it's not there. Where's Pat? Patrick. Oh, that sucks. I love Pat. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, we should have known. Mobileye did awful today. Duh. That was the canary in the coal mine. You said, damn, now I hate my name. It's okay, Pat. You're not Pat the Rat. I like that Pat. You're that Pat that I like. I love Patrick's. I usually have a good experience with Patrick. Can I call you Patrick? But Pat, I don't like Pat. Fuck those 3 letters. But Patrick, I'm a fan. Patrick is a great, you know what I'm saying? But Pat Gelsinger, fuck him. Fucking Pat the Rat. Maybe can I throw this out there for you? Pat the Rat graduated from Stanford in 1985. So maybe that should have been the dead giveaway that he was going to rob us. Because I know Stanford is in San Francisco, but everybody who goes to Stanford is a thug. Prove me wrong. I know. I already go after the liberals, so I get it. You guys are going to investigate me anyways, so. But just, I don't know. Every Stanford graduate, for some reason, Pat the Rat is now on that list. Yep, graduate degree from Stanford. But you're right. You are right. He may have been a Nepo hire. You know why? I can't make this up. I can't make this up, bro. Do you know when Pat the Rat joined Intel? Y'all don't want this shit. Y'all don't want this. Do you know when Pat the Rat joined this team? It's disgusting. Nope, it's disgusting. No, not 1992, no. Pat the Rat. He joined in February of 21. You can't make this up. Pat the Rat nosedived this company. This single-handedly, he's like, hey, let me, he's like, yo, let me get this. I got next. He's like, yeah, let me get, and then he just nosedived the whole entire company. From the even the stock liked him too. Bro, he had like 3 months of the stock ripping. When every 2 months tops, everything in the world was ripping. Even fucking Bitcoin. Pat had a Bitcoin portfolio. Pat was fucking loving it. And then he was like, yo, what happens if I press the straight down button? Let me see. And then he hit that, and then boom. Here we are today. Brought to you by Pat the Rat. Fucking Santa Clara, California. I'm going to call. Should I call Intel? I think we need to call Intel, man. I'm just going to call him and be like, is Pat the Rat there? Nah, screw you. I'm calling Pat the Rat. This is why anytime I always do this. Anytime I start looking up their info and I see a phone number, this is all my real estate experience because I'm like, I just want to call them. I don't know. This might be a corporate number. I'm just going to ask if Pat the Rat is there.
For calling Intel,
oh.
Please select from the following
Okay.
options.
Pat the Rat.
If you know the name of the person whom you are trying to reach, you can use our automated attendant by pressing the pound sign.
Okay. But it's a pound. You mean the hashtag? Psst. Boomer. Called the hashtag. We mean a pound.
I think you said pound.
No, I said Pat the Rat.
Correct?
Pat the Rat.
Okay.
Pat the Rat.
The selection.
Pat the Rat.
Thank you for
Pat the
calling.
Rat. Pat the Rat.
Sorry, but name recognition
Pat the Rat.
is not currently possible.
Ratatouille.
Please use your keypad instead.
Pat.
Thank you for calling Intel Autumn. I am sorry, but name
Pat.
recognition with speech is not currently possible.
Pot.
Please use your keypad instead.
Pat.
Thank you for calling Intel Automated. I am sorry, but name recognition with speech
Pat.
is not currently possible.
Patrick.
Please use your keypad instead.
Patrick.
Thank you for calling Intel
Patrick.
Automated. I think you said Patrick.
I did.
The selection was not valid.
Oh my God. AI is the future. This is why you suck, Intel. This is why you suck. This stubborn ass phone AI. This is a stubborn little mother. You know what I'm saying? This is a stubborn B word right now. You're a stubborn B word, AI. Holy shit. And then she's like, oh. And then right when I think she got it, she like, oh, thank you.
Please hold while your call is
Took that long? Jeez. I see exactly why this stock is down. Holy crap. That was the worst AI I've ever dealt with. Hi. Is Patrick there? Can I speak to Patrick as soon as possible? Gelsinger.
We do not transfer to that office, sir. I'm sorry.
Why not?
Because he directed us not to. That's why not.
Oh, recently? Oh. They hung up on me. That's how we doing it, Intel. It's a rough day. I know it. It's a rough day. It's a rough day. Jeez, bro. Man. He said, because we don't fucking do that. He said not to direct this there, and then he hung up on me. I've never had that happen. Even if oh, man, maybe he is getting laid off. I feel, yeah, right? He just said we're about to fire 15% of them. That's crazy. What the fuck is happening at Intel offices? Intel, I'm the one holding the stock, Intel. Man. Because he said not to. I can't wait to hear that back. Oh, man. Didn't sound too happy. Well, yeah, not the... I don't think... there's no way that's the... I have to be the first person calling, demanding Pat. That was pretty funny. I was kind of sassy, too, but... Maybe should I try again? Yeah, he literally said... Because he directed me not to. Hey. Hi, is Patrick there? You think I could get through like this? Fuck it. All right, come here. I need to talk to you. We need to talk about the... Hi. Patrick. Hey. Yeah. Bro, I got hung up on by Intel's operator. You know, I can't even... If it's not a cold call, I can't tell you the last time I got hung up on by a corporate office on the S&P 500. I don't believe me. They'll ban, like, even when I got banned off Bloomberg, they were more professional than that. You know what I'm saying? They usually don't just yell at you and hang up the phone. I don't know if Intel's going to be my next buy. I just got yelled at and hung up on. There's no way you get the same person. No, I probably will. Remember last time? Who did we call last time? Wasn't it Globe Life? Remember you guys had me talking to Globe Life, and I was like, well, what's a fuzzy panda? Can you explain what the panda is? So, yeah, I didn't, and it was the same person, I'm pretty sure. So, I don't know, man. I really want to call back, though. But that was a lot of work just to get to the operator. You know how many times I had to say Patrick? I think I said Patrick 47 times before the AI was like, yo, let me transfer you to a human. And then that human yelled at me and then hung up on me because Patrick directed him to. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hey, let's see, man.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options.
Pound.
If you know the name of the person.
I got me
I think you said
operator.
Did you say let me transfer you to the operator? Please hold while your call is transferred to an Intel operator.
I round two. All right, let's see. I can. I muted it. I think we go on a like. I kind of want to hit him with like we got off on the wrong. Hi. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Is this the same person?
I have no idea what you're speaking of, sir.
Oh, I called and I got hung up on.
I didn't answer your call.
Oh, I thought it was. Well, I was looking. It was okay. I didn't want to bother anybody. I apologize. But I was trying to get a hold of Patrick Gelsinger.
That office does not take incoming calls, sir.
Oh, why is that?
He doesn't want them.
He doesn't. Is this the same person? Hello?
No, sir, I haven't talked to you before.
I think you're changing your voice.
Sir, I have not talked to you.
I thought, well, if you are. Well, okay, then that's fine. Then that's all right. I'll accept the answer. Then I understand. Then if he is there anywhere I could leave a message?
No, sir, not with us.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't take calls from the operators at all.
Oh, really? Is there anywhere? Where can I be directed to?
Depends on what you want. If the person is in the directory,
Um,
and it's not an executive office.
Maybe like an investor relations office or something. Just however I could get a hold of Mr. Pat. Hello?
I can transfer you to
okay.
investor relations.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it.
One moment.
Mm-hmm. Dog, definitely the same dude with a different voice. He's not full. He laughed. I laughed. He laughed and then I laughed and I couldn't keep a straight face. He was bro, I'm telling you, it was the same. He was just doing a deeper voice. Mm-hmm. Man. My goodness.
Thank you for calling Intel Corporation Shareholder Services at ComputerShare. Today's closing price is $29.05.
Cap.
Which is down from yesterday. Which do you want to use to access your account? Your social security number or your account number?
I ain't giving you shit, Pat. Can I speak to Pat? Yeah, fuck that, bro. This is a little scam. This is... I'm telling you, bro, that was the same exact dude. He tried to act like he was somebody else. I swear that was Patrick in disguise. Mm-hmm. Airbnb. I saw it on the low ticker. Probably I see Booking and Airbnb. Oh, well, they said go after all of them today. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, Booking dumped. Damn, Booking's down 11. Booking had to have guided down or something. One more time, tell him you got disconnected. All right, man, that's a good idea. I'm going to try. Because I want to see. I'm only calling back because I swear he was doing a different voice. Or there's two of them, max. He laughed, bro. I don't know if you heard it. He laughed. He laughed.
Thank you for calling Intel Automated Attendant. Please say the full name of the person you are trying to reach. If you are having
Operator.
trouble, dial 0 at... I think you said operator.
You're right.
Is that correct?
That's correct, dude. Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
The selection was not... Okay.
You dumb.
Did you say operator?
Yes. If I do an...
Transferring your call to test operator Haifa.
Wait, why did it give me a name?
Test operator Haifa is currently unavailable.
Yeah, it's this... Yeah, they voicemailed me, bro. They don't accept my calls anymore, man. Now I got banned. I got banned by fucking tech support at Intel. And it was the same person. I caught him. Because it goes straight to that dude's number. I'm telling you, he was using a different voice with me. I exposed him, and then he laughed. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. I can't call from another phone. I could call from like 18 phones. But I've lost interest. I'll leave the man alone. I was genuinely interested. Because again, you guys, I had a thing. It showed me a phone number. So usually it gets me there. But hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But Chattadonia, I love you. It is time to get going. A rough day, but tomorrow we will prevail. Have no worries. Stay blessed. We have a live watch list tonight. So I'll see you guys on the live watch list. We'll have time to chat tonight about all the craziness. You know what I'm saying? Everything in the world. The war, the bonds, is Powell cutting in time? Is Powell too late? is the stock market crashing, Apple, Airbnb, fuck Pat the rat scamming everybody. And I'm sorry for making all the Pat jokes if your name is Pat. I love you, Pat. Okay, all my Patricks out there, you guys don't deserve that. It's not your fault. Your brother is like that. You know what I'm saying? So I love you, man. But thank you all, okay? All right, man. You have a wonderful day. Enjoy your moment. Enjoy everything. I will see you guys in a little bit. And that is it. Don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why that identity, the accent and identity is really different, baby. So stop identifying with the accents, baby. Why, baby? Why, y'all? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you all in the AM or tonight, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right, hold on. I got to make sure. But I love you. That's it, man. I'm out. Bye. Goodbye. Hey, I'm just trying to do a fade like goodbye. Hello. Maybe I should call back. They won't answer me. Fuck it. How come they won't Pat the Rat? Fuck Pat the Rat. You're trying to keep me down. You saw that. What did I do? They did nothing. They did nothing to me. They're trying to stab me. Fuck that. Fuck them all. I'm a liberal now. I'm fucking, why are you banning me? I mean, I'm a conservative. Fuck you. What am I? I don't know. I'm not even running. Fuck you. Anyway, yeah, live Watchlist. It'll take you there. So when Josh is done with this, in the chat room will go, fuck it, stop moving around. It'll go right there. I don't know. I know the Watchlist is live. But I don't think Joey B is. I think it's a fake. He's lying. I know. Can you believe it? Fake news. No conference calls. What do you want to call them? Tim Cook. They don't want me in office. They know. They know my stance. Can you believe it? Another war. El Baghdadi. He died like a dog. It's a shame. Intel got cooked. Cooked. Slow cooked. Heavy cooked. Pan fried. Deep fried. They cooked it every way. It was a shame what they did to him. Pat the Rat. Can't trust him. I knew it. Can't trust him. You see, he had a huge forehead. That forehead, he looked like a rat. He looked like he smells like a rat. I know. Yeah, screw you. You smell like a mango. You look like a mango. You look like a mango. Like a big mango who rides your Harley Davidson. Yeah, fuck you. I don't care if Josh voted for Trump. Still a little bitch. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you. You look like a mango. You look like a mango with a toupee on Ozempic. Look at that mango, literally. That looks like a fucking Donald Trump. Holy, you see that? That looks like Donald Trump. Like, literally, it looks like the toupee. They did that on purpose. Holy shit. You see that, right? No, it literally looks like fucking Donald. That's the toupee. Holy shit. Anyway, I gotta go. You have a good day. You have a good morning, good day, good happy Hanukkah. All right, bye. Exactly.